housing development, as well as the O Block 6, a group of members who infamously murdered rival gangster disciple rap star FBG Duck in a brazen murder that was documented extensively on surveillance cameras, ultimately seeing all of those members being convicted in a federal court. The music and antics from the Black disciples hailing from O Block has put the area on the map and solidified the crew as one of the most famous gang-affiliated areas in Chicago history. But there's another group of gangsters turned rappers whose impact on drill music is undeniable. Team 600 are considered close friends of O Block and just as often shouted out in their music. Whether it's Chief Keef, Lil Durk, or King Von, Team 600 are another group of Black disciple rappers responsible for numerous classic drill anthems, as well as surviving members who over the years have appeared in extensive interviews all about living through the deadly gang wars that this group was famous for engaging in. But 600's impact on the city of Chicago goes far beyond songs and interviews. In the streets, 600 is a crew of dangerous Chicago shooters who waged war in the streets and were feared all over the city. Over the past decades, 600 has been embroiled in a bitter and deadly feud with numerous nearby rival gangs such as 051 Young Money, MOB, and Jaro City, as well as O Block's biggest rivals, STL/EBT. 600 and O Block, as well as Lil Durk's native hood Lamron, have many enemies in common. This ultimately created an alliance that would be as strong in the streets as it would be in the recording studios where hit drill songs were made. 600 has had an enormous impact on the legacy of Chicago drill music, for the better or for the worse. Originally starting with no more than a dozen members, over the years 600 managed to produce an incredible number of talented rappers, and was allegedly so dangerous in its prime.
I ain't gonna sit here and cap y'all down.
Was more ruthless than us, because it was a few from where we from that was actually in our age range that was trying to put in work. Them could be 600 if you really wouldn't know that.
But the story of 600 is arguably also one of the most tragic ones in the history of Chicago drill music, because at one point in time, this crew would have seemed to have had it all. An infamous reputation in the city, along with the most popular rappers and the most feared shooters, all counting themselves as members. However, unfortunately, for those members involved, the real-life gang war that 600 was portraying in their music would end up taking an enormous toll on the members, allowing just a lucky few to escape the streets of Chicago, achieving successful careers in music and in media, while the rest would unfortunately end up either dead or in prison, serving sentences so long that they will likely never see the streets again. So today, we're going to be telling the whole bloody story of 600, the killer rappers who terrorized Chicago.
Bad guys are on the loose.
Savages everywhere, all up the street, man. Savages.
Team 600 out here, right?
Yeah, let's get it.
That's what it is.
Police called it a gang war.
No, man, shout out to E-Day. I never really spoke on this, man. Shout out to E-Day, man. E-Day was one of the first drill rappers. One of the first drill rappers that, like, had they name, basically. They, like, reached out. You feel me? I got a few stories.
Make Chicago an exciting place to live.
Gang violence has touched every neighborhood in Chicago.
Street gangs have been marking off turf in Chicago for years.
Hold on, what just happened? What happened?
Shots, man. You still hit them.
What's happening, man? It's Terrorized, man.
We want to emphasize that you should use discretion. Some viewers may find certain scenes objectionable because of their violent nature.
Man, you hear that?
You still here.
So we doing an interview and my 30s off?
30s off right now, man.
With City K.
Only in Chirac, right?
Squad.
Squad type shit, man.
Yeah, I already know, man.
Big B's, man. 600, take 600, man.
Take 600 in this, man.
And I'm giving this motherfucker straight same, yeah.
Rock fat slugs like they came in a milk duds box.
Shout out MOB, man.
I ain't gonna do the part of none of that.
Man, we in this.
What? And I even hit the intro. I already had a disclaimer.
We gon' drop this about like 10. Man, 600. They be flexing. The mob is in this field.
To be honest, them 600 was more ruthless than us.
I like a bone in the cuts. I like a bone, come up.
600, that's a Savage Squad. You got the roof, you get robbed. L's up for Lil Rob. They took word I be gone.
Young famous make you famous.
We ain't no rocket, bitch. We will put your ass no fucking dude.
Gang,
You already know how
we still out here, man.
We is on
When
the
it's
bricks.
cold, man. We out here. We out here winning.
We always say 600. Yeah, I kill people. Out here in the field, man. Out here on, you know what it is, man. Old block 600, man. Squad them over there. We out here.
600K killer. Do it all.
Over the last 10 years of drill music, Chicago has gained a reputation as a dangerous city, infested with gangs with danger lurking on every street corner. If the music's to be believed, the city is a literal war zone, hence it earning the menacing nickname Chirac. However, gang culture in Chicago is nothing new. Despite drill music making it famous over the last 10 years, for decades, gangs have controlled the corners, projects, and neighborhoods all over the city. And the wars between these gangs vying for control of these areas have taken countless lives. The original gangs that formed in Chicago in the late 60s and 70s were passed down from generation to generation. And while the modern-day gangs of Chicago are less organized than their predecessors, the younger members always seem to pay homage to their ancestors. Drill music has popularized modern gangs in Chicago, like 600 as well as O-Block, Lamron, 300, and No Limit, just to name a few. But what all of these gangs have in common is that they're typically not larger than, say, a few dozen members, and their territories are no larger than just a few blocks, and their rival gangs are often no further than just 1 or 2 blocks away from them. And despite having a new identity formed around their native area, like O-Block for example, these new school gangs will often have ancestral connections to more historic and famous street gangs from back in the day, with O-Block generally being made up of members of Black disciple heritage. No Limit, for example, is made up of members with OGs that repped the Black P Stone Nation, and so on. According to some estimates, there are over 100 such gangs in the Chicago area, with an estimated combined membership of about 150,000 individuals, which means that over 5% of Chicagoans may actually belong to a gang, and the state of Illinois as a whole has the highest rate of gang membership per capita compared to any other state in America. These factors make the modern-day gang wars of Chicago seem incredibly chaotic and senseless.
Cali, what? And you know, usually motherfuckers say this, they telling jokes and shit, lies and shit. But Cali, everybody named Mama. You can't even wear this hoe right here. This is my whole gang banging shit. And if I go in there and get another one of these, trust, there's gonna be some more gang banging shit.
And ever since 2012, when Chief Keef first brought drill music to the world's attention, Chicago has been a city with the highest number of total homicides in America, as well as having the highest number of homicides per capita amongst the 20 largest cities in America. In fact, Chicago recorded more homicides than New York and Los Angeles combined in the years between 2016 and 2018. But while the violence has arguably always been a part of Chicago, the gangs weren't always this fractured. During the late 50s to the early 70s, several major African-American-based gangs were founded in Chicago, primarily in the south and west sides of the city, with these gangs standing out as some of the largest and most highly organized gangs in American history. These groups included names like the Black Souls, the Four Corner Hustlers, the New Breeds, and the Vice Lords, all of whom operated particularly on the west side of the city, and the Black Disciples, Gangster Disciples, Black P Stones, and Mickey Cobras, who were all primarily on the south side. Since the 1960s, the leaders of these gangs established their organizations as expansive, cross-neighborhood gangs and nations with hierarchical structures, meaning that back in the day, the local factions of these gangs all operated under the authority of a central leadership body, which held significant power in setting the gang's policies, maintaining discipline, promoting members, and overseeing conflicts with rival gangs. Originally, these gangs were born out of necessity and were actually aiming to empower the poor and marginalized black youths.
This is a 6-hour video, bro. My bad.
The members of the gangs were often commonly discriminated against in their broader communities, and these gangs were often people that had turned to crimes, ultimately to sustain themselves where the system had left them behind. Particularly during the 60s, amid rising civil rights movements, many of these early gangs were also increasingly political and often had militant approaches in trying to improve the conditions for Chicago's black communities, with some of these early gangs even receiving government grants to organize job trainings and other community programs. However, since the 70s, and particularly during the 80s and 90s, these organizations transformed from community groups to wide-reaching and well-organized corporate-style criminal organizations, with these big gangs specializing in large-scale drug trafficking and distribution operations. Now, this transformation of the gangs of Chicago over these decades was driven by several historical factors, but perhaps the most notable ones were the deindustrializations that had taken away hundreds of thousands of industrial jobs from Chicago's black and working class communities between the 70s and the 90s. This led to the so-called white flight, where many white Chicago residents moved away from the South and West Side neighborhoods between the 1950s and 1970s to suburbs on the outskirts of the city. This ultimately led to many of these gangs taking a grip of these predominantly black neighborhoods, with their control growing like never before. And this was further accelerated by the building of numerous extremely large public housing projects by the Chicago Housing Authority. Developments such as the Robert Taylor homes on the south side and the Cabrini Green homes in the north, these buildings provided the gangs
one of these motherfuckers used to make like $1 million a day.
with the perfect headquarters from where they could handle their operations, with many of them controlling them with an iron fist, even going as far as to commonly keep snipers on the roofs of these buildings to protect the operations from rival gangs and the police. And lastly, to make matters even worse, throughout the 1980s and 1990s, we would see the nationwide crack epidemic tearing through these black communities enabled by these well-organized gangs. Actually arrived in Chicago slightly later than other large cities in America, but when it did come, it eventually brought an influx of demand to illegal drug markets. This created enormous profits for these well-organized gangs, allowing them to expand and strengthen their operations. This also led to violence among the gangs of this time, with these gangs battling it out in War of the Streets to determine who would dominate these growing illegal drug markets. And this war was reflected in record-breaking homicide rates in Chicago between the 1970s and 1990s, which ultimately culminated to an all-time high in the early 90s of about 33 homicides per 100,000 people. At the time, it seemed that there was really no stopping these gangs as they grew and they spread out to many other Midwest and East Coast cities, infiltrating their black markets and spreading violence and devastation in their wake. But then something began happening at the turn of the millennium, and after decades of remarkable resilience, during the 2000s, these large and well-organized corporate-style gangs suddenly began breaking down incredibly quickly. Dr. Roberto Asfalm has actually studied the reasons behind this breakdown, listing 3 key developments. Firstly, while many of the gang leaders had been locked up in Illinois state prisons since the 1970s, this had arguably even strengthened their organizations, as gang representation in prisons actually allowed them the perfect environment for recruiting as well as forming contacts with other gangs, leading to large multi-gang alliances such as the Folk and People Nations. However, during the 1990s and 2000s, federal authorities began increasingly targeting these gangs, leading to numerous large-scale and high-profile indictments that sent top gang leaders to federal prisons where they had a much harder time maintaining the control of their organizations. This would cause a crisis of leadership amongst the gang members that were left in the streets. And to this day, 2 of the most infamous gang leaders, Larry Hoover of the Gangster Disciples and Jeff Fort of the Black Peace Stones, remain incarcerated, being held at the infamous ADX Florence Supermax prison under brutal conditions with minimal human contact. And this just goes to show you how serious the authorities were about making examples of the people who founded and led America's most infamous gangs. But it wasn't just locking up the leaders that led to the collapse of the well-organized gangs of Chicago. Secondly, in the year 2000, the Chicago Housing Authority began a project titled the Plan for Transformation. This plan called for the demolition of almost all of the large public housing projects in Chicago, which had served as the primary locations for the city's most profitable and strategically protected drug marketplaces. And by the end of the 2000s, almost all of these projects had been demolished, and the former residents from them were completely displaced and spread out between various different neighborhoods. This disrupted the established gang territories and unsettled their long-standing order, as members of different gangs were now suddenly living in the same neighborhoods. These demolitions would also take down the so-called Randolph Towers, sometimes referred to as the Met Building, at 6217 South Calumet Avenue in 2006. These projects, which are still marked by an empty lot close to the modern-day Parkway Gardens, aka O-Block. This building used to be a Black Disciple stronghold where many of the main characters of this story spent their early years, before their families dispersed to various different South Side neighborhoods. Now, this just goes to show you how the demolition of these project buildings in many ways was a symbolic demolition of the legacy of Chicago's gangs and their well-organized structures, as destroying these buildings pretty much destroyed the connection between many of the gang members and the leadership that were based there. This caused the young members to create completely new alliances that perhaps contradicted their former gang associations. But there would be another interesting factor that also changed Chicago's gang demographics. Lastly, the crack epidemic, which had provided increasing profits to the gangs and escalated their rivalries, largely ended towards the end of the 90s as the new generations increasingly shunned the drugs that had destroyed their community and turned towards other less harmful and less profitable substances like. Moreover, the large open-air drug markets that the gangs had been operating in their neighborhoods became increasingly unnecessary, as cell phones and the internet provided new technological ways for people to purchase drugs more easily and covertly, which in turn provided new opportunities for more small-scale suburban drug dealers, which actually took away drug revenues from the largely organized gangs that historically sold dope in poorer neighborhoods. Whilst open-air drug markets have to an extent survived on the west side of Chicago, they largely disappeared on the south side, creating a major hole in the profits of most of the gangs operating in these areas. And in the midst of the dwindling drug profits, fractured gang territories, and a leadership crisis, the younger gang members begun to question the established systems and methods of their respective organizations, as well as their own roles within these hierarchies, as these young foot soldiers would be faced with the constant threat of arrest and physical harm in the streets, where they were risking their lives selling drugs and engaging in the escalating gang conflicts. The leaders of these gangs, who were often situated in secure suburban locations or distant state penitentiaries, often assumed relatively small risks in overseeing these new operations, with the kingpins still receiving the majority of the profits but taking very little of the risk. Collectively, these developments laid the foundations for uprisings within the gangs, which eventually shattered their organizational structures during the 2000s before drill music had even emerged. This was followed by individual gang members or small groups increasingly focusing on other ways to make money, such as robbery. This led to the start of what some people have called the stick-up era of the 2000s, which was perhaps most famously exemplified by a violent group of GDs, BDs, and other historic Chicago gang members who joined together under the name the Hobos, a testament to their lifestyle of simply sleeping and robbing. The Hobos cared more about simply taking from people than which historic gangs their members had a heritage in. But while the Hobos and other stick-up crews undoubtedly caused much fear and violence in the aftermath of Chicago's fractured gangland, overall the 2000s saw a significant downturn in Chicago's murder rate, and this was giving the city much needed hope that things were beginning to turn better. But unfortunately, this would turn out just to be the calm before another storm, which would eventually raise violence again to the levels of the mid-90s. But unlike the 90s, when gang wars revolved around strategic issues like control over drug markets or disputes over territory, the motives behind the modern-day gang conflicts seem much harder to pinpoint, with serious beef seemingly based on tit-for-tat revenge killings that played out over the years. The many murders and get-backs between these new generations of gangs have left generational traumas and grudges, creating a cycle of violence that seems impossible to stop, leaving gangs motivated to kill purely for revenge rather than being motivated by money like they were back in the day. And this is further exacerbated by the fact that there's now an astonishing number of small gang sets that live incredibly close to each other, commonly lacking any sort of real leadership structure that usually would assert control over the violence in the streets. This means that any interpersonal conflict between two members of different gang sets can at any point flame up into a full-blown war due to the ill-considered actions of just one or two people. Such conflicts have become increasingly likely in the age of social media that gang members commonly use to diss each other, not to mention the music, where the taunting of rival gang sets and their murdered members often takes particularly aggressive and disrespectful forms. In the 2010s, Chicago drill music would emerge, and drill music would not only give listeners a window into the criminal underworld in Chicago for the first time ever, but it would also give those members involved in the gang wars a megaphone to broadcast boastful accounts of their activities in the streets, with the songs constantly including insulting disses towards their opposition and murdered rivals. Now, whether or not you believe the music itself is fueling the gang wars, there's no denying that for those living in the gang-infested streets of Chicago, the music has become a notice board for local gangs to claim responsibility for the brazen murders that they've committed, taunting their ops in front of an audience of thousands, sometimes millions. This is the environment where the young members of 600 grew up and eventually made their names, both in the streets and in the city's newly booming music scene. And in the years that would follow, members of the newly formed street gang 600 would become infamous in the streets of Chicago, not just for the deadly violence they carried out in the streets, but also the brazen music they made, bragging about it for the whole world to hear. 600's hood is located in the southwest corner of Washington Park and is part of the Washington Park neighborhood. More specifically, they roughly claim the area between 59th and 61st Street and between King Drive and Indiana Avenue, with some of their main hangouts having been around the corners of 60th and King Drive, 60th and Indiana, and 59th and Calumet Avenue. The name 600 derives from a few things, the main one being that the numbered streets in Chicago's south side are often used by gang sets to represent themselves by adding a 0 in front or at the end of the number. 600's main street is the 60th Street, with members referring to themselves as 600 or 060.
That's what it is. Now, when you say 600, what that exactly stand for, man?
600, like, you know what I'm saying? The 600 is the block I'm from, you know? You know what I'm saying? 60, man, 060, 600, rear range, you know what I'm saying? 600, man, you know, it's just 600, 600.
However, the name can also be seen to have other associations.
Who decided, like, all right, we're gonna call it 600? So I ain't even gonna be fake. What I did, how I know it, bro, like, the day that I seen E-Day first said the word 600 out of his mouth, folks in the Rondo, the whole sick folk, Mimo, I think Mimo was with them. Yeah, it was bro, they was walking, coming from Prairie, and it looked like it was about 100 of they little ass, bro, on folks and them. So we like, who the that? Then I started seeing faces of the big guys, like Mimo age. So I'm, oh, that's for that. He didn't get that. Yeah, that's less 600. We 600 deep. We woo.
It's also worth mentioning that 600 has a close relationship with the Lamron set from Inglewood, which is about 1.5 miles southwest from their block. Lamron are best known for the famous rappers that hail from there, Lil Durk and Lil Reese. And Lamron is actually known to rep the number 300, with 3 being a significant number for Black Disciples, which both Lamron and 600 primarily are. The name 600 is quite literally 300 twice, as Chief Keef would rap in his 2013 song Nice, where he claimed affiliation with both Lamron and 600. That's also how 600 rapper E-Day would rep his hood in the infamous drill classic War. But before fans of drill music came to know 600 in the early 2010s, that neighborhood and the gang set that ran those streets was commonly known as Brick City, with the name actually being inspired by the brick paved alleyways that can be seen in the area.
The bricks is the 59, you know what I'm saying? So it's like Brick City, if you came in our hood, it's like the alley is like bricks, like real bricks, not even like cement, bricks in our alley. So like Funny was on some Brick City, and we was like the younger version of Brick City.
The back of our eye, so you know how the old town roads used to be brick pavements. They they just changed it literally like a few months ago, bro. Our whole alley from 59th all the way to 58th was like that still, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's how they brick city type. And then we got to give a props to our females started our for real. They used to walk block to block and beat the out of people, beat up and everything. Brick city, and now it's coming looking for us, and we don't even know what's going on. Like that's really start cracking in our. Then it was going on with us fighting, but yeah, we was Brick City, bro.
Now, the members of Brick City were a mixture of GDs and BDs, which was somewhat common for sets during the years following the demolition of the large project buildings that forced many gang members to move to new neighborhoods, which would place BDs and GDs side by side in the same streets.
Was Brick City originally GDs?
Originally GDs? It's a lot of the older guys who was GDs. I'll say that, because now you can't say that, because a lot of them come from 59, come from the 6217 building, Calumet, you know, from projects, and that was a BD building. So it was mixed.
It's like our neighborhood though. It's like one of the only neighborhoods in our area that's got more than one gang. Where I come from is GDs and BDs. We might got some stones over here.
Apparently the members of Brick City would often go and hang around the 61st Street, where their hood borders with the hood of another set called Front Street, which at the time was actually known as Dipset, taking its name from the legendary 2000s rap group from New York called Dipset or the Diplomats.
Back then, before all this 600 got made, it was just everybody hanging on Front Street for real, like what used to be called Dipset. It was all us running through that, and then we all made our own ways to hoods that's right next to each other.
Front Street, aka Dipset, is perhaps best known for the drill legend Fredo Santana, who was also a close associate of 600.
Where TV, man, this Dipset, 51st and Chicago, you know, 61 Dipset, you know, we out here. The original Santana from Chicago, you feel me?
MySpace ass video.
In fact, Fredo Santana's artist name was also inspired by the rapper Joel Santana from Dipset, who also inspired Fredo's habit of rocking bandanas, with him sometimes even being referred to by the nickname of Bandana. Now, Brick City and later 600 was also seemingly close with the nearby Black Disciple gang set O Block from the nearby Parkway Gardens projects, which is less than a mile from 600's hood. Now, court documents from the murder trial of FBG Duck would actually reveal that the affiliation between O Block and Brick City, or 600 as it was somewhat prematurely labelled in court documents, might actually go back as far as 2007. At the time, O Block was still known as Wick City, WIC meaning wild, insane, and crazy, with the letter I multiplied 3 times to highlight their identity as Black Disciples. Now, this old poster from around 2011 would actually showcase the alliance between Brick City and Wick City, with it including many names of Brick City members who would later form 600. This includes guys like E-Day, C-Day, Domo, Lil Boo, Booker, Inky D, Manny, Davon, who would later become known as D-Thang, as well as Stello and Young F, aka Young Famous. The poster also mentions Keef, as in Chief Keef, who was indeed seemingly close with Brick City members even before 600 was formed. And this can even be heard in his 2010 song, My Partner Dem, where a young Chief Keef actually shouts out numerous sets that he was affiliated with, including Brick City. In an old video, Chief Keef can even be seen filming himself while walking in the streets with Brick City members rolling through their hood. Now, this This poster also mentions a group called the Bezel Boys. This was a rap crew from Brick City who were actually the precursors to the numerous rappers that 600 would eventually produce, with this group being made up of Young Famous, Huncho Hudo, and Chief Rio, who would all later go on to rep 600. Now unfortunately, most of their old songs and music videos have seemingly been scraped from the internet, except some of their really early collaborations with Chief Keef. But even before the Bezel Boys were seemingly officially formed, they and other Brick City members were already repping their set in songs, like in this 2009 Soulja Boy's Turn My Swag On remix by Young Famous, Huncho Hudo, and E-Day. But Brick City seemingly also had many enemies. In fact, before Lil Durk and Lamron would become close with members from 600, Lamron was seemingly having a beef with Brick City as Lil Durk would diss them on his 2009 song R.I.P. Mo. In another example of Brick City's beefs, at the beginning of one of the early music videos of rapper FBG Duck, who repped the set STL, and are allied with another crew called EBT, with their combined name STL EBT standing for St. Lawrence and Everhart Avenues, that run along 63rd. On this song, Duck and his friends can be heard dissing Brick City whilst repping another set from the area called MOB, who have had a long-standing beef with Brick City and later on 600.
Shout out MOB, man. What photo, man? What number, man? You already know, man. We in this man. They drilling you. Brick City, man. That's how I'm gonna start doing it, Bricks, man. City, shout out MOB. Crazy, man. Shout out to Terrorized, man. Shout out on top.
Also in 2011, a classic piece of drill culture was recorded when members of STL EBT, together with members of other sets like Gyro City, another nearby gang who have also had a long-standing beef with Brick City and 600, would film themselves mobbing through the neighborhood.
There we go. We out here, man. We out here, Stu.
That Wooski?
L's up, man. We die here, man. We die wild. We do all that, man. Big L's. Big L's, like the rock, what it do, Stu? You already know what the it is, man. We out here. Pulling them out here, man. Hey, DJ!
During this video, they would actually spot a cop car, and the person filming would shout out the Chicago PD for killing Chief Keef.
Shout out CPD, man. They killed Chief Keef.
Because this vlog was actually filmed at a time when a rumor was going around that Chief Keef had actually been killed in an armed altercation with the police, with that rumor actually inspiring his later mixtape title Back from the Dead. Later in this video, the gang would actually run into another police patrol who actually diss their ops over the megaphone, shouting F Brick City, which causes the young gang members to go crazy.
CPDK, man.
That's crazy.
Now this video goes to show you just how deeply invested the local police are in the local gang politics. Eventually, coming into the 2010s, there begun to also be other gangs that youth from the area would begin to rep. The younger guys from Brick City's hood would begin to create their own little cliques around middle school age, and one such clique would seemingly be called Bang City, using the same BC initials as Brick City. The guys from the area would also use the initials BCMG for Bang City Money Gang, and some of the older guys would even make and post music under the BCMG name around 2010, with Tay 600 suggesting that they could have been going as early as 2009. But in the early 2010s, there was also another, much more serious set that began forming in the neighborhood, 600. As early member Tay 600 will tell the story, 600 actually got started due to some of the youngsters not feeling respected by the Brick City's older members, making them want to be their own bosses. Particularly one of them, who had older brothers in Brick City, would turn out to have the experience and leadership qualities needed to form his own set in the streets. That young man was Devon, aka D-Thang.
It came to a point where, you know, D-Thang was really on his, he was out here, you know what I'm saying? And he really couldn't be Brick City like his big brothers really was, you know what I'm saying? Because he really was young, you know what I'm saying? Like, folks getting that, man, he out here, you know what I'm saying? He like, all right, okay. Folks really came out and started trying to put his own shit together, folks. D-Thang used to be a who, like I said, he led by example. Like, that's what I fell in love with about D-Thang, man. I feel like he was never a who would steer his in the wrong way. He'd never, like, try to tell you to do nothing that he wouldn't do, type like, and that's some shit that everybody was able to get behind, or just I feel like everybody was able to get behind, but that really resonated with me. D-Thang was like a triple threat, man. Like, anything he put his mind to, you know what I'm saying, like, anything he tried to put his mind to, he was good at. Hooping, football, getting big, shooting at ops, Like, it's just anything he wanted to do, man. Like, anything Shorty wanted to do, he was doing it at the best it could be done on phone, like, at the highest level.
Was doing D-Thing was really like, not Dirk brother, our D-Thing.
But all right, that's a good thing that you said that, because back in the day, I always used to get D-Thing, Dirk brother, and y'all D-Thing confused, because everybody used to, on the internet, there's a lot of videos.
And now we got a Bronx D-Thing too. Even more confusing.
So everybody get their names from the right.
Who was D-Thing to y'all? Because it seemed like D-Thing and Lil Boo get like a lot of respect.
So it's different because D-Thing technically died in my arms, so it's different with me, bro. That's my real brother. Like, we used to go to parties and dance with take our shirt off and be rolling and freaking on part. Like, that's my real brother. Like, besides the savage he did, like Shorty was really like that, to sleep under a motherfucking porch and knock you down type. Like, he was one of them faces, savage, heinous, like, but you would never look at him and think that, because he, feel me, that he a good-hearted, but for the that we had going on, he live and died at 600, and you feel me, we gotta always get 3 times that's his D-Thing 3 times, bro. We gotta give him his props. His brother M-Thing, his brother Trigger, his brother Damo, his brother.
D-Thang, together with his right-hand man Little Boo, would begin recruiting other guys from their hood, with some of the earliest members of 600, including guys like Manny, Inky D, Lil Boo, D-Thang, C-Day, AK, Kuda, and Booker, who many fans of Lil Durk now know for signing with his OTF label, with more early members including older guys like Trigger, M-Thang, and Domo, who were all actual blood brothers of D-Thang. There was also Baldy, allegedly an original member of Dipset or Front Street, as well as Shaq, Shark on Land, and of course the Bezel Boys, Young Famous, Huncho Hudo, and Rio, the latter of whom also reps the Squirt Town set, as well as Rio's brother Jizzle, although Jizzle is often considered to simply be an affiliate, with his original set being Squirt Town. Then there were younger guys such as Boss Moo, who is also a brother of Inky D and Manny, and would later become associated with Chief Keef's Glow Gang crew. There's also Lil D, another younger member. Then there's Dro Philly, Trix, Face, Waldo, Lil Steve, and Porky, who was often considered to be the youngest member of 600. 600 also had notorious shooters like McAdoo, aka Macaduya, 60, and Just Blow, who's another 600 member who would later become heavily associated with Lil Durk and OTF, although his input as a rapper was largely inconsistent. There's also Blasters, with the names of these two, Just Blow and Blasters, pretty much speaking for themselves. Then there's Cap 12, Bite Down, and of course D Rose, who would end up becoming one of the most infamous shooters in Chicago drill history, due to his young age and look, combined with the numerous shout-outs that he got by early drill legends like Chief Keef and Lil Durk, who usually rapped about this baby-faced assassin as one of the first shooters that they would call if they needed some muscle. Later on, King Von would commonly mention D Rose in his songs, who unfortunately at that point was already fighting very serious charges despite his young age. In fact, whilst King Von himself was mainly known for going hard for his hood, O-Block, he should also be mentioned in the list of infamous shooters for 600, as a young King Von was known to hang out with members of 600 damn near every day, as he tweeted in 2012. Von would often also claim to be a 600 member in his old tweet.
Okay, I was about to say, I hope this ain't about to go into like a
tweets, even dissing their ops for them. Recently, in the trial against members of O-Block that were charged with the murder of FBG Duck, even court documents would highlight Von's association with both O-Block and 600, mentioning how he had both sets tattooed on him. And lastly, while many in 600 have dabbled with rapping, there would be certain rappers who would end up making the Team 600 one of the biggest things to ever come out of the early drill scene, including one of the early pioneers of drill music, E-Day, who was arguably not only amongst the first ever drill rappers, but who also specifically took dissing and disrespecting his ops to whole new levels with songs like War that he released in 2014. This would likely inspire Chief Keef to drop a song with the exact same name only a few days later, equipped with equally disrespectful lyrics. Then there's also S-Dot, who was one of the first rappers out of 600, as well as Mimo 600, who is the big brother of Lil Steve, and who has also been associated in the past with Lil Durk's OTF label. Mimo began rapping somewhat later than many of the other members from 600, but he has since created considerable fame through both rapping and his social media antics. Then you've got people like 600 Breezy, who would end up getting the rap game's most valuable cosign in 2015, when Drake would suddenly follow him on Instagram, leading to the two working together on several occasions.
What's the deal with you and Drake?
Like,
I see he's following you.
Yeah,
on Instagram.
It's crazy because Drake, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't catch a lot of stuff because, you know, my followers are starting to go up now. So, you know, I was just pushing to get 10K. I'm almost at 70K now. So it's like, that's a lot of stuff I don't see and I don't miss. Well, that I do miss. So when he followed me, like, it was just fans just steady commenting like, man, do you know Drake follows you? Drizzy follow you, boy, Drake follow you, Breezy, you up next, boy, you on the way. So I'm, hell no, you know, Drake ain't follow me. I go to his page, you know what I'm saying, go to his followers, Right at the top, 600 Breezy. Oh, shit.
I'm saying, what song did he work
Last
with
but
Drake?
certainly not least, there are the young'uns, who together would
remember
arguably go
rapping
the
with
hardest
Drake.
to rep Team 600, both in the
I
booth
remember a
and
voice-
in the
a
streets.
voice
This includes
message.
Tay 600, who nowadays goes by Tay Capone, as well as C-Day, who is just as well known for being a rapper as well as being a shooter in the streets. And that also goes for Rondo Number 9, as well as LA Capone, who was commonly seen as one of the most charismatic and promising talents to ever rise from the Chicago drill scene. Lastly, as an honorable mention, it's hard to talk about the rappers repping 600 without mentioning perhaps the most important person in the history of drill music, Chief Keef. While Keef has been more closely associated with O Block, where his mother lived, and Front Street, where his grandmother lived, he was also known to often move around Lamron and 600 and would heavily rep all of these hoods in his early music. Chief Keef would also be rapping in one of 600's very first music videos with E-Day and S-Dot, their April 2011 remix of Ace Hood's Hustle Hard, where Keef can actually be seen standing right next to the founder of 600, D-Thang. Not only was this one of the first music videos of 600, but because of the many tragic events that would begin transpiring soon after, it's also one of the very few music videos where most of the 600 members can actually be seen together. In the comments of this video, LA Capone would even chime in, shouting out both 600 and 300, and replying to a comment seemingly getting Chief Keef's affiliations wrong, stating that Chief Keef is in fact 600 too. Together, the rappers of Team 600 would seem unstoppable during the early years of drill music, and between roughly 2011 and 2015, they dropped countless songs that would be considered classics in the Chicago drill genre, and for a good few years, it would seem like nothing could stop 600's rise to the very top. Just like any group of youths, members of 600 would often hang around their neighborhood, getting in all kinds of trouble. Unfortunately, when it comes to the streets, the youth from 600's neighborhood were getting into some more serious stuff than petty theft or antics on social media, but as Tay's story would highlight, they were also getting pulled into the intergenerational cycle of violence that has plagued Chicago's South Side and other poor parts of the city for decades. Members would blend the inherited beefs and gang affiliations from their older family members and people from the neighborhood together with new rivalries that they started themselves. This could be based on something as simple as going to different schools or dating the same girls. In the case of 600, by the beginning of the drill era around 2011 and 2012, this relatively small set had not only formed many alliances with other nearby sets, such as O Block, Front Street, and Lamron, but also many rivalries with the youth from surrounding neighborhoods, which would eventually end up causing their tragic downfall. When it comes to their opposition, members of 600 often mention a set called MOB as one of the earliest and biggest rivalries, going all the way back to when 600 was mainly going by the name Brick City.
Shout out MOB, man. Brick City, man. That's how I'm gonna start.
MOB, which means Mind on Business, was a gang hailing from around 59th Street, particularly around 59th and Wabash and 59th and Michigan.
Okay.
What's up, man? This is the man, man. MOB, man. I'm fooling right here under 59th, man. Right here.
However, their turf would range from roughly 59th or 60th to 57th or 56th.
MOB, man, we from 59 to 57, man.
56 and Wabash, man.
The brother got locked up over here, man. Free Montana, man.
Or the whole block record, catch me at 057 with the red shit.
Nowadays, the younger generation is known to hang around the 56th Street, sometimes also going by the name 6 Block or Scrap Gang. Known best by the rapper Lil Mo, who has raked in millions of views on his music videos in recent years.
You from the south side of Chicago?
Yeah, I'm from 56 in Michigan.
That's what you call MOB?
Yeah, MOB Scrap Gang.
MOB members mainly claim Gangster Disciples and are allied with other GD sets that dominate the area, such as STL, EBT, Geo Drive, and Brick Squad, as well as Jaro City, which is more of a mixed gang set. To signify their alliance with the wider Gangster Disciples, MOB members commonly throw up the rakes, which signal the GD pitchfork symbol. They also commonly crack trays, showing 3 fingers cracked in half as a sign of disrespect to black disciples, who tend to throw up the tray or 3, or the gates, to show their status as BDs. MOB were also close with another set called 051 Young Money from the east side of Washington Park, who are mainly of Mickey Cobra heritage. Besides 600 and Brick City, MOB are also ops with many of 600's allies such as Front Street, O Block, Lamron 300, and THF 46.
Shout out to them from Brick Squad. Shout out
FBG.
Shout out FBG. I too. Double O. Shout out Double O.
Brick Squad.
Shout out Double O. Shout out Duck. Shout out Duck Double O. Motherfucking Lil Mister. Motherfucking Swag. I fuck with Swag. MOB, that's a must. I'm forced to listen to MOB, that's a must. And my Rico, I can't forget my homie Rico. My homie going crazy.
Wise up for Brick Squad.
Going world style
Spread
and talk
Talk.
we go reckless. We out here. BDK the movement. I made that like I'm JoJo. Oh, gee. BDK, man. 600K, man.
Cracking trades, dropping nails, man. Shout out to Burst Squad D Block. What's up? STL, what up? Throw up your L's, man. That L's too, man. She don't even know what's going on, but it's real.
Gotta get the OPSO camera, man. Gotta get this.
Hey, we back on the block. Where Dusky go? He more big cracking trades, man.
How you went that way?
You already know. That L's to Lamron, man.
BDK, man.
BD's now 75, man. I'm fine while we out.
It's only two police.
Ain't nothing bigger than a bomb, man.
It's 2010 like a motherfucker.
I got them on camera.
Oh, no.
Hey, but we down here. We're tuned with that, man.
How you know, man? It's MOB shit, man. Shout out to Burst Squad, STL, man. We out
Yeah,
here,
Ruka.
man. Mama found that shit. Man, we so BDK over there, man.
Wait till all this new shit drop.
In fact, whilst the teenage female shooter KI was commonly considered to have been one of the suspects in the killing of O.D. Perry, which O-Block is actually named after, there are also strong rumours that it was in fact members of MOB who did the infamous murder that created the O. This also seems to be what MOB's probably most popular rapper Ruger refers to in his song Exposing Me remix with FBG Duck when he raps that his ops don't even know who made the O. According to some sources, MOB was originally a much larger set with more members that was named M-Town. M-Town would then eventually transform into MOB as younger members got more active in the streets. And as the drill movement began gaining national and global popularity in 2012, members of MOB would also attempt to create their own wave in music, as well as even posting numerous vlogs about their antics in the hood, providing one of the rawest windows into the environment where these lost youths were growing up.
Leaving the block, man. MOB shit. Finna go to my Kenny Brown crib, booger. On MOB TV. Flat on MOB TV.
I like that, man.
You like this? Talk to them. You flat.
Man.
Talk to them, bro. MOB. MOB crazy, man. This going on the MOB blog. I think this number 3. I hate this motherfucking school, boy. On Junebug, boy. Thornwood High School.
Coming in, dude.
Squad, man.
Wait a minute.
Unfortunately, despite MOB having undeniable talent in rap and dropping some of the hardest early drill anthems, their members would ultimately have to wait years to gain any considerable success in music. Some of the most well-known rappers from MOB include guys like the rapper Ruger, who became a household name after his song GD Anthem went viral in 2021, landing him a spot on the long-awaited Donda album with Kanye West. However, Ruger had at that point already been rapping for about 10 years, dropping numerous songs with other MOB members in the beginning of the drill movement, while also collaborating with rappers like his cousin FBG Duck from the STL EBT set on 63rd, and more recently with guys...
Them niggas was turning up the Chief Keef. I thought he was gonna explain something, but he didn't. But never mind. Fuck it.
It's like Lil Mo from the new generation of MOB. Then there's Scrap, the little brother of Ruger, one of the alleged top shooters of MOB. There's also Dusky, aka Dusky the Man, another very talented rapper who had been putting out music since the beginning of the drill movement. Then you've got Beans, who is also known as a feared shooter, Buki, who would actually be the one to vlog MOB's early antics, as well as guys like Bebe, Jamo, Lil Shan, Cleon, Nut, and White Girl, who was more like an affiliate rather than a full member, but like with many of these gang beefs, it's not clear exactly why MOB and 600 begun hating each other at the very start. According to some sources, tension between these two sets was inherited due to 600 being affiliated with Front Street, aka Dipset, who MOB was already at war with since the early 2000s. The war between Front Street and MOB, or M-Town, would seemingly begin to affect the younger generation of MOB around 2007, when their friend, a 14-year-old boy called Junebug, was killed in a drive-by shooting. In online speculation, this murder has been pinned on several different sets, one of those being Front Street. According to these rumors, Baldy, who would eventually become heavily affiliated with both Front Street and 600, was involved in the murder. However, members of MOB would deny Front Street's involvement, as later, when police reports about Junebug's murder came public, it appeared that the most likely suspect was a man called Cabbage, real name Julian Myers, who according to the police was a black disciple. However, there is seemingly no agreement between online sleuths about which set Cabbage belonged to, with some claiming Blackgate, while others claiming it could be another gang. MOB has also seemingly given conflicting messages about Junebug's murderer by wearing custom tribute shirts that sometimes imply that Blackgate was responsible, while other times implicating other sets, including 600, by wearing shirts that say RIP Junebug, F Steve Drive, with Steve Drive being another nickname for 600 that they would adopt over the years. In fact, in King Von's music video for the song War With Us, a 600 member Cap 12 can even be seen wearing a headband that says F Junebug. However, other sources like to point out that when 600 was first formed, many of the members were as young as 13, and some were at this point actually friends with the younger MOB members.
I seen in an interview you had mentioned that a lot of your ops you used to be friends with when you were kids.
I
How
knew that.
old were
I
you
swear
when
I
you
knew
met
that.
Scrap?
Cause ain't no way. I'm talking about in all a 2 mile radius. All in a 2 mile radius.
Scrap. Oh, Scrap from MOB. Man, I was young as hell, man. Me and Scrap was probably like, man, I was like, how old you is when you were in like 5th or 4th grade?
Is that like 10?
Yeah, cause Scrap, then that's why I be saying this is what was preparing me for gang. Like, I was going to school, and matter of fact, this before then, that was before even that. But like me and Scrap, we just met because, like I said, a lot of the odds before we was actually in tour with them. We just used to how can I say, like we used to go to a lot of functions with them. Like we had this place called the Center. It was a Boys and Girls Club, and they was like going too.
Some of the 600 members were even originally affiliated with members from MOB. For example, as MOB members have often pointed out, McAdoo went to school with them despite being from 600's hood. And according to MOB members, he actually used to be a GD before flipping to be a BD and joining 600. According to Tay 600, the friction between MOB and 600 began as a rather harmless rivalry between their schools, but then slowly evolved into a full-blown war.
And like, this was like my homie Mac, he was going to school with them, they was all going to Carter, which was a school that as we got a little older, my school and his school was in tour with each other. Like we would do school fights and shit like that. Mac, like I told you, he our homie from my way, but he was going to school with them. And it was like, the tension was slowly but surely building. You feel me? It was slowly but surely building to the point where we like steady telling Mac, like, bro, it's finna get to a point where it's about to be us or them with you. You know what I'm saying?
Some Chiracologists have even claimed that it was McAdoo who started the war by shooting up a party where MOB members were present. Another version of the events has been told by the father of Scrap and Ruger, Big Les, who said in a 16-shot interview that the war actually kicked off due to Scrap getting into a fight with Bite Down.
And Brick told me this before he died. And he said, Les, he said, cuz, I told Zach TV how that war really kicked off with us and 600 and them. And he said he didn't put that part out, but he said that war really kicked off with my son Scrap, with 600 and all them. That's how it really kicked off. You know what I'm saying? So I was there, I saw all that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And like I said, this would probably Tay got everything mixed up at is when my son got into a Bite Down from 600. And they had a fight, so he come in the house. And when he come in the house, he had a little scar on his face. So I said, what's wrong with you? I was about to leave. Yo, man, I just got into a Bite Down, and at the Center, they used to play ball on 62nd and Wabash. So I said, what? So I said, what Machiavelli was that? Now, Machiavelli 600. Now, this my son homie, supposed to be his homie. Yeah. Like, best friend, like they supposed to be, you know. And I said, well, yeah, he across the street. So I go across the street and there's a bunch of them over there. Tay probably was over there. So when I went over there, I said to them, I said to Machiavelli, what happened, Machiavelli? You let them try to jump on Brian? He, oh no, Pops, wasn't nothing I can do. But Brian at 14, when you went to the same school he went to, Carter. You used to hang with Brian. You slept in my house. you hung with Brian. So when y'all all in the hallway, you wasn't even hanging with 600 like that. So he hear you upstairs on the 3rd floor. They getting at you. You know what I'm saying? He run all the way upstairs. He tell them people, man, look, if y'all touch him, y'all gotta touch me, man. You feel me? So he stood on that. But, you know, that's just what happened, man. You know, we can't control what our kids do.
Most likely, the real reason for the war is somewhere in between the inherited beefs from the older members and affiliates, as well as the interpersonal conflicts that escalated throughout the years. Anyway, MOB are far from the only enemies of 600. 600's other major rivalry was arguably with the gang 051 Young Money. However, unlike MOB and most other rival as well as affiliate sets of 600, 051 Young Money doesn't hail from either Washington Park or the Woodlawn neighborhoods, but is actually entirely on the other side of Washington Park, a neighborhood called Bronzeville, which in Chicago is better known as the Low End. Named after the lower number of streets and the lowly status of the area in the past when it was filled with the enormous public housing projects such as the infamous Robert Taylor homes, 051 Young Money is roughly between the 51st and 48th streets from Ellis Avenue to Forestville Avenue, with their main spot being around the 51st and Cottage Grove area, particularly the shopping plaza there, where many of their members could often be seen hanging out on social media.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
051 Young Money, often called simply 051 or Young Money, allegedly got started in the late 2000s, coinciding with the death of a young man from the area called Zico, real name Isaiah Walker.
They call me Lil Zico, everybody know me. I ain't never shot a gun, but I stay with the heat.
Zico was tragically shot in 2008 by a young man named Aki Walton, who was affiliated with the nearby BD set 46 Terror that would later become known as THF 46, a set that also has very close ties with 600.
No, it ain't started yet. No, there you go, right there. Go ahead.
46 Tower, man. Check it out. Get your 46 Tower, man. Some off 43rd, man. Young Money, man. Young Money. Kill about everybody, man. We 46 to the dirt. Oh, we die 5, yeah. We die 5 in this, man. Man, crazy. Man, Young Money, man.
Due to Zico's death, 051 has also gone by the name Zico
That's how I
World.
know that nigga was still a little kid a little bit. He did all that gangster shit. Powerful. Oh shit.
Shawty, man. Shawty gone. Folks got him up out of there, man.
This ain't no damn Zico rail, man. This Wall Hood, man, and Cardtown, and Keep Zone, man.
When it comes to repping the historical gangs of Chicago, 051 are generally considered to be a set who primarily rep the gang the Mickey Cobras, named after the legendary Chicago gangster Henry Mickey Cogwell. However, like many modern Chicago sets, 051 members rep and have repped several different gangs over the years, including gangs like the Black P Stones, Gangster Disciples, and even the Black Disciples, despite many of the members also considering themselves BDK or Black Disciple Killers, particularly due to THF 46 being predominantly made up of BDs.
Say it again, he what? One of the most reckless BDs out here. But I'm BDK. But he BDK. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. That's my right Twin Tower shit. Hold on. No. Lil' bro. Reckless BD. BDK.
Moreover, despite 051 being a majority Mickey Cobras, they also identify as MCK or Mickey Cobra Killers due to the fact that THF 46 also has many members that rep that gang. Due to these complex affiliations and rivalries, 051 are generally considered to be so-called renegade Mickey Cobras, GDs, BDs, and P-Stones, meaning that they consider themselves separate from any larger alliances with these gangs and will go to war with anyone, even people that rep those same gangs as them. 051 members are also known to throw up a Y to signify the Young Money part of their set, which to the average observer looks like the devil-horned hand sign popularized by heavy metal groups, but with the knuckles face forwards instead of the palm. Their ops, on the other hand, would often drop the Y, doing that sign upside down and saying Die Y to disrespect members of Young Money. However, some of these ops may also be affiliated with other sets that throw up the Y, such as the set TYMB, who also throw up the Y. Sometimes you might even have people in the very same picture both throwing up the Y and dropping the Y. And 051's ops might also drop the 5 by holding 5 fingers down, which can be seen as a disrespect towards the 5 in 051, as well as the Mickey Cobras, who actually belong to the People's Nation Gang Alliance, which is represented by a 5-point star. Members of 600 might additionally hold up the middle finger, which can be seen to disrespect both Mickey Cobras and 051 specifically, as in 5 and 1. with the number of digits being held up totaling 6 that also represents the 6 from 600. Now 600 members often also say that they're Die 5, another way of showing the same disrespect, although OG 600 member D Rose was apparently originally part of the Folly Boys set, who are also Black P Stones and part of the People Nation.
Off the loud, man. Big thing. Off the loud. That's the voice, man. That's the voice. Tell me, shawty, man. Hey, no, man. I'm high as a motherfucker right now, man. Next summer, man, I'll be dread here, shawty, man. Period, man. Shout out to all my man, 600, man.
I'm doing my GDK crazy.
GDK to the
So they put me in.
600.
Look in my watch.
Shout out to Bank City.
Hey, yeah, look, y'all, look. When I die, put that 6 in my watch, alright?
Alright, man. Hell, we Die 5 on here.
No, we not.
Stop saying that. I'm Die 5.
Anyway, some of the most prominent 051 members include Melly, who is considered to be one of the most notorious people in the Chicago drill scene. Allegedly a prolific killer for the gang, he has a rumored body count approaching double digits and is considered the #1 shooter for 051. There's also Lil Mark, who made a name for himself in the early drill scene by releasing several songs and music videos that became drill classics, including Zico World and No Competition, which is a remix of Lil Durk's song Competition, as well as also being famous for apparently being the brother of a GD who was infamously killed by the name of Tuka. There's also Driller, who is known as both a rapper and a shooter, Kidda, who was known primarily as a shooter, but recently has begun rapping following his release from prison after a lengthy sentence. However, things could have gone very differently for Kiddo, who seemingly in 2010 was planning a rap career under the name Lil 1017, undoubtedly influenced by Gucci Mane and his 1017 Brick Squad crew.
Yo. What's good, man? This your boy Lil Kiddo from Lil 1017, man. Hanging out with some friends today, man, since it's 4th of July. But ain't really going on, man. Just low-key chilling. So, hit me up.
Where you from?
I'm from Chicago. We
So what y'all do for, that's all we doing?
We rap, man. So, I'm a rapper from Chicago.
Other well-known members include guys like Rose, Boom, and Montana, who have all released numerous songs. There's Aero, Preboy, T-Streets, Polo, Big A, Lil Mick, Rocco, aka Rockhead, Melly's brother, Woo, and Fathead, aka Fats, who can be seen in some of the earliest music videos of 051, before sadly he would become one of the first casualties of this gang war at just age 14. Besides their long-lasting feud with THF-46, 051 Young Money has also beefed some of the other low-end sets like So Icy, which would in 2010 turn into Welch World after the murder of their beloved member Anthony Welch. And this is famously the set that Tay Savage reps. But 051 have also since the early 2010s been beefing with numerous sets from the Washington Park and Woodlawn neighborhoods, particularly Black Disciples, such as Wick City, aka O Block, and Blackgate, which is a set located less than a mile from 600's hood around the Garfield Boulevard, aka 55th Street and Indiana Avenue. This set, which has in drill culture received relatively little attention beyond just a few rappers like SD from Chief Keef's early Glory Boys movement, got its name from the black gates that surround many of the buildings in Chicago. These beefs with the BDs from further away seemingly stem from 051 having already clicked up with some rival sets in the area, starting with sets like the Met Boys from the west side of the Washington Park, who also hang along the 51st Street and whose hood is located near Blackgate's hood. The two sets would go under the moniker YMMB, or Young Money Met Boys, and eventually members of 051 would also seemingly become very close with sets like Jaro City, Geo Drive, and MOB, getting them entangled in the gang wars in this area. Now, many think that the direct beef between 051 and 600 began in 2011, after D-Thang shot at 051 members, but the reasons for this are actually unknown. However, what we do know is that eventually things escalated to the point where 051 became one of 600's biggest enemies. But 051 and MOB are far from the only famous gangs that 600 have had beef with. As already mentioned, besides these two sets, MOB and 051 Young Money, 600 has been beefing with several other gang sets from around the Washington Park and Woodlawn areas, including already mentioned sets like Jaro City, SDLEBT, Taekwon World, and Geo Drive. Many of these beefs likely started due to interpersonal or intergenerational feuds between the various members, while also being caused by the BD versus GD gang war that had been brewing in the area for decades. But things would reach boiling point around 2012 after the massive publicity received by the beef between the new Southside rap superstars Lil Durk, Lil Reese, and Chief Keef and the BD sets that they represented, with then going to war with the up-and-coming GD rapper Lil Jojo from a set called 069 Brick Squad, who actually unified the GD side of the gang war with his BDK or Black Disciple Killer movement, made famous by his song of the same name. The song BDK ultimately brought a lot of negative attention on Jojo, culminating in his tragic murder in 2012.
Jojo gave a lot of that was like BDK low-key, or that was like BDK was scared to see it. He gave them a leg to stand on. Like, he made BDs that, I mean GDs or that I didn't even know was with that type of movement come out and be like, yeah, BDK. Like, start finding out who was really BDK after he came out with that, like, damn, you BDK, damn, what happened? Like, you feel me? Like, we real live. Like, we real live. They had a whole, yes, Max, no cap. They had a whole BDK Friday movement. They started creating their own lingo. Like, he gave them, like, hope, bro. Like, this is why one thing I say, I think if JoJo was alive, he would have been Sosa for the ops. He might be Sosa for the ops still right now. You know what I'm saying? As far as like what he meant and the effect that he had on what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like he might be Chief Keef of the ops. You know what I'm saying? Because he gave them that spark. He gave them that hope. He gave them every little piece of energy that they needed to really compete with us. He was giving it to them. He was giving it to the ops. Like, we don't gotta click. We don't gotta be scared to beef with these. We don't gotta be scared to war on songs with these. We could make hotter songs than these. We could do bigger shit than these. Like, he gave the ops hope.
However, Brick Squad, or JoJo World as it became known after his death, is actually not located in Washington Park or Woodlawn, but over 2 miles southwest from 600's hood in the infamous Inglewood neighborhood, more specifically around 69th Street and Eggleston Avenue, where one of the reportedly worst high schools in America, the notorious Robeson High School, used to be, before it was finally closed in 2018. Now, as I've discussed in depth in my Gangs of Chicago series, the beef between 600 and Brick Squad stems from Brick Squad having a long-lasting feud with the nearby BD set Lamron, that Lil Durk and Lil Reese belong to. Again, like many of the modern Chicago sets that have members that rep several different historical gangs, despite popularizing the BDK movement, Brick Squad has had some BD members too, as well as members claiming several other historical gangs. In fact, Brick Squad identifies as a so-called insane set, particularly Insane GD's D-set Lamron, that Lil Durk and Lil Reese belong to. Again, like many of the modern Chicago sets that have members that rep several different historical gangs, despite popularizing the BDK movement, Brick Squad has had some BD members too, as well as members claiming several other historical gangs. In fact, Brick Squad identifies as a so-called insane set, particularly Insane GDs, which generally means they aren't opposed to going to war with other GDs too. With all of this just going to show you how confusing the modern gang alliances in Chicago can really be. Jaro City is another set that's beefing with 600, who have a complex makeup but have still been largely unified behind the BDK movement. Now, the name Jaro honors their member who was killed in 2005, real name Jarvis Smith, before uniting under the name Jaro City, this hood having several smaller sets such as ABM, COB, BSG, Darkside, and Outlaws. These sets were made up of both GDs and BDs, with some of the sets repping one or the other, whilst others having members from both. Jaro City is also close to a set called No Law or Chieftown, who are primarily Black P-Stones. Therefore, there are also Jaro City members who rep Stones. Now, some of the most known and important people to come out of Jaro City for this story are Dome, who is an older and well-respected member in the streets, Tutu, a younger generation shooter, everyone's favourite new Chiracian, the Whoop Man himself, FYBJ Main, and if you did your homework, you would know that he was in fact originally a BD, hailing from the Randolph Towers, also known as the Castle, an infamous BD stronghold where many of the 600 members also grew up in their first years before it was demolished. For example, FYBJ Main was actually pictured together with infamous 600 member C-Day when they were just toddlers. You've also got FBG Butter, an infamous Chicago drill character who's been making a successful comeback in recent years through a string of highly entertaining interviews despite long-standing legal problems that even seemingly forced him to be a witness in the FBG Duck murder trial. Another famous Jaro member is Motor, who is originally from a BD set called the Brain Dead Noodle Knockers, where Brain Dead in essence refers to the same idea of someone being insane, essentially willing to beef with their own set of BDs.
BD Motor, it hit different when it's BD Motor I was with, bro. It hit different. So now we in the club, bro, on phone up doing us on phone up. Motor in there, throwing up the trays. Do your homework on throwing up the trays with one hand and cracking them with the other, like this. It hit different.
What does that mean?
that mean you BD, but you BDK, bro. It hit different, bro.
This term was actually used in early drill culture, popularized particularly by Chief Keef's Glow Gang member Trey Savage, who belonged to a brain-dead set called MTV 079. As explained by FYBJ Main, Mota used to in fact hang out with guys like Lil Durk before the gang war popped off, when he actually ended up taking the opposite side.
Last time I seen Lil Durk, folk, Lil Durk was with Mota, bro. Long live Gyro City Mota, bro. It hit different when Durk was with Gyro City Mota.
You've also got Boobie, who was a well-known girl in the Washington Park and Woodlawn area. Although Boobie was affiliated with Gyro City, it didn't stop guys from rival sets getting romantic with her, particularly Lil Boo from 600. Boobie was well liked all around the Woodlawn and Washington Park neighborhoods, but she also had many enemies, and she was considered to be somebody who would apparently set up ops for Gyro City.
You know, Boobie was a ring. She was like a top op, like top female op, trying to kill her. Niggas was out here looking for Boobie, folks. And we steady telling Lil Boo slow ass, like, folks, you want to be with her when looking for her, find her, folks? Then, well, when looking for her when they find her, what you gonna do? You gonna smoke a motherfucker out, Boobie? Bro, this man was dead ass, like, he loved her. He went backdooring Boobie. He wouldn't even try to get Boobie to backdoor none of the ops. That's how much he loved her. He just wanted her to love, they just wanted to love each other.
And Boobie was also not a stranger to fighting other girls in the neighborhood, as she would seemingly get into fights for having such a broad friend circle. In one old video, Boobie can actually be seen beating up a girl for allegedly disrespecting Tuka. However, Boobie herself was allegedly killed by accident in 2015 during a
I'm talking about, she probably undefeated like a motherfucker.
Drunken shootout incident at a party, but their killer has never been caught. After her death, someone would post from her Twitter account saying how Boobie had even been pregnant with her second child, and implying that people know who killed her, but wouldn't come forward. You've also got Lil Ho, who was a real Gyro City OG, but who would unfortunately end up losing his life during the events of this story after already reaching the age of 44. And lastly, one of Gyro's members by the name of Potty, real name Rodney King, was shot and killed in 2008, with a rumour being that the shooter was actually a prominent member of 600, D-Thang, a major catalyst in the war between these groups, which we'll discuss in more detail later. But anyway, outside of the streets, Gyro City also had members who made music, unsurprisingly dissing their ops and mocking the deceased. For example, despite growing up with many members of 600, FYBJ Main has a long history of dissing 600 and their affiliates in his music, including his song 300 Dead Ops. J-Main can be heard saying he's 600K and claiming he's smoking on Waldo and T-Roy, as well as dissing other dead people and O-Block. Gyro City's main territory has been around 62nd and Vernon, but they virtually share the same territory with a set called Taekwon World, who can be seen as the younger generation of Gyro City. This entire territory roughly covers the area between the 63rd and 60th Streets from King Drive to St. Lawrence. Called Taekwon World, this is a set of primarily gangster disciples and Black P Stones, with the set being named after a 13-year-old Taekwon Tyler, a teenager affiliated with members of Gyro City, who was killed in 2012 when a Gyro member who was targeting members of STL due to an earlier fight at a party accidentally shot Tyler and killed him. Despite this tragic event, Gyro City and Taekwon World remained very close and continued to affiliate with STL, with all three staying united in the war against the BD sets like 600, O-Block, and Lamron. Some of the best known members of this crew include TB, real name Terry Barry, who is believed to have killed King Von's best friend T-Roy from O-Block in 2017, and besides being infamous for his activities in the streets, TB also released several songs as a rapper, with one song being made with another member called Poppy, a track titled Taekwon Way, which now sits at almost 3 million views on YouTube.
Come on, let's keep it all the way funky. I was about to say 55th Street, but I got it off once, so I ain't about to say it again. But anyway, let's keep it all the way real here. If you seen that video, you know what's up.
And the song begins with TB sternly making it known that he's a 600 killer, a Front Street killer, and a Savage Squad killer, with that being another Front Street affiliated set named in honor of Fredo Santana's Savage Squad record label, and being an O-Block killer. Other prominent members of Taekwon World include Poppy, who was gunned down in a brutal assassination while at work, allegedly by members of O-Block as part of their Get Back campaign after T-Roy's murder in 2017. You've also got Richie Jerk, who was the younger brother of Billionaire Black, known as both a rapper and a shooter, until he was unfortunately killed in 2020 by unknown assailants. And then there's Big V, and of course, you've got the gang most infamous for their beef with O-Block, STL EBT, which is a mixture of two primarily gangster disciple sets that have merged. STL, which refers to the St. Lawrence Avenue, and has also been referred to as the St. Lawrence Boys, and EBT, which refers to Eberhard Avenue, More specifically, the main spots of these sets are located around 63rd and St. Lawrence and 64th and Eberhard, with both sets closely linked up and often united as one. As seen in an old clip from an infamous STL member KI, where she claims, "I'm from STL, but I'd be posted on EBT."
These EBT right here, man. I'm from that squad shit, bitch.
I'm from STL, but I be posted on EBT.
Hey, the real is back, man. You already know free C-ball.
Squad.
However, there are also some differences. For example, the STL side also goes by Tukaville to honour their fallen member Tuka, a 15-year-old gangster disciple from the area whose murder would be mocked relentlessly in music from the likes of Chief Keef, King Von, and Lil Durk. Within STL, there is also FBG, or the Flyboy Gang, a group of guys who were particularly interested in rapping. STL key members include KI, who was infamous in the streets of Chicago for being a female shooter, a real rarity in the male-dominated gang wars of Chicago. Another prominent member known for their gunplay was Lil B, who is often mentioned as being one of the biggest savages in drill history. According to these stories, Lil B would even use tactics like walking his dog just to get close enough to his ops to shoot at them. One of these ops was Ocho Munna from O Block, who would tell the story of Lil B almost killing him in an interview years later.
Had a run-in with somebody named Lil B or something, and some crazy happened.
Some went down, man.
What was it, like a shootout? Like what?
Yeah.
What was it?
We was on 63rd. It was me. One of my homies, one of my old homies who was snitching on one of my homies. And we on 63rd. You know, we used to try to steal iPhone. We used to be that we trying to get our high. We out put it at 24. We out there like 7 in the morning. A motherfucker come with a fat. I mean, he had a dog. A motherfucker had a dog. I'm like, what is this with the dog? We instantly. I got a Glory Boy sweater on. This popping. We get on his. Where you from? Woo. He woo. Y'all know my. Ooh, y'all know my uncle Woo from the his name such and such. I'm like, man, you know, he acting like he on the phone. He woo. Y'all see my uncle? We like, no, you feel me? But we all like stand like this. My homie right here, then I'm in the middle, then this other buddy. And he on the phone. Long story short, this pulled his pipe out and shot my homie in his jaw. Like, boom. But I guess he tried to shoot my homie in his head. Damn. So he shot my homie like, boom. My homie took off like, phew, like he didn't get shot. If I'm lying down on my son's soul, up there in my face on my son, and the gun jammed.
Boss Trell, aka BT, was also a known shooter from this area, who would unfortunately end up losing his life early in the war in 2012 under mysterious circumstances far away from his hood. As mentioned, STL EBT also has many members that are rappers known for repping their Flyboy Gang movement, better known as simply FBG. The most known out of these is of course the late great rapper FBG Duck, and other members include his brother FBG Brick, as well as Billionaire Black, who is associated with both STL and Jaro City. There's Wooski, FBG Dutchie, FBG Young, FBG Cash, and, as already mentioned, FBG Butter from Jaro City. FBG have made numerous songs aimed at O Block or Wick City, as well as 600 or Brick City, dating all the way back to 2011 at the very beginning of the drill movement. And their beef in music would seemingly begin with E-Day from 600 dropping his song and first music video, What Up, in April 2011, where he appears to take shots at somebody from the other side, as well as shouting out his home sets, Brick City, Wick City, and 600. Then, later that same month, FBG Duck would drop his first song and music video called While Out. Now, numerous fallen members of the gang can be seen in the video, such as Modale, Dale, Tutu, KI, Boss Trell, and Taekwon. And once again, the track includes lyrics casting doubt on E-Day's reputation in the streets. Then in May, E-Day would drop a music video and a song called F the Other Side, which begins with E-Day listening to two different songs, Stupid Loud by 50 Shots from Jaro, together with Billionaire Black, and While Out by Duck. The song Stupid Loud has since seemingly disappeared from the internet, but from E-Day's video, we can hear Billionaire Black in the back rapping lyrics, "You sneak dissing, I ain't gonna say your name, I ain't trying to give you airtime, you want the fame, 05 what? 45 bust that, bet 05 duck," followed by gun noises. It would seemingly include a snippet of Billionaire Black rapping about how he shoots up their block. While 600 would take 60th Street to be their main street to claim, Brick City at the time was known to rep the 59th Street. And clearly, E-Day took both Billionaire and Duck to diss him. Billionaire Black and Duck were dropping lyrics that seemingly indicated that they had been shooting up 600's blocks. And so E-Day would reply with a much more pointed diss towards Billionaire Black and Duck, as well as other sets like MOB. However, as Billionaire Black would later explain in an interview, Apparently E-Day didn't even realize that Billionaire's beef wasn't with Brick City, but actually 051, who he'd already been beefing with a long time, because he had apparently lived in the low end and repped the set Welch World, which used to go by the name So Icy, as lyrics in 051 Lil Mark's 2011 song Zico World would show.
The song, I say some 45 what? 45 bus, bet 45 duck, don't, like that, boom. The song I was talking about, Young Money, everybody know I've been to a 051 my whole life, you feel me? Like, this sucking dead truck driving fat gonna sit here and get the trolling, go home, make a video, do a diss song off a Lil Wayne beat, bro. And in the video, he played my video saying 05 what? 45 duck. I said, this really this is me. Then he played a song Duck did called Wild Out. This is Duck's first song. Duck actually dissing it. He said that we ain't drilling like we drilling. Is you serious? Going on like Duck went on his first song ever. You feel me? Like, boom. Duck dissing you for real. You mad because I did a song from over here. And you want some clout because I'm buzzing. About 20 now when we just turned. You feel me? He go shoot a video, play my video in the front, play Duck video, and make this little diss song. Then you're black, Mr. Black, I dump it flat. I ain't following all that. He was talking this. You feel me? Like,
you know his lyrics.
I know that. Classic, man.
Nevertheless, the beefing on tracks was now fully on, and only a few days later, Billionaire Black and Duck would release the music video for their song E-Day Is You Serious, going at E-Day directly, as well as more disses towards Brick City and 600 members like Manny and Booker. Then in June, Duck would drop a song and a music video for his track Freestyle, which begins with a clip where STL and MOB members are together dissing Brick City.
And then shout out Brick City, man.
That's how I'm start.
That was followed in July by Dutchy and Young, or DJ and Mello as they would go by at the time, who would put out a video for the song called Hitter Music, where they would diss both Wick City and Brick City. This would be followed by another FBG group track called F the Ops, where Duck and Dutchy would both diss Brick City as well as Wick City and TYMB. FBG Duck, who is one of the most popular artists in Chicago.
Hear me thinking like that whole FTO thing, because recently I've been seeing it within this past, I want to say 2 to 3 years. But anyway, hear me thinking it's a recent thing. Nah. These boys really pioneered a whole lot of shit, and it's crazy.
Chicago drill history, with several of his songs in the tens of millions of streams, has since continued dissing 600 throughout his career, including in his popular songs Exposing Me Remix and Dead Bitches. Wooski, who is known primarily as a shooter, would also release one of the most disrespectful songs in Chicago drill history with his Computers remix in 2018, where he disses numerous 600 members, including Lil Steve, E-Day, D-Thang, Lil Boo, LA Capone, and Baldy. Now, all of this paints a picture of a complicated web of gangs and alliances. Chicago is a complicated city, and for 600, navigating these alliances would be equally complicated and more dangerous, because moving around the city, you never know who might be working with your ops to get you killed. And as we'll learn in this story, many people have ended up caught off guard, losing their lives as a result of devious moves by their many enemies. So now you know the hoods, the gangs, and the key players in the story, it's time to dive deep in the series of events that unfolded, making this one of the bloodiest gang wars Chicago has ever seen. The gang wars in Chicago trace all the way back to the 70s and 80s, and the demolition of many of the project buildings that contained the formerly well-organised BD and GD strongholds left younger members displaced without leadership. So over the years, gangs in Chicago became less concerned with moving as a unit and running a centralised criminal enterprise, and more concerned with the day-to-day instances of violence on their blocks. Many famous murders had taken place in the 2000s and early 2010s that caused tension between the smaller sets running the streets. The first of which relating to this story is the murder of Jaro that saw the formation of Jaro City in 2005. But Jaro's rivalry with 600 arguably sparked a couple of years after the death of Jaro, before 600 was even formed as a gang. On the 21st of September 2008, a Jaro City affiliate called Hottie, real name Rodney King, was shot and killed in the 400 block of 62nd Street. Jaro City would use the name Hottie World in his honor, and the murder of Hottie would become connected to the older members of 600, who at that time would have still been primarily claiming the gang Brick City. However, younger members would apparently be present for this murder. In 2014, 600 Breezy would tweet tweet how he had witnessed the murder of Hottie firsthand, placing him at the scene of the crime. However, it was the founder of 600 D-Thang who would be labelled as the suspected shooter in the murder of Hottie. Whilst many have considered D-Thang to be responsible for this murder, including members of Jaro, there's also been alternative theories. Much later, during a Facebook Messenger discussion with an unknown fan, one of D-Thang's big brothers, 600 Trigger, would claim that D-Thang actually had nothing to do with this murder, as he was too young at the time and had not yet gotten involved in the streets. There were also members of Jaro who denied D-Thang or any other op having been involved in the murder of Hottie, but such denials are common in the gang world, as admitting that your friend might have been killed by your enemies is considered by some to be an admission of defeat. Because what we know now, based on a police report from 2011, is that at that point in the time, Jaro City and Brick City, later known as 600, had been at war for approximately 3 years, with the implication being that the war was officially started with Hottie's murder in 2008. And over the course of those 3 years, there would be numerous acts of violence between these two warring factions. But it would be on the 17th of July 2011 that a deadly incident of violence would go down, taking this war to the next level, and sparking a chain reaction that would see 600 becoming one of the most infamous gangs in the city of Chicago. In early Sunday morning on the 17th of July 2011, Baldy, real name Marcus London, and a few other guys from 600 were walking down South Prairie Avenue in 600's neighborhood when someone approached and opened fire. Baldy ended up getting shot in the head, whilst another unidentified man got shot in the ankle. That night, Baldy was driven to the University of Chicago Hospital, later transferred to Mount Sinai Hospital, where he would remain in critical condition until Tuesday the 19th. Baldy was placed on life support, but essentially left brain dead, and the machine was just keeping his heart beating during this time. Baldy's friends and family ultimately chose to pull the plug and end his life support, when he would unfortunately succumb to his injuries and pass away. Huncho Hoodo, whose birth year matches that of one of the witnesses in the Chicago PD's incident report for the murder, would later talk about the incident in the song Sun Don't Shine, saying how Baldy got killed right in front of him. 600 Breezy would also recall the incident in a DJ Vlad interview, where he described how he was walking right in front of Baldy when the shots started firing, and saying how he was so close to being shot himself in the head that one of his dreads flew off, and had Baldy not been there behind him, it could have just as easily been 600 Breezy who was killed.
I done been to points where I done had my dreads shot off, bro. Like, my homies killed right next to me, behind me, all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, my homie Baldy got killed, he was standing behind me. So if he wouldn't have been behind me, that bullet hit him in the head, would have hit me. Because his height, it would have probably came through.
Tay 600 recently had an interview with the Articulate Thinkers podcast where he shed more light on Baldy's murder, explaining that 600 member E-Day was on the block with Baldy at the time he was killed, and that E-Day carried Baldy himself into the car and took him to the hospital.
When Baldy got killed, when he got shot, they was all on the block. When he got hit in the head, E-Day was the one like carried him, picked him up, carried him to the car. So E-Day got all this blood on himself from dealing with Baldy when he first got shot.
Tay would go on to explain that Baldy was the first person from 600 to get killed on their block.
Like, man, Baldy had manager, bro. Baldy is the first die from my block.
Yeah, so man, that's crazy.
At this point in time, you know, this ain't like me getting this call later on down the line or now. He the first some like this happened to at this very point.
So despite there being instances of violence in the area before this, and things started with the murder of Hottie in 2008, the murder of Baldy ended up becoming the inciting incident that would harden the hearts of many 600 members in the streets. Members of 600 would be heartbroken about the loss of Baldy. While Chicago police would struggle to find Baldy's killer, many of 600's enemies would later seemingly hint at being responsible for the hit, including members of STL and MOB. The infamous female shooter KI would later allegedly be killed by O Block's King Von, would actually tweet about the situation a year after Baldy's death, saying that it was her gang that made Baldy World. However, in 2013, on the exact date that Baldy died, Beans from MOB would seem to hint that his gang were responsible. In 2012, he would even post a meme on Facebook making fun of Baldy, where he had tagged both KI and Scrap from MOB, perhaps implying that they had both been behind the hit. Also, Buki from MOB tweeted that MOB invented Baldy World. Driller from 051 would also credit MOB for the killing and praise them for making Baldy World. MOB would even seemingly admit to killing Baldy in their vlogs.
What'd you tell her ass? What'd you say before that?
600K, we kill a little boy.
Before that?
That be like Baldy.
Like Lil Baldy.
Like Lil Baldy. Boom, boom, Baldy.
Hey, nah.
He make them hits though.
I'll make the hits.
He can get a hit done though, quick.
If it wasn't for me, the hits wouldn't be hits.
The lady, what you mean, baby? He wanna go to Baldy World. Wanna go to Baldy World.
He wanna go to Baldy World, man.
He wanna go to Baldy World, so I hit him in his Baldy World.
Baldy World. What the fuck?
Baldy World.
When we hit Baldy in his head, it's spinning.
It's spinning.
Dead looking like Baldy when we rolled up. Right or wrong? That bees like Lil Baldy.
Say it.
That bees like Lil Baldy.
Said it was Baldy World.
What you call it, girl? I call it baldy, girl. What you call it, girl? I call it baldy, girl.
That beat like baldy.
Bees on my belt buckle. Don't you know that's baldy world? Baldy world.
Damn.
He wanted to go to Baldy World, so he says to the Baldy World.
Man, you have been in this baldy world.
You have been in this Baldy World. Now you up in Baldy
You
World.
love baldy girls and sitting at the baldy world.
Years later, the rapper Ruger from MOB would make fun of Baldy's death on the Exposing Me remix with FBG Duck. Over time, internet sleuths would create their own theories about specific killers, combing through any hint left by 600's enemies, with theories circulating that perhaps Lil B from EBT may have killed Baldy, while others theorized that it could have been Domo from MOB or Main from STL and Bebe, and it would even circulate that Baldy was allegedly killed with the very same gun as OD Perry was killed with, ultimately leading to the creation of O-Block. After a man was apparently arrested with this dirty gun in 2012, but it still was unclear whether or not he was involved in the crime or just bought the gun. The exact identity of the shooter of Baldy remains a much debated mystery to this day in Chicago gang folklore. But regardless of exactly who was responsible, for many members of 600, Baldy was their first close friend to be killed, and his death was a huge loss to the neighborhood. Therefore, to commemorate their fallen friend, 600 named their neighborhood and the gang Baldy World, and 600 would also make sure to keep Baldy's name alive, paying tribute to him in numerous songs, with 600 member LA Capone even getting a huge Baldy World tattoo on his stomach. In the years following Baldy's death, around his birthday and death day in July, 600 would celebrate his life on what they would call Baldy Day. Years after Baldy's death, FBG Duck would claim in his 2020 song Dead Bitches that when Baldy got killed, 600 were not standing on business, supposedly suggesting that 600 didn't even attempt to avenge his death. However, even though Baldy's murder remains officially unsolved to this day, 600 Breezy, who had witnessed the murder firsthand, has claimed numerous times, as early as 2014, that Baldy's killer is in fact dead. Ultimately, we might never know definitively who killed Baldy, but what is clear, however, is that Baldy was unfortunately only the first of many high-profile 600 members who would lose their lives throughout this period. As in September 2011, the streets of 600 would heat up as 3 young men would lose their lives to the streets in quick succession, starting off with the very person who was rumored to have killed Hottie in 2008. The violence in Chicago had been escalating since the beginning of summer 2011, leading to numerous deaths besides Baldy from 600. For example, the death of OD Perry in August, which would lead to Wick City renaming itself O-Block in his honor. In August, an anti-violence march was organized in the Englewood neighborhood to protest against the rising youth gun violence. But tragically, as that march was going on, yet another youth, 14-year-old boy, was shot and killed nearby. Perhaps because of all of these tragedies of young people losing their lives, in September, the older guys from the neighborhoods of 600, Jarrow City, O-Block, and STL-EBT were rumored to have been negotiating a peace treaty between these gangs.
How many of y'all ever heard that there was a peace treaty between O-Block, 600, STL, EBT, Jarrow City? Basically us versus them. Man, yup, long time ago. And in no way nor fashion would I believe that they was gonna let us roam free and do all this and do all that, but man, we actually had a peace treaty with them, man. Some of us actually believed it. Like my boy.
According to Tay 600, the younger guys didn't have any say in the matter, and after the peace treaty was called, they would walk down King Drive, which borders the neighborhoods of 600 and Jarrow City, to see if the peace treaty was real after they heard that their ops were having a party nearby.
We really was trying to see, like, if this peace treaty was real. We was all total straps like that, but we just wanted to see, because like the ops was having a party on 62nd and King Drive in the Quaway, and I remember us walking up the drive. It was a late night. We was deep. It was basically my whole hood walking up King Drive.
According to Tay, that day, nearly the whole of 600's hood was out walking on King Drive, and eventually they would get to the party being thrown by Jarrow City, where they would meet many of their former friends, who at this point were some of their worst enemies. These ops would have killed them on sight just a few weeks ago, but by some miracle, this confrontation would go down peacefully, and everyone would go home safe that night off the back of the peace treaty.
Cool with each other, so it was crazy because this the first time we done seen each other face to face, and they had to like get into no shootout or nothing, where it's like, don't fold them, it's really have a peace treaty going on, so you looking at these who you was just supposed to be blowing at last week, and it's like, but none happened though. Nobody tweaked right then and there. We ended up making it straight to the O. Made it back to their party. No cap.
According to Tay, D-Thang was also there that night, and maybe it was that experience that actually made him let his guard down and stop carrying his gun in the streets.
I think that peace treaty hood up, because I think if it was busted, D-Thang wouldn't have been on the one with no pipe. And that peace treaty make a more. I think they could ease up, and then some food back door lane go on.
Because not long after this incident, On the 13th of September 2011, D-Thang was at that very same street on the corner of 61st and King Drive. After buying a Pepsi from the corner store, D-Thang, real name Devon Garner, was sitting in the backseat of a car with some friends when two gunmen would approach the car, one of them reportedly walking up to D-Thang and yelling, "This is for Hottie," before beginning to shoot. D-Thang would react quickly, exiting the car through the window in an attempt to escape, but one of the gunmen would unfortunately catch up to him, shooting him cold-bloodedly on the street. And once again, 600 Breezy would be right there to witness his friend getting killed, tweeting about the trauma caused by these events a few years later. Following D-Thang's death, Young Famous would make a tribute song to him, which has since been deleted from YouTube.
So it's different because D-Thang technically died in my arms, so it's different with me, bro. That's my real brother. Like, we used to go to parties and dance with the, take our shirt off and be rolling and freaking on part. Like, that's my real brother. Like, besides the savage that, like, Shorty was really like that, to sleep under a motherfucking porch and knock you down type. Like, he was one of them faces, savage, heinous. Like, but you would never look at him and think that, because he, feel me, that he a good hearted. But for the that we had going on, he lived and died at 600. Like, crazy. I parked on the block, walked, like, we was good. We used to hang on 61st and King Drive, bro. Like, the stoves, we used to be right there type shit. So we just, these just like the big, like my daddy and them, it went to that route. They made us call a peace treaty with Gyro City. Yeah. Like, so we thinking it's all good, but D-Thang just treated the dome and tell them like, oh yeah, woo, and treat him while we having a, so he all right, Shorty type. Like, and fool was, he wasn't no doing shit. So it's like, nah, it's two savages. They yeah. Nah, we thinking it's all good. I walked to the one I just shake up with, bro, all that shit. They did some weird shit. One came, let off a shot, took off running, made motherfucker got her, and some then fool this happening, and they man, bro was super tough, bro. He ran up on fool with that gun, bro. I heard the yell out like, "Don't run up on me, I'ma do your ass." And he didn't even do that. He shot backwards, gang. Like, he focused, D-Thang was running up on him, finna beat him. Cause he used to, you got this gun, steady waving his gun at me for 2-3 minutes and you ain't blew this. I'm finna, and tried to run up on him, and the fool got to running and let off a couple shots that way. He hit D-Thang like in his, like, I think his artery in his leg and his like lower stomach type. So it's like, wow, I'm on the ground with him. I'm like, what the f? Like, you feel me? I can't even see where the blood coming from. So I patch him up, I get him, police come and snatch me off him, swing him over. Folks damn that down right there, arms that fell out. I'm like, yeah, bro, this is crazy. Like,
and like with Baldy, members of 600 still throw a party in D-Thang's honor every year on his birthday. Meanwhile, 600's ops from MOB would almost immediately be on social media taunting them. However, there were also some other reactions, including one 051 member posting tributes to D-Thang, as well as a member from Geo Drive, which was an indication that despite the war between 600, MOB and Gyro City getting deadly, 600 had yet to begin truly beefing with other sets like 051 Young Money, which would eventually become their mortal enemies. After the brazen assassination of D-Thang, although the killers had once again fled the scene without being captured, this time around, Chicago police would be on their heels since the very beginning, immediately being aware of D-Thang's gang affiliations and likely the common enemies, as well as securing CCTV footage from a security camera of the corner store that D-Thang had visited just moments before his death, which had captured the shooting. According to CPT's internal investigation reports, CPD would also conduct a buy and bust scheme on local crack dealers in order to receive more information on the homicide, and soon they would have several witnesses that told them that the killer was a man called Dome, who was a member of Gyro City. Not long after, Dome, real name Christopher Hughes, would turn himself into police custody, charged with the murder of D-Thang. According to CPD's reports, Dome was in fact on parole at the time of the murder, and to make matters even worse for him, he was on electronic home monitoring, which showed that Dome left his house about 20 minutes before the shooting and returned only a few minutes after. Based on the brazen assassination,
my bad, I was supposed to put this out.
Style killing that took place in the middle of the day on a busy street, which Dome committed whilst on parole and being monitored, it seems like the killing of D-Thang was a highly personal matter. Not only did the shooter allegedly say the murder was retaliation for Hottie as it was happening, but even in his mugshot, Dome can be seen with a large 600K tattoo on his throat with the O's illustrated as smoking bullet holes. Prosecutors would argue that the killing was motivated by revenge, and ultimately Dome would end up being sentenced to 20 years for the murder of D-Thang. With it initially believed that he would be eligible for parole, in just over half of the sentence sentence in 2023, for the members of 600, the death of D-Thang was devastating, as D-Thang had not only been the founder of their gang, but also the biggest role model for many of the younger members. Years after his death, Tay600 would post a heartfelt message to his Instagram about D-Thang that ended with him swearing that when Dome was released, they would kill him. 600 Breezy would also chime in, calling for Dome's release so that 600 members could get back and kill him. Breezy would post numerous times about the death of D-Thang, taunting Jaro City, claiming that this is the only murder that they have committed. Undoubtedly, being known for such a high-profile murder, whilst also having 600K tattooed on your neck, would likely put a pretty big target on your back in prison. Tay600 had posted on Twitter that Dome had a target on his head in jail, in prison, where D-Thang's brothers were also serving time. But in the end, 600 would not get the opportunity they wanted to avenge the murder of D-Thang, because in 2021, only a few years before being eligible for parole, Dome would reportedly in prison. And looking at the mugshots of Dome from his time in prison, it was seemingly taking a heavy toll on him. But regardless of what happened to Dome, it was less than a week after the brutal murder of D-Thang that 600 would go on to lose yet another prominent member.
Let me guess. This was the last mugshot. That one looked the most stressed out of all of them. The eyes a little bit more buck. He ain't give a fuck about the grooming right here. Yeah.
It was less than a week after the brutal murder of D-Thang that 600 would go on to lose yet another prominent member, whose passing would ultimately end up impacting members of 600 for years to come. Lil Steve was the younger brother of Mimo 600, an original 600 member who's had success as a rapper over the years and even been associated with Lil Durk's OTF label, as well as King Von. According to Tay600, 2011, Lil Steve had only lived in 600's neighborhood for about a year. However, in that short time, he would make a lasting impression on the other members. Apparently, despite his young age, Lil Steve had been getting into a lot of trouble in his old neighborhood, and to change his life trajectory, his mum decided to move the family for a chance at a fresh start. Unfortunately, Lil Steve would continue causing problems in the new neighborhood, and rather than his new friends being a positive influence on him, it would actually be Steve who would influence his new friends by teaching them how to steal phones and bringing guns to school at just age 13. Therefore, in 2011, when the war in the streets began heating up and the younger members of 600 started getting more active, it was no surprise then that Lil Steve would be at the forefront of the action. According to Tay, making the entire neighborhood scared of him by running around with guns and robbing people. Around the same time, a kid from the gang that 600 had beef with, Scrap from MOB, would move to 600's neighborhood too, directly opposite from where D Rose had lived. Scrap was the younger brother of the rapper Ruger and a cousin of the rapper FBG Duck, who had been involved in the streets since a young age. Perhaps Scrap's dad knew the danger his son was in after moving in the area. He would often approach members of 600, begging them not to kill his son.
Scrap moved to the hood. Now we got smoke. So Scrap Daddy walked to our hood. And he kept doing this. He kept doing it often. Like, he'd do it often. Scrap Daddy would walk to our block. We 13, 14-year-old shorties. He'd walk to our hood and beg us to not kill Lil Brian. He used to beg us to stop being a tour with Shorty and them. He ain't want Lil Brian to die.
However, the dad, who's also a well-known persona in the South Side called Big Les, would later deny any of that happening in an interview with 16 Shot and Visuals.
Man, bro, I'm from the streets. First thing I'm gonna do is try to talk to you. Be like, you know, leave my son alone. You know what I'm saying? But if I come to you as a man and say, man, you know, don't hurt my son. But I didn't say that, man. He make it seem like I came straight to them and said, please don't kill my son, man. I ain't coming to that man to say that, man. He know that. He know that. And then for one, I didn't even know who Tay was.
Whatever the truth is, Scrap would remain unharmed for the time being. However, according to Tay, after Baldy was killed later in 2011, Lil Steve wanted revenge. That night, Lil Steve would allegedly walk up to Scrap's house and unload his gun without care for who was inside.
Man, he walked the Blood Bride crib, man, and put slugs in that motherfucker. He say, I don't give a fuck who in there. This Steve was crazy, man. He ain't get no...
Now, for the record, Big Les has denied this story, saying that Lil Steve was already dead when this alleged shooting happened.
Do you remember your house being shot up or something around that time?
When my house got shot at and got shot into, it was one shot. Oh. God rest his soul, Steve's soul. Steve was dead.
But whatever the case, on the 19th of September, only days after the death of D-Thang, Lil Steve, real name Stephen McGee, was reportedly walking on the 6000 block of Prairie Avenue, the same street that Baldy was gunned down on, when a man passing by him would warn him of several guys with guns being gathered in the nearby alleyway. Unfortunately, someone would then appear from the alley and start shooting towards Lil Steve, hitting him twice, once in the head, ending his young life at just 15 years old. E-Day and 600 Breezy would later talk about that day on social media, mentioning that Lil Steve may well have been intoxicated while walking around, and that E-Day was one of the first people to see his lifeless body after the shooting. Tay 600, on the other hand, would claim on his YouTube channel that Lil Steve had arrived at the scene with other members of 600, specifically because they had heard that the ops were there, and when the gunman appeared from the alley, Lil Steve would fearlessly yell at all the other members to shoot back while standing in the middle of the street. And once the smoke cleared on the shootout, Lil Steve was on the ground with bullets in his body.
Folks hit the corner, coming out the alley. Lil Steve was like the first who was like a little bit ahead of everybody, so when they seen Lil Steve, they instantly got the blowing. Now two of the guys that was with Lil Steve, they get for cover, but they got their pipes too. Now they tossing. Lil Steve never moved. Lil Steve was standing in the street, telling them, blow that, on milk, you better blow that. While they blowing that, and while one of the guys tossing back at them, Lil Steve standing in the middle of the street, man, yelling, you better blow that, you better. And when the dust settled, man, Lil Steve was in the street, had a neck shot.
And then, only a day after reporting on the death of Lil Steve, the newspapers would then report that a 14-year-old boy had been arrested and charged with his killing. That boy would turn out to be Scrap, and only a month after the death of Lil Steve, Chief Keef would drop his mixtape Bang, where he would rap on the song What I Claim about avenging Steve's death by doing a hit on Scrap's gang MOB. As Scrap was a minor at the time, there's very little information about his trial online, but what we do know for certain is that Scrap, real name Brian Weekly, would end up walking free, despite friends of Scrap like FBG Brick and FBG Butter claiming that members of 600 had testified against him.
Yeah. Bite down, baby, for all of them, they Rondo, all of them got on the stand on Lil Brian after he killed Lil Steve.
After being acquitted, Scrap would constantly taunt Lil Steve on Twitter and hint at his involvement in his death, tweeting that they knew who made Steve drive, F Baldy, and Lil Steve, as well as saying that he's smoking on Lil Steve, and he would even acknowledge that Lil Steve had been trying to kill him, and that's why he had to act first, as well as implying in 2013 that he couldn't wait to kill Chief Keef next, who at that point was at the height of his career, but still living in Chicago. Lil Steve was the third member of 600 to be killed within just a few months, and despite him only living in the neighborhood for a short time, he had become a legend for many in the crew, which is clear from the amount of commemoration that he received after his death, with 600 naming their neighborhood Steve Drive, and many of the members still commonly using the saying, on Steve. MOB members would often post to Twitter claiming the murder of Lil Steve and Baldy, but unfortunately, the killing was far from done, and less than 10 days after the murder of Lil Steve, there would be another senseless killing in 600's territory. Jizzle was a member of Squirt Town, which was named in the honor of a man called Squirt, who had allegedly belonged to a gang that used to operate from the now demolished Randolph Towers before their destruction in 2004. Not much is known for certain, but allegedly, Big Squirt was killed in 2008, after which his friends honored his name by naming their neighborhood Squirt Town. The neighborhood around the 60th Street was also the home turf of Brick City and later 600, and the few remaining Squirt Town members had close relationships with 600, particularly Jizzle, who was a good friend of several members, as can be seen from his Twitter, where he would commonly mourn the losses of dead 600 members, Baldy, D-Thang, and Lil Steve. But sadly, Jizzle too would end up suffering the same fate as his fallen friends, only about a week after Lil Steve's passing. On the 27th of September 2011, around 4:12 PM, Jizzle was reportedly walking down 60th Street when he would run into a group of men who would open fire, hitting Jizzle multiple times. Real name Carl Spencer, Jizzle would be hit in the head, shoulder, and abdomen, later passing away in Stroger Hospital. 600 had now lost 4 people close to them in just a matter of a few months, which is an unbelievable tragedy, even in a city like Chicago, where losing friends to gun violence has become completely normalized. Despite this being another brazen killing taking place on a busy street in the middle of the day, the killing of Jizzle would remain unsolved for years. However, that wouldn't stop the enemies of 600 talking about it on Twitter and sharing some highly personal information about his last moments, with prominent enemy of 600 TB claiming that Jizzle had actually begged for his life. In 2018, friends of the alleged perpetrators would suddenly give statements to the police exposing them. According to these witnesses, Jizzle had been killed by 2 men from 2 different GD gang sets, Lil B from STL EBT and Tutu from Gyro City, who had had spotted Jizzle, ran him down, and shot him execution style while standing over his body. 2 days after the murder of Jizzle, Tutu was seemingly in good spirits, tweeting about being up early, repping 062, Gyro City's turf. Other ops would also imply that Tutu was one of the shooters, with one member tweeting that Tutu hit Jizzle. However, the alleged killers wouldn't get to face justice for their crimes, because by 2018, both of them had already lost their lives to gun violence in the streets. But more on that later, because as 2011 went on, despite September being a deadly and devastating month for 600 and their members, in the following month of November, one of 600's biggest enemies, 051, would end up losing one of their most prominent members too. Shortly after midnight on the 10th of November 2011, a member of 051 Young Money called T Streets, real name Tariq Madhi, was driving on South LaSalle Street between Garfield Boulevard and 57th Street when somebody from another car would shoot at him. This caused him to drive off the road to a grass field where he would end up passing away from his injuries. There's many conflicting stories over exactly who was involved in this murder, with some believing this to be the first murder in the war between 600 and 051 Young Money. One theory suggests that D-Thang's brother M-Thing might have been who killed T Streets as retaliation for his brother, but there's no evidence supporting this, and D-Thang's killer Dome was actually from Gyro City. THF-46 members would also make some incredibly self-incriminating posts regarding T Streets, suggesting that they might have actually been responsible for this hit, with some posts suggesting that this may have been revenge for a murder that T Streets committed on a 46 member named Tony. However, 051 members, on the other hand, would claim that T Streets was in fact set up. One of their members would also point out how everybody was seemingly claiming to have killed him. King Von even referenced the murder of T Streets in his track I Am What I Am, seemingly implying that he was indeed set up, even referencing the peace treaty like the one that seemingly preceded the murder of D-Thang. Ray Rilla from O-Block also mentioned T Streets in his song 23 Dead Ops. Ultimately, the murder of T Streets was never solved, and intense debate continues online to this day, with multiple unproven theories on exactly who might have been responsible. However, interestingly, that very same day, another murder would take place, this time with it being a lot more obvious who was responsible. Less than 24 hours after the murder of T Streets, on the night of the 10th of November, a member of Gyro City called Tutu, real name Carlton Archer, was found dead in an alleyway on the 6200 block of South Eberhart Avenue with multiple gunshot wounds. His body was lying less than a mile from Jizzle's death site, with the implication being that 600 had actually avenged Jizzle, killing his killer within 2 weeks of the murder. After his death, Tutu would become a legend in his hood and in the drill culture, and his friends have often mourned his death on social media. FBG Duck would take to Facebook that very same night, implying that he intended to avenge Tutu's death regardless of being on house arrest. STL member KI was also very close to Tutu and was even rumored to have been in a romantic relationship with him at one point. Taekwon World member TB also shared his grievances online, with it being believed that he jumped off the porch and got deeply involved in the streets immediately after Tutu's murder. Meanwhile, the death of Tutu was celebrated amongst 600 members, who continued to diss him on social media and insinuated that someone close to them had killed him. But C-Day from 600 would diss Tutu particularly hard, leading some to believe that it was him who was responsible for the crime. His Twitter activity after the murder shows the extent that he would go to mock Gyro City, seemingly admitting to being involved in the shooting, tweeting over a year after the murder that he would dig him up and re-kill Tutu. The night before this tweet, C-Day would also post claiming that he enjoys killing so much, and he even compares it to the feeling of sex. Many would theorize that his Twitter name, 22 Shots, or Tutu Shots, is in fact a play on words, referring to him being the killer of Tutu. Moreover, a rumor would start that C-Day and others had actually called FBG Duck right after the killing, which according to some, Duck would actually post on Facebook that his bro is dead only a few hours after Tutu was confirmed by the police to have been shot. But the theory that C-Day was responsible would become more likely as weeks went on. On the 28th of November 2011, just 18 days after Tutu's murder, Buka and C-Day, along with Rondo Number 9, would drop a music video for their song, Man Down. And in that song, C-Day raps that he catches people and leaves their bodies slumped like Tutu, and that Tutu got cooked and he was the chef. The disrespect being further amplified by the fact that C-Day took these lyrics from an old Facebook post of Tuka, who at the time had been dissing the ops of SDL, with C-Day simply switching the name Mo to Tutu. This video was one of the earliest examples of a 600 music video where members were rapping openly about the beef playing out in the streets, and in the comments it would be full of people amused at just how reckless C-Day was being with his lyrics about this specific murder. But the disrespect went far beyond music, and it's alleged that 600 members would even shoot up Tutu's funeral, with some tweets suggesting that people were even hit in the incident. This shooting was even seemingly confirmed by the pastor who held the funeral service, who would be so affected by it, it would prompt him to hold a 94-day-long vigil in a tent on the roof of an abandoned motel, in order to bring awareness of the senseless violence affecting his neighborhood, a life-changing experience that he would then write into a book. And one video has circulated seemingly showing Gyro City members mobbing on the day of the funeral and dissing their many ops.
What's up? We out here. What's up? We out here. Camaro, we out here. What's up? What's up? We out here. What's up? What's up? Facebook us out here, shorty. On cheap. Put us out here. On the air. We out here. You know, RP22. No.
FBG Butter actually mentions the funeral shooting in his interview with Corporate Cartel Media, admitting that it really happened, and claiming that Gyro members got locked in the church by authorities who were trying to take their guns.
Because look, you gotta think like this, right? Tutu funeral was on their right? At Pastor Brooks Church, right? It got blew at. It was a shootout, right?
At the funeral?
At the funeral. It got wild on their way going to the funeral. Bumped his got wild, you know, right? Pastor Brooks let the police barricade us in his church.
Prominent Chicago YouTuber Trenches News would also discuss the funeral shootout in a video.
Tutu funeral actually was shot up. They stuck their hand through the old block gates and shot him, shot at the funeral. You know what I'm saying? And then the police, they end up grabbing all the guys from Tukaville and STL, stretching them out, searching them. You know what I'm saying? After they got shot, after they came up under fire.
Ultimately, the war between 600 and Gyro City and their affiliates had reached boiling point in 2011. The 2008 murder of Hottie, allegedly by D-Thang, had been the catalyst for these back-to-back killings in 2011, resulting in the deaths of Baldy, D-Thang, Lil Steve, and Jizzle. 600 members seemingly had their revenge in the murder of Tutu, but this was only the beginning of a deadly war that would get more deadly and complicated as time went on. And with the murder of T-Streets from 051, now members from 600 have to look out for numerous gangs from different neighborhoods. And going into 2012, it would seem to be that the biggest threat would actually come from their newest ops, the gangster 051 Young Money, who over the course of 2012 would become infamous for both their violence in the streets and their brutality in drill music too. 2011 had been a violent year for 600 and their enemies. After losing numerous prominent members, Baldy, D-Thang and Lil Steve, the crew would be in a perpetual state of mourning. Unfortunately, moving into 2012, the violence would continue, and the killing 600 members had committed against their various enemies surrounding them would eventually see a response. Just 3 months after the murder of T-Streets and Tutu, on the 2nd of February 2012, which would also happen to be T-Streets' birthday, according to a police report shared on Reddit, 600 affiliate Shaq had been attending a party that night. After the party, as he was heading home with a girl, a lone gunman would surprise them in an alleyway. Police would reportedly be notified about a shooting on the 5900 block of South Calumet Avenue, 59th Street, marking the border between the territories of 600 and MOB. And there, the police would find 19-year-old Shaq, who according to the newspapers had already passed away from multiple gunshot wounds, including one to the head. However, the official police report states that Shaq was only hit once in the upper left of his back. But regardless of the specifics, Shaq would ultimately pass away from the shooting, and 600 members would be left mourning. While Shaq's murder would officially go unsolved, 051 would seemingly take responsibility for the hit. Little over a month after Shaq's death, 051 member Boom would release a music video for his song, I'm In It. And the video begins with a clip of 051 members taunting their ops, saying they're BDK, with 051 Kiddo aiming his diss directly at 600, saying, 600, we dropping them boys.
Drillers, freedom gas, man, BDK, man, no 06 photo. Drop money, but can't come out the gate though, man. Right. I hear fake like gangsters and shit. Yeah, real Young Money, no.
We're CDK. We're CDK.
But there was one man from 051 in particular who would talk about Shaq religiously on social media, and that man was infamous 051 member Melly, who implied that Shaq had been killed while peeing outside of the party, even going as far as to say that he heard his last words and claiming direct responsibility for the murder. In the years following Shaq's death, Melly would constantly diss Shaq on Twitter and give detailed descriptions about where and how he died, tweeting that his ops are DMing him about Shaq, telling his ops to go and ask the woman what happened when he caught Shaq using the bathroom, and Melly even went as far as to vaguely confess to the murder in direct replies to other 600 members replying to his tweets. It's also suspected that 051 Kiddo may have been closely involved in the murder of Shaq too, as he would also be seen disrespecting his death and taunting 600 members about the incident, tweeting that he would kill Shaq, then forget all about it. Mocking him for getting caught without a gun, Shaq was saying, "Die Young Money," until he died himself. Melly would even post a video to social media of him explaining to a little girl how he had done the killing.
You know how I play out here. You don't come with that money, shorty. Come up and end up missing. You talking? You don't know who I am?
Tell him stop playing with her.
You know who I am?
I know my daddy.
You scared of the dark?
No.
I'm one of them type of guys that be in the dark waiting for you when you gotta go pee at night.
Oh my God.
And I just get you, and you don't never come back to your parents again.
No, you're not going.
You hear me? Then your TT ain't gonna be able to save you. Your daddy, he gonna be crying somewhere like, man, she don't got nothing.
I mean, last time I recorded, I don't know what the last time I recorded, but 051 Kiddo, 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 0 We're going to give y'all the whole documentary. If you made it to this part of the documentary, make sure you leave a like. Make sure y'all leave a like. Uber Eats will be here. You know, I'm talking about, yeah, we're going to finish this. Let's go and get into it.
That of Tutu at the end of 2011. Other members would also continue to taunt and disrespect Young Money on social media, such as 600-member Face, who was filmed visiting a chicken spot in Young Money's hood and asked between these rival sets around Washington Park. But the craziest part about C-Day dissing Fathead so brazenly was that only a few weeks before that murder, C-Day had seemingly already been investigated in relation to another murder, perhaps that of Tutu at the end of 2011. Other members would also continue to taunt and disrespect Young Money on social media, such as 600-member Face, who was filmed visiting a chicken spot in Young Money's hood and asking for a Fathead sandwich.
Okay, what you want? What you want? That face? You want that? Oh yeah, face sandwiches, guys. Oh damn. Hey, what you say? The fattest one.
Damn, the more I watch this, the more I think the Moo Boo Crump got one that original, man. This happened before the whole little. I mean, he was trolling heavily, but it's like, I don't know, when the troll original, like you creating all this trolling, it smack a little different, you know?
You said a list. Y'all ain't got no tutu.
Inky D would up the ante by heavily implying that D-Rose and C-Day were responsible for killing Fathead, tweeting that D-Rose and C-Day put 8 in his face. Police reports would later reveal that authorities actually believed that 600 members C-Day and S. were both involved in the murder, and they were eventually taken into custody and interrogated, together with 2 Lamron 300 members, one of them known as Lamron OJ, real name Marvin Riley, referred to in the police report by his nickname, Boo Man. The report shows how C-Day's fingerprints and phone were found in the van that the killers were allegedly driving. In fact, it was this phone that would originally begin to tie C-Day to the murder in the summer of 2012. As many drill fans know, leaving his phone at the scene of crimes would later become somewhat of a hallmark of C-Day during his alleged hits, with this ultimately being his downfall. But interestingly, not long after C-Day was first interrogated about the murder, the police would receive information from a female that was arrested for a retail theft. The female would relate to the police a Facebook message that she received from a person who would talk about Fathead, claiming that her friends had allegedly killed him. The message would claim that Fathead was killed for no reason, suggesting they killed him because he was lacking on the wrong street. Later in 2012, the police would also hear from a witness who had recognized the driver of the van as S. after seeing his music video for the song 600 Boy. S. would first deny knowing either C-Day or OJ and would claim he didn't personally know Fathead, but he did know that he was dead. However, he would later admit to knowing C-Day, but not OJ. The case against C-Day, on the other hand, would further move forward as OJ from Lamron, who was also allegedly involved in the hit, told police that he heard C-Day was involved. However, as the police know, OJ had inadvertently seen C-Day also being interrogated, and only after this he would tell detectives that he heard from somebody that C-Day was the shooter after hearing C-Day was in custody. However, based on the height of the shooter identified by one of the witnesses and another third-party witness saying that OJ had bragged about doing the murder, the police thought that it was OJ who was likely the shooter. But in the end, none of the witnesses could positively identify the shooter, and none of the suspects would fully agree to cooperate against anyone else, and thus the case ultimately remained unsolved. But nevertheless, after rumors of OJ making a statement against C-Day became public years later, after the paperwork was released, he was ridiculed by fans and other Lamron members alike. For example, in Lil Durk's song David Ruffin, he references a friend describing a witness, with many fans suspecting that these lyrics may have been actually aimed at OJ. Chubbs from Lamron also called OJ disloyal, and in response to these allegations, OJ responded on Instagram with several posts alleging his loyalty to his
PSA, playing with my name and paperwork. People know what's up. I can't beat the internet, but
set and claiming to still be solid. The controversy has also not stopped OJ from repping Lamron, and he's still seemingly associated with many of the members and claims Lamron 300 in his IG bio. But when it comes to 600, besides the social media antics, the members would seemingly stay relatively low-key in the streets for the rest of 2012, perhaps because they knew the authorities were looking at them closely. However, unfortunately for 600, their ops were not staying low-key, as they were looking to avenge the murder of Fathead, and ultimately they would get their chance by the end of 2012. According to 600 members like Tay 600, around 2011, a young man by the name of Trey Henry, aka Trix, would begin to hang out with 600 members in their area. He was a relatively new face in their hood, and one of the first sightings of Trix can actually be seen in the music video for the song Man Down by Booker, C-Day and Rondo that was published in November 2011. As a new member, Trix would have to earn the respect of the others to be part of the group, but unlike Lil Steve, who became almost immediately respected despite his short time in 600, Trix would have a harder time fitting in as he was more quiet and often behaved in a way that others might find strange.
But Trix really never spoke for himself, you feel me? Like, he ain't gonna never really spoke for himself. He was actually how he was in person. He was very quiet, you know. He was like, you like a little weird, you know. He was weird, quiet, you know, just like how it was back in our day. Like, it wasn't too many like Tricks walking around, fool. Like, I ain't even gonna lie, fool. Like, he used to bring attention to himself from us just because we thought, like, why the f do you be acting how you act, bro? Like, we in the hood. Like, I just, it's like, I'm just like, damn, bro, you, okay. What's to you? You know, like, what's to you, folks? Like, what is you on type? Like, why is you so damn, like, eccentric, folks? Like, he was just different. Like, I ain't
Oh, fuck, boy. Hold on. The genius. No, I'm just playing.
go lie, like, this used to be tweeting about Pop-Tarts. Like, bro, we getting shot at. It's dying. You on the net. We on this. Damn, before they kill one of the guys, he on that. I wonder if they're gonna come out with a new Pop-Tart. Ooh, Snickerdoodle Pop-Tart. he man, vote. That man be on that thinking about new Pop-Tart ideas, fool. Like, they should just drizzle Pop-Tart. They should come out. Like, I ain't gonna lie. If he would have been alive for them new Pop-Tart bites, he would have been on the Twitter tweeting about them on phone.
Later, Tricks would get a car, which was not common amongst other members, and according to Tay, was a bad sign, as he knew that others would now try and take advantage of Tricks.
And this really really got stuff with Tricks a lot, though. I ain't gonna lie, because like when that really happened, folks, like when he got the traffic, it was really crazy. When he got that traffic, the users from the block, they really used folks then, for I ain't even gonna lie.
Indeed, C-Day would seemingly begin to hang out with Tricks at this point, often using him as a driver when trying to catch 600's enemies in the streets. Unfortunately, this may have ended up being Tricks' downfall, as the enemies would undoubtedly begin to take note of his car, whilst he and C-Day were sliding in their neighborhoods. And then, on the morning of November 1st, 2012, only about a year after Tricks had seemingly joined the group, he would be found shot to death in that very car. And even though C-Day had been talking to Tricks on Twitter, seemingly on friendly terms only days before his death, right after Tricks' death, he would seemingly deny that he had even known him, and would then even claim that Tricks wasn't even part of 600, calling him an innocent bystander. Later, C-Day would repeatedly dish Tricks on Twitter, saying that he didn't care about him dying, despite being in the car with him just a day before his death.
That's the type of shit you give out, and it's coming back to you, bro. I know some people can look at it, but Tricks let it go on, but it's like, he thought dude was his homie. You feel me? He under the pressure, dude is his homie the whole time, look how he treating him. Like, it's crazy.
Death. C-Day's motivation for denying Tricks would get clearer in a tweet from the following year, where he claimed that the ops would get no points for killing him because killing him was like killing a random druggie. Now this goes to show you just how harsh and treacherous the streets of Chicago can really be, because clearly Tricks had love for his 600 brothers. Only a few months before his death, Tricks had tweeted, "Free my savage C-Day," clearly looking up to him, and he was often seen wearing custom clothing with 600 written on it. Tricks would even credit C-Day with initiating him into 600 and would show support for C-Day when he was in prison. However, some of the other members seemed to also be indifferent or disrespectful about Tricks' death and repeated C-Day's claims that he was not a real member of 600. However, it wasn't the whole set who turned their back and denied Tricks. Others like 600 Breezy and Tay 600 himself would seem genuinely sad about his death, and it's alleged that 051 members Freaky and Kiddo may well have been responsible for the murder of Tricks. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Kiddo had actually tweeted offering a cash bounty for anybody who could give him the location of 600 members. And less than 48 hours before his death, Tricks was seen reposting tweets that were taunting 051 Kiddo. And to further add suspicion that Kiddo was involved, around this time, his Twitter handle was changed to @TricksForDeadBDK, and then, shortly after the killing, 051 Kiddo was then seen dissing Tricks and mocking his death, making the Black Disciple Killer hand sign cracking the trays in front of a box of cereal named Tricks. Regardless of who specifically killed Tricks, it's clear from a Twitter dispute between 051 Melly and Manny 600 that 051 claimed responsibility for this murder. Ultimately, 600 had many enemies in the neighborhood, and they'd be causing pain to 600 in both the streets as well as in drill music, which was becoming an increasingly important part of the Chicago gang scene. This is undoubtedly partly due to the national and even global breakthrough of drill music, which made many of the 600 members focus more on music than the streets. On the 4th of November 2012, prominent 600 member LA Capone would try his hand at music, releasing his first music video for the track Work, a song which shows LA's talent for rap with his confident delivery and immaculate flows, something he would continue honing into 2013. However, 600 weren't the only people making music, and over time, their various ops would also be making songs and dragging 600 members in their lyrics. In late November, Deuce Dusky the Man from MOB released his diss remix to Chief Keef's classic song Love Sosa, a track titled Hate Sosa. And in the song, Dusky disses 600, rapping that he can't wait to catch D Rose and that he's going to knock over the bricks, a reference to their earlier name Brick City. Going into 2013, the members' efforts in the music scene would begin to pay off big time, and for a moment, it truly seemed that 600 could become the biggest thing in Chicago drill. But unfortunately, right as things were beginning to take off musically, the war in the streets would ultimately end up claiming the life of 600's most talented rap prospect. In 2012, Chicago drill music had exploded after Chief Keef, one of the BD-affiliated rappers hailing from both O Block and Front Street, released a string of hit songs. On March 6, 2012, Keef released his breakout track, I Don't Like, ultimately going on to land at 93 on the Billboard Hot 100 and getting an all-star remix from Kanye West and going double platinum. With this track, Keef put Chicago drill, essentially gangster rap 2.0, on the map, and for members of 600 who were allied with the BDs from O Block and Front Street, this windfall of attention represented a huge opportunity. 2013 would be the year 600 would begin to make serious noise in the Chicago drill scene. Members like E-Day, S-Dot, as well as Young Famous, and the rest of the Bezel Boys had all been dropping drill music consistently since 2011, while members like Buka, Rondo, and C-Day had dabbled with the genre also since 2011. In 2012, particularly E-Day had become the face of 600 in the music scene, even getting Chief Keef to feature on the remix of his song Gucci. With that coming right as Chief Keef was absolutely blowing up with his track I Don't Like. But at the end of 2012, another prominent 600 member would also begin rapping. That member was L.A. Capone, who together with his best friends like Rondo No. 9 and Tay 600 would take the hype around 600 to the next level coming into 2013. In January 2013, L.A. Capone would release his first hit and one of the most classic examples of Chicago drill in its prime, the song Murder. In the video, someone even holds up a sign with the names of a number of gangs that were seemingly allied in the streets and now in the music. O Block, where Chief Keef hails from, OTF, the name of Lil Durk from Lamron's collective, as well as Baldy World, another name for 600, and Front Street. This showed that LA Capone and 600 were getting support from all the local hoods with some of the biggest up-and-coming drill stars. So LA would be in prime position to become the most famous rapper coming out of 600. The song Murder itself was a hard-as-nails drill anthem with a hook where LA pretty much lists all of the minor indiscretions that could get you murdered in his hood. Murder painted a stark picture of the deadly lifestyle of a gang member in the streets of 600. And if LA's tweets were anything to go by, his lyrics rang true, as he would tweet in March that you have to commit a murder to be a true 600 member like him and all of the other members that he tagged. However, there's been intense debate about who it was LA might have murdered, with no particular body being identified after all of these years. But regardless, LA remained very active in music during this time, and it's clear to see he had ambition to be a star in drill. Just 6 days after he released Murder, LA released his track Face Down with Rondo No. 9. This will be another street anthem celebrating murder and the gang lifestyle. But unlike Murder, however, Face Down would see Rondo No. 9 making pointed disses towards 600's ops, 051 Young Money, and murdered Jaro City member Tutu. The pair would later become a dynamic duo in music, releasing many classic drill songs together. Next month, LA Capone released a posse cut featuring S-Dot and Rondo No. 9 called Grindin', another murder anthem with lyrics about 600 members being savages and scoring on their ops leaving them dead. In March, LA would follow this up with the song So Loud, a departure from the murder anthems he dropped before, this time being a more melodic auto-tune track with a more uplifting style. LA was showing versatility on the mic that was rare in Chicago, that was mainly being showcased at the time by the biggest stars in drill, Chief Keef and Lil Durk. But during this period, LA's work rate was unmatched, because only a day later, he would drop the next music video for the song Shooters with Rondo No. 9, another gangbanging anthem that saw Rondo shouting out the many shooters in 600. It was arguably Shooters that would help make Rondo, with his distinctive raspy voice, a name to be reckoned with within the drill scene. In the track, he would diss members of 069 Brick Squad set, including P. Rico and Lil Jojo, who had started the so-called BDK movement the previous year, before tragically being killed soon after. On June the 10th, 2013, 600 would also drop their first official group anthem, the track 600, featuring E-Day, LA Capone, S-Dot, and Rondo No. 9, together with a music video that begins with a jail call message from D Rose, who was locked up at the time, and includes cameos from numerous 600 members, 600 Breezy, Huncho Hudo, Just Blow, Tay 600, Young Famous, and many more, as well as O Block members like Boss Top and J Money, who would unfortunately end up losing his life later that year. Many fans of drill can at least attest to the waves that 600 were making this year and the influence their presence at this time would have had in rap for years to come, with many calling this period in 2013, where so many famous members were alive and releasing music, as the golden age of Chicago drill, with people reflecting on this period as 600's musical prime. For example, one of the most famous rappers of the late 2010s, 6ix9ine, went on record to say that Rondo No. 9 was actually the reason he started rapping.
Yo, you know what's crazy? Yeah, the person who made me start rapping was Rondo No. 9.
Nah.
I swear to God.
And it would be amid this hype that L.A. Capone and Rondo No. 9 would drop their biggest hit on July the 30th, 2013, uploading the video for their collaboration track Play for Keeps, which today has over 60 million views. This high-energy anthem has been named as one of the best Chicago drill songs of all time by many people. And it was this song that really cemented L.A. Capone as well as Rondo No. 9 as potential.
Oh, I said I believe it too, because he stole lyrics from somebody. Rondo No. 9 actually. Hole in the head, a hole in his head. He's a dolphin. Yeah, that's the shit he stole.
Potential superstars of the Chicago drill scene, with the music video itself even featuring a cameo from arguably the future biggest star to ever emerge from Chicago's drill scene, Lil Durk. Leading into September 2013, 600 had all the momentum in the now booming Chicago drill scene, and together with their serious street reputation, they now had numerous talented rappers. And for a relatively small set, they were clearly ahead of most of their Chicago contemporaries, scoring millions of streams with their songs. LA himself was seemingly destined for stardom and had the perfect opportunity to make it out of the streets and strike it big as an artist. However, unfortunately, one fateful night at a studio, everything would change. On the 26th of September 2013, L.A. Capone, together with his good friend and fellow rapper J.B. Bin Laden, who L.A. shouted out in his debut single Work, where he raps, "Dare someone try me, I'll be with a shooter, yeah that's Lil J.B." Now these two were together at a recording studio on South Stony Island Avenue in the South Shore neighborhood. Eerily, just months prior, Wooski from STL-EBT, an enemy of 600, had previously tweeted at LA warning him to be careful when he's with JB. Footage would later circulate from the studio showing LA's last moments, recording a song that would later become the track Brothers, a blockbuster collab with LA, Rondo No. 9, and Lil Durk. But just before 7 PM, LA would end up exiting the studio from the rear, walking into an alleyway. Unbeknownst to him, waiting in that alleyway were two gunmen, who would open fire, hitting LA twice. LA Capone, real name Leonard Anderson, would be transported to the Northwestern Memorial Hospital in downtown Chicago, about half-hour drive from the studio, where he would ultimately be pronounced dead at 8:30 PM. Tay 600 would later recall on his YouTube channel getting a call that night about what had happened. Tay would apparently call Lil Durk, who would go on to post a get well message to LA on Twitter 56 minutes after the shooting. And Tay and Durk would apparently head to the hospital together, but unfortunately when they arrived, they would be met by a doctor covered in blood who informed them that LA had unfortunately not survived the shooting.
The doctors come out. It's two detectives and it's a doctor. And the doctor, had so much blood. I can't remember if it was a boy or a girl doctor, but the doctor had so much blood, like, on they, you know what I'm saying? Like, on they, like, they work. Like, I'm like, damn. Dirk tapping, he like, man, he like, Mo, they coming out like they finna say folks dead or something. Yeah, they ass tweaking. Whole time they was finna tell us he ain't make it, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even thinking about it at this time, but they about to let us know folks never made it.
It would be later reported that LA had actually been just minutes away from the University of Chicago's Trauma Center for Youths, but he was denied treatment as he had just turned 17. In an interview with 16 Shot and Visuals, J.B. Bin Laden would give it extra insight into the day that LA was killed. It would seem that LA was truly at the cusp of superstardom, as he had been telling J.B. that he was supposed to be meeting with Atlanta legend T.I. very soon.
He kept telling me that he's supposed to be meeting T.I. So flying to Atlanta with Dirk and meeting T.I. That's like that. This what he used to be telling me, like for like around the time. He telling me, like, man, I'm finna fly out, meet T.I. He was flying out at this point, like he went on a couple shows with Dirk.
This would also be confirmed by LA's sister on an Instagram Live with Tay Capone.
Somebody said Dirk would have signed LA. Let me just set the record straight on that too. My brother wasn't no dummy. That's why he ain't let him just sign him. He had a whole record deal before he died. He was finna sign with T.I. and them. He would have never signed with Dirk for $100,000. What the is that, a car?
JB would also explain that witnessing LA's death was his first heartbreak and that he still suffers PTSD from it to this day.
That was like my real first like a heartbreak.
Dreads cut around the time of the murder, apparently a common move in the aftermath of the shooting to get rid of any gunpowder residue out of the long hair and to change their image to throw off the police. Lil Mick could also be seen on Twitter the day after the murder, taunting 600 and LA Capone and claiming that 600 needed a new name for their block, such as LA World, similar to other neighborhoods when a fallen member dies. Driller from 051, on the other hand, would tweet what LA's last words had supposedly been. No. Commenters on Reddit argued that it would have been very likely that the trio would have gotten away with the murder had it not been for Maze, aka Rocco's cooperation. Interestingly, before the arrest for the firearm in 2014, which led Rocco to cooperate, he was a top-ranking member from 051 and allegedly had been involved in 3 murders, being seen as 051's top killer at the time, as well as being noted as a top 10 shooter by the Chicago police, with commenters alleging that he may well have been the murderer of both LA Capone and OTF Newski, Dirk's cousin. Rocco had been taunting LA online the very next week, throwing up LA hand signs. He also posted a slew of disrespectful tweets regarding LA's murder. Interestingly, the online detectives on Reddit's Chiracology have also seemingly solved who made the original call, giving up LA's location and setting him up. This would allegedly be another rapper by the name of Hard Knock, who is affiliated with the 757 Gang Alliance in the low end, who on the other hand were at the time heavily affiliated with 051. According to this long and elaborate theory that appears very well sourced, Hard Knock was at the studio at the same time as LA and JB, and he would end up calling Rockhead to come to the studio to smoke some dope with them, which would in reality end up being a setup to kill LA. LA Capone's death was a huge loss, not only to 600, but to the whole drill scene. His music career had seemingly been on a steep rise in 2013, and many were expecting him to be the next big rap superstar to blow up from Chicago. LA Capone's rap career still had a massive impact on the world and left a big legacy to be remembered. New York drill legend Pop Smoke would tweet in 2014 that LA Capone was his favorite rapper, likely inspiring the future Brooklyn drill star to start rapping himself. In his short-lived career, LA Capone created many hit songs that would become classics in the Chicago drill scene, with 600 Breezy believing that at just age 17, LA would likely have been the biggest artist from Chicago if he remained alive. He even had his own connections with massive future stars such as G Herbo, as LA actually went to school with him, something that G Herbo later shared in a tribute post to LA on Instagram.
Hey, shout out Lil Herb too. I got some new coming soon too. Yeah, featuring on Lil Herb, man. And
shout out Lil Herb, L&B, Lil Bibby, man.
Ultimately, the story of LA Capone went down as one of the most tragic wastes of talent in Chicago history. The aspiring rap rookie could truly have been one of the greats, but ultimately, it was his ties to the streets of 600 that both inspired his music as well as inspired his enemies to take him out. And unfortunately for 600, LA Capone's murder was only the first of many disappointing setbacks that ultimately proved that no matter how much talent you have, if you make one wrong move in the streets of Chicago, everything could be over in an instant. But for other members, it would ultimately wind up that being on the other side of the gun would be the misstep that led to their downfall. And going into 2014, numerous 600 members with potentially bright futures would slip up and crash out, throwing away the opportunities that they had to finally get out of the street life, ultimately winding up facing decades in prison. After the death of LA Capone, 600 members would be devastated, but ultimately nothing would stop the gang's activities in the streets. While the murders they were committing were grabbing headlines, the music they were releasing was racking up YouTube views, and soon members would wind up getting more attention than they bargained for. Rondo No. 9 had gained a reputation as a violent loose cannon off the back of his drill songs with LA Capone. He'd also collaborated with Lil Durk and DJ Victorious on the track We Don't F Around, a song which featured Rondo and Durk referencing the loyalties between their crews OTF, 600, O-Block, and 300. Rondo had also dropped one of his biggest hits, a remix to the P. Rico song Hang With Me, which was notable for its extensive disses aimed at Tuka, the 15-year-old GD who was killed in 2011, as well as shouting out infamous O-Block shooter T. Roy and claiming that they go on drills together. Rondo was picking up steam in the rap game, and he went on to release a string of anthems after LA's murder, in many ways picking up the torch of 600's most buzzing rapper from his fallen friend. One infamous track was the disturbingly titled song Taliban, where he appeared to compare his gang activity on the streets to that of the major terrorist organization. Released on October the 7th, 2013, the song would also include pointed disses at dead ops like Fathead, and the video featured menacing scenes where 600 members would dance around with an array of high-powered weapons, including one particularly terrifying MAC-10 submachine gun. This gun would feature prominently in many videos and pictures associated with 600 members, and it became infamous amongst fans, being referred to as the 600 Mac. This would eventually cause fans to make compilations of all the times this infamous gun was actually present in 600's music music videos and social media posts. Tay Capone would mention the Mac in a live stream where he claimed that he got the gun in 2012 and that people were still showing it off in 2017 when he got out of jail, and claiming that the gang had put in maximum work on their ops with this gun.
Man, that shouldn't work now. That got dropped off to me in my hands, and all of that was in 2012 or 13, and I seen 4 of them still toting that 2017 when I got out the joint. Some guns you guys just let go, bro, especially when we already had put in a maximum amount of work with that.
Things like this were making 600 infamous, and the hype would continue as Rondo and other members would continue to release high-profile songs, like his November the 26th collab with Lil Durk, Ride. However, at the end of 2013, it would be more than music that had Rondo's face going viral in Chicago, as in December 2013, Rondo would post a photo on his Instagram that would become one of the most legendary images in Chicago drill history. In the photo, Rondo can be seen holding up an anti-tank rocket launcher, or as fans would refer to it, an RPG, rocket-propelled grenade launcher. This is like a weapon straight out of Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto, and something a lot more at home in a real war zone like Iraq or Afghanistan, with something like this truly making sense of the fact why they call Chicago Chirac. The photo itself would go viral on social media, reinforcing the image of 600 members as real savages who practiced what they preached and really waged war in the streets. However, it also caused a major alert for the local police department, and an investigation would be carried out immediately after, as a literal wanted poster would circulate among Chicago police gang units, explaining that they believed that rocket launchers were actually circulating among Chicago gang members, posing a genuine danger to the public, with pictures of the weapon and Rondo's own mugshot displayed prominently in a wanted style poster that went around. In the aftermath of this incident, the photo itself was swiftly removed from Rondo's Instagram, but by then it was too late, and while the image was going viral, Rondo would tweet an angry message where he would deny the weapon or the photo was even real. But luckily for Rondo, it would appear that the investigation was closed with no leads or arrests regarding that specific weapon. But later, in an unreleased snippet from his Instagram, Rondo would even mention that his house was actually searched or visited by federal investigators following this incident. And the next year, Rondo would reference the situation in his song Trust Myself, where he claimed that the incident actually brought him a lot of publicity. This would become an infamous moment in Chicago drill, with many viral videos being made about the situation, garnering millions of views. Years later, Mimo600 would pay homage to Rondo, posing with an RPG in a gun store himself. And media antics such as these not only contributed to the image of 600 as one of the most savage sets in Chicago, but it also enforced the image of Chicago as a real war zone. Coming into the turn of the year, the hype around the Chicago drill scene was reaching its peak, and at the time, the term Chirac was being used heavily in the media, as the media was creating narratives about the violent death toll in Chicago being higher than the amount of US soldier deaths in the military conflicts in places like Afghanistan and Iraq. However, in fairness, as many news outlets would also point out, such hyperbolic headlines were actually largely distorting the reality on the ground. The point that they were making was that Chicago was in fact only the deadliest city in America in total homicides, but in per capita terms, it didn't even make the top 10 most violent cities. Therefore, the implication appeared to be that the violence in Chicago was slightly overblown if you were looking at it on a per capita basis. But that just goes to show you how powerful the antics of drill rappers were during this time. The symbolic shock of seeing a drill rapper toting an RPG straight out of the US military arsenal was hard to ignore, and it had the whole of America terrified of Chicago's streets. However, make no mistakes, whilst other cities were indeed deadlier than Chicago on a per capita basis, certain areas of Chicago, like the south side where 600 reside, and the more violent but less infamous west side of the city, were in fact still setting records for concentrated violence. And while the year of 2014 would actually turn out to be the safest in decades in the wider Chicago, in the neighborhoods around Washington Park, the war would reach a new boiling point. So even if you didn't think the city of Chicago was anything like Iraq, the boys from 600 were living in a true Chirac war zone, and the savages that ran the streets there were becoming increasingly violent as well as famous. In 2014, we would see things reach breaking point for 600, as some of their most famous and violent members would be hell-bent on waging war on their ops. But unfortunately for them, this time the authorities wouldn't be far behind. And for members like Rondo and C-Day, a small mistake would ultimately wind up seeing them losing everything in an instant. On the night of February the 21st, 600 members Rondo, real name Clint Massey, C-Day, real name Courtney Ely, Tay600, real name Jamonte Carpenter, and Lil Boo, real name Jerome Anderson, were at a party in an area called Murder Town. The party was located at 39th Street and Wentworth in the Wentworth Gardens housing project, which was actually once considered to be the best public housing project in Chicago before the gangs took it over. As seen in the image taken on the night of the party, Rondo was actually wearing a very loud and easily identifiable tracksuit in a bright orange and black camouflage print. And in that photo, Rondo can actually be seen with a group of girls, some of whom were part of a female-led rap group called Pretty in Pink. Pretty in Pink were making a name for themselves in the early drill scene, releasing several songs and music videos, most of them filmed by the drill legend DJ Ken. This group would even get shout-outs from Chief Keef, and in their music videos and on their social media, they could often be seen hanging out with members of the BD sets around the Washington Park and Woodlawn areas, particularly 600 and O-Block. Some of them can also be seen making cameos in 600's music videos, such as 600 Part 2, and in their songs, they would even claim 600. On their social media, Pretty in Pink and 600 would use moniker P&P 600, and seemingly these girls quite literally identified as members of the 600 gang themselves.
Smoking, doink. See they ass sleepy fool.
Yeah. Don't make me come kill you for my little sister. I'll kill you on phone number.
This group included girls like Hannah, who was one of the main rappers of the group, even making tracks with Chief Keef. She also made music under the artist name Big Pink, and in recent years under the artist name Han Win. The other main rappers were Marie, who at the time rapped under the name Marie Ballout, but has since released music under the new artist name Big Pink Riri, as well as Shady, whose song Go In was a hit in Chicago in 2011, with the music video standing now at over 1.5 million views. This music video would also end up launching the career of Katie Got Bands, who makes a cameo in the video toting a tiny handgun. And then there's Amia, aka Lil Pink, who is actually D-Rose's sister, and Ray Ray, who was seemingly GBE Capo's girlfriend before his untimely passing in 2015, as well as many others. However, many of the members of Pretty in Pink were not from 600's hood, but were actually from the Murder Town area where this party was being held. Moreover, they certainly weren't the only girls who had been spending time with 600. According to court documents, on the night of February the 21st, 2014, 600 members would end up spending time with 3 other girls who were from the 600 neighborhood. At some point, Rondo and C-Day would leave the party with one of the girls in her van. Meanwhile, one or both of the girls still in the party would allegedly get into an argument with the members of Pretty in Pink, supposedly about a song that was being played. Perhaps this song was a Pretty in Pink song and they weren't fans, but during the argument, someone would shoot a gun in the air to try and stop the commotion. Now, the remaining 600 members, Tay and Lil Boo, would then leave the party with 2 girls, as well as Tay, who would allegedly make a call to C-Day telling him what had just happened at the party. However, Tay would later deny making this call.
These said that I called for them down there, bro. They say I called for them down there and had that happen, which was a lie. That's why the that said it, when she got on the stand, they locked her ass up for perjury. When she got up there and lied, locked her up for perjury. Mimo and them sister. Let's not forget that.
But soon after, they met C-Day, Rondo, and the third girl at a local Wendy's restaurant and headed back to Wentworth Gardens with a plan of carrying out a get-back attack on whoever had fired those shots. Documents would show that D-Rose was also present at this time and got into the same car as Rondo and C-Day. At this time, a man named Javon Boyd was waiting around the Wentworth Gardens area in his car as he had been dispatched for a job on his shift as a taxi driver. The car itself had no company livery or any indication that it was being used as a taxi at the time, so to the average person, this just looked like a normal car. The 3 vehicles carrying 600 members would make their way to 38th Street on Princeton Avenue, and here they spotted the idle car and noticed a man inside. The convoy then made a U-turn, and Rondo and C-Day would exit the vehicle and approach Boyd. Witnesses would then claim that they saw C-Day and Rondo open Javon's passenger side door and fire into the vehicle 4 or 5 times. They would then return to their car and leave the scene. However, unbeknownst to them, they had just made a grave error in touching Boyd's car with their bare hands, where police would later find C-Day's fingerprints. And to make matters worse for C-Day, he had also, once again, dropped his phone at the crime scene, this now being the second time that had happened. According to the girls, this was something that C-Day would even tell them, seemingly in the process also implying that he had indeed taken part in the murder of Fathead, during which he had previously left his phone in the van that was used in the murder. C-Day would then return to the scene with 2 of the girls, and once they would see that the scene had already been taken over by police, C-Day would then send one of the girls to try and retrieve the phone by talking to the cops and claiming that it belonged to her. This would turn out to be yet another grave mistake, as that girl would then proceed to give a false story about what had happened, as well as her real last name and real phone number. The police would also record the license plate number of her car, and this encounter between the girl and the police would begin their efforts to locate her, which they would eventually succeed in, making her the first of 3 girls who would begin opening up to the police about the events of that night. Clearly, the shooting was not pre-planned, and was ultimately carried out in such a sloppy fashion that it almost seems as if the culprits didn't care if they got caught. And to make matters even worse, the whole ordeal was caught on surveillance cameras, and due to the brashly coloured clothing the pair was wearing, it made them very easy to be identified on the recording. One of the girls would later tell investigators that C-Day had questioned the driver as to where he was from, and unfortunately Javon Boyd was actually from this neighbourhood. However, according to Javon Boyd's family, while he'd been in trouble with the law when he was younger, he was not gang affiliated wanted, but simply just an honest man working 2 jobs, trying to make ends meet. By simply telling the truth that he was from that neighborhood that day, Javon Boyd had unknowingly sealed his fate, and by killing Javon in cold blood on the spot, just because of where he was from, Rondo and C-Day had also sealed theirs. Eventually, on the 7th of March 2014, Rondo number 9 would be arrested, and soon after, charged with the murder, followed by C-Day about a week later, with C-Day receiving no chance at bail due to his prior cases, while Rondo's bail was set at a whopping $2 million. And despite his now rich and famous friends like Lil Durk and Chief Keef, as well as Fredo Santana, Rondo would ultimately end up waiting for trial behind bars too. Following Rondo's arrest, DJ Academics, who was making a name for himself with his War in Chirac YouTube series, would clown on...
Hold up, because every state be real, or every city feel like be real tricky with the bail and shit. Sometimes y'all tell me it's 10%. Sometimes it's the whole thing. Sometimes it's just a certain percent of property you can put down on it. In this case, what was it? 10%, so that would make it $200,000, or his family would have to put property down, or friends. Yeah.
On Rondo by going through a number of seemingly self-incriminating tweets that Rondo had put out immediately following this murder.
God damn it, I know this kid's only 17, but how dumb could you be? Now I gotta apologize in advance because I can't read this nonsense that these dudes are typing, all this bad hood vernacular. I can't really pronounce all this, but I'm gonna give it my best effort to enunciate some of this. I hate to be one of Rondo's number 9's associates on that day because he's tweeting everybody and everything, and he's probably incriminating them too. He tweeted a bunch at Lil Durk, and I'm guessing probably or hopefully Lil Durk wasn't involved, but he's tweeting him so much the cop probably has to investigate Lil Durk as well. He tweets out, "Don't sneak diss us or we will come and kill you." God damn it, getting a high off that gun smoke. God damn it. If this is the new stupidity level that's going on in these streets, I need to stay my ass in the house.
Meanwhile, the police investigation would find that the phone left behind by C-Day was damaged as it had been run over by a vehicle, but moreover, the phone had been remotely wiped. Meaning that if C-Day had just realized this possibility earlier and not sent one of the girls on a dummy mission to try and retrieve the phone from the crime scene, that girl may not have been identified and then captured by police, eventually turning to the witness that began the whole process of bringing down both C-Day and Rondo. The police would also identify C-Day and Rondo's gang affiliations, as well as their music careers by listening to their songs on YouTube. And they would even realize that Rondo had actually worn the same outfit he committed the murder in a music video uploaded to YouTube just a week before the crime. However, the case would soon take a turn that would end up almost breaking the whole of 600 apart, as rumors would soon begin to spread about somebody snitching in this case. Soon after Rondo and C-Day were brought into custody, the legendary Chicago scene news site College Kid would post an article about Lil Reese denying online rumors that Rondo or C-Day were snitching. However, soon the rumors would begin circulating around another member, Tay600. Although at this point the fans weren't aware that Tay had allegedly been at the scene of the crime with Rondo and C-Day, one of the first to accuse Tay of snitching would be OJ from the 600 affiliated Lamron set, who in 2014 would send numerous shots from his now deleted Twitter account. Interestingly, OJ himself would receive snitching allegations years later when paperwork concerning the murder of Fathead would come out, with OJ being ironically accused of snitching on C-Day in that case too. But then, in June 2015, things began escalating quickly, as E-Day sent a cryptic tweet suggesting that somebody was no longer part of 600 due to them snitching, which the fans would quickly decipher was referring to Tay600, who would respond by vehemently denying allegations and seemingly dissing E-Day directly. Soon, other 600 members would chime in, with some seemingly staying neutral, while others like Boss Moo and 600 Breezy would engage in Twitter beefs with Tay. Although at this point Breezy would still say that he hadn't seen any paperwork on Tay, meanwhile, the Chirac scorekeeper himself, the infamous Mubu Crump, would also weigh in on the matter, claiming that it was in fact C-Day who was snitching on Rondo.
And according to the Chirac scorekeeper Crump, he said this. He said, "C-Day telling on Rondo. I hope he get out that jam. I ain't with the snitching." Rondo was always cool and respectful. Now, let's be clear. We're talking about the guy who's a domestic, the guy, the only savage to brand a weapon of mass destruction. Crump is claiming Rondo snitching.
Then, in 2016, things would really begin to heat up. In March, it was reported that the trial of Rondo and C-Day was being delayed due to an uncooperative witness, and rumors would then start to spread that one of these witnesses was Tay himself, who instead of cooperating, had actually gone on the run, with US Marshals being deployed to locate Tay, eventually finding him with an illegal weapon. However, once again, information about his arrest would come out sparsely. Meanwhile, Rondo and C-Day's trial would move ahead, and on the 11th of March, it was reported that both had been found guilty and were facing 45 years to life, with 600 Breezy, who had apparently been at the court support tweeting the bad news, while other members like Just Blow and S-Dot would react, naturally being devastated at this loss. An emotional 600 Breezy would also air out his grievances on Twitter with Tay600, calling him a snitch and blaming him for the outcome. At this point, pretty much everybody in or close to 600, including people like Lil Durk and Lil Reese, would begin to attack Tay for snitching.
I don't know what Tay 600 snitching. I don't know about his snitch ass. I don't hang with him. Them not my homies.
However, Tay, who was still locked up at this point, would once again come out and firmly deny any snitching allegations. In April, the Chicago drill vlog legend Zach TV would post a clip of a jail phone interview with Tay, together with an explosive description of what Tay had allegedly told him during their full conversation, although the clip itself would provide very little new information, besides Tay claiming that people were hating on him because he had been intimate with their girlfriends.
But I'm in this cooler, bro. I'm deep down the cooler. I'm just, man, I'm anxious running back out to the streets. I'm missing a lot of money, a lot of moves, a lot of food being fed. I need to hurry up, get out of the dress, clean this BD. And this time, I'm dropping all the juice. I'm going to go back to white mad at me from 2013 and 2014 when I was my baby mama.
But then in May, C-Day finally was sentenced, receiving a whopping 38 years. This was followed by the sentencing of Rondo in July, who would receive 39 years, just one more than C-Day. In August, DJ Academics would report that Tay, on the other hand, had received a 30-month sentence for a gun he was caught with when he was arrested earlier that year. Also in August, Say Cheese would drop their interview with 600 Breezy, who would explain that he had seen the paperwork and that Tay had given a statement to the police, although he ultimately hadn't ended up testifying against Rondo and C-Day during the trial.
A lot of people, they're accusing Tay 600 to run in his mouth, but there hasn't been no paperwork for it, right? Has there been paperwork seen, or is it just like a assumption?
Now this the thing with cases like that, bro. I ain't gonna be on stick on it too much. You feel me? Like that paperwork don't be public, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? When it's some serious like that, only certain eyes can see that paperwork. But we seen it. Everybody from this block seen it. If we went to that courtroom, that lawyer let us see it, bro. So we just not gonna lie on nobody, bro. Feel me? And we love this shorty, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was out here with this we ain't never thought, bro. You know what I'm saying? I told him, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I talked to him one time after this, you know what I'm saying? I just told him, like, you feel me? I feel like he just made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have done nothing like that. But that pressure got on him, and he felt like nobody was gonna know what was said in that interrogation room. But he ain't touched that stand. He ain't touched that stand, bro. He wasn't gonna do that, bro. He didn't think it was gonna have to go that far. But that's misfortunate, bro.
E-Day would also give an interview to Say Cheese, confirming that Tay was no longer in 600.
Now, a lot of your fans wanted me to ask you about, Tay 600.
To this day, we have never seen that paperwork. But let me
that whole situation.
The Tay 600, man, yeah, you already know, man. He ain't right, man. Told, man, you know. You told on, bro, no. Something ain't right, You know how it be, you know what I'm saying?
Your fans want to know, like, is he still 600 or is it like?
Hell nah. Okay. Dead.
So he's no longer around, he can't come around here?
No.
At this point, fans were looking for any kind of proof as to what had actually happened. And right then, a bombshell would drop and go viral as an alleged statement given by Tay was dropped online, seemingly showing that Tay had indeed snitched on his friends. However, this statement would turn out to be completely false, as Tay would explain to Say Cheese in December, at this point already being a free man once again, having already gotten an early release.
Let's talk about this statement.
See, my thing was about that statement is, you feel me, be so dumb and stupid. You stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything, man. But one, that ain't have a paper. Look, my daddy just did 10 years in a federal prison and like 10 told him. I was a shorty, we had the paperwork that was about this thick, man. It let you know who said what and what said what, and it wasn't in pen like that fake ass that you just wrote me. And then for two, they got my birthday wrong on there. They say I was being held on 26th in California when I was doing the investigation. That's the address to the Cook County Jail. That's not the address to a police station, where I wasn't at, you feel me? Then, like, okay, if I'm gonna tell on someone, I guess I ain't at the time I would tell the truth. I didn't know none of them when I was 4 years old. Courtney first, you feel me? And I didn't even meet him till I was a teenager. Me and Rondo, I met Rondo later on, and we was going to grammar school together, but I never went to grammar school with C-Day. I only went to grammar school with Rondo, and that was about a year because I graduated before then. Then, I never went to high school with C-Day or Rondo. We ended up all going to the alternative school for probably, I think C-Day got kicked out like the first day I got him in there, he get kicked out. Me and Rondo, we was in there, but you know, he ended up stopped going too, and I dropped out too, so it was like we weren't even in school together.
Yeah.
So this It don't make no sense.
Coming into 2017, the narrative was turning in Tay's favor, as reports about the released court documents not including any proof of Tay snitching would begin to spread. In March, Tay would drop a song called The Truth, where he rapped about the case, saying how people calling him a rat had never seen him in the papers, as well as saying that 600 was still cool with the women who had testified in the court against Rondo and C-Day. Also in March, Vlad TV would post a clip from their interview with Tay, where he would explain what had happened with the case, saying how police had told him that they knew he had been present during the murder and tried to intimidate him to tell more, but he didn't budge, explaining that he wasn't scared because there wasn't any proof that he had been there other than some witness statements.
It's a simple fact, they can't prove that I witnessed anything. I know this, you feel me? They can't prove nothing like that because of the simple fact of I'm not on camera doing nothing. You know, it might be people identifying me saying that I saw it or I was at the scene or whatever, but you know, that's my word against theirs, you feel me? That ain't nothing that they could automatically just put perjury on, you feel me? Like, that's something that I had to have a trial within itself, you feel me? So I wasn't really worried about nothing like that. They didn't threaten me with perjury right in the investigation room though.
Tay would also accuse 600 Breezy of lying about seeing any paperwork about him.
They was there, and my people told me they never seen Breezy, you feel me? And so if he came now, he came and briefly left. Like, he didn't even stay long enough to see a lot of things unfold in the trial, you feel what I'm saying?
But even Fredo Santana would tweet saying that Tay didn't snitch. In August, it was even reported that Rondo himself was denying that Tay snitched in his new jail phone freestyle, which Tay would take as yet another victory. During 2018, things were seemingly beginning to calm down, with Tay even releasing part of a call between him and 600 Breezy, who was locked up at the time, where they would chop it up about the past and hashing out their differences. But under the surface, there was a lot of tension, and the relationship between Tay...
Them boys was on a full slam.
Up. E-Day is lying. You gonna listen to talk. I've never had anything taken from me. This is something that y'all need to know. I'm clarifying this now. I have never had anything taken from me. Nothing. They be putting false in the air and be having asking me about false ass information. Like, what the be wrong with these? What the be wrong with the fans for even believing these stupid ass little boys? Like, never been a lame. Kamiko on his watching me, she know who the real gang members is from our block, cause she used to come over there to see me and Matt, and who you used to see in my crib, them members on gang, just members. If you seen them in my crib, they was them members. Other than that, I was putting their ass out. I used to put the cop on them out my crib, boy. I used to put just on them out my crib, boy. Get the out y'all ass. Go outside and get killed. I don't give a get out of here.
In 2019, things would go from bad to worse for Rondo and C-Day, as both would lose their appeals, thus affirming their sentences of 38 and 39 years. Rondo would also get mad at Vlad TV for reporting how his legal team had attempted to pursue a new trial based on the fact that his previous legal team should have more vigorously argued for the theory that C-Day was the sole shooter. Rondo's anger would then turn to Tay, calling him a snitch and a rat. Rondo would continue in a jail phone call recorded by a friend, where he claimed that one of the eyewitnesses that had been tracked down was Jamonte Carpenter, Tay's government name.
Who the was a witness with them? I bet they say Jamonte Carpenter. Y'all look at the statement of facts in my case. Y'all gonna see that the police, the state was trying to track down eyewitnesses. One of the names is Jamonte Carpenter.
However, for Tay, these documents would be more good news, as they would become available for free online, showing that he wasn't mentioned as a witness during trial. Around this time, Tay was also officially announcing that he was changing his artist name from Tay 600 to Tay Capone, with the last name of course being a tribute to his fallen friend L.A. Capone. In 2022, M-Thang would post to his Instagram story claiming that 600 members only distanced themselves from Tay in fear of what other members might think, and arguing that Tay never actually stated who did the shooting. Trigger and Estot are some of the other members who have seemingly stuck with Tay throughout most of this drama. In 2021, Trigger would comment on his relationship with Tay, saying that he was locked up during most of the drama and that he hadn't seen any paperwork about him, and that he didn't care what other people thought. And in 2023, Tay would post a photo of himself hanging out in 600's hood with Trigger. Estot, on the other hand, would reflect on his relationship with Tay in his recent No Jumper interview, saying how he can't turn his back on his brother and that they had fought but eventually come to an understanding.
You and Tay still tight? Yeah, that's my brother. I seen for a minute, cause like a lot of people in 600 had like turned their back on Tay, but you was one of the first ones I seen. I came together and did an interview. Yeah, I can't turn my back on, buddy. It's my boy. How y'all get back in tune? Like, what was that conversation like?
It was like a real brother conversation. We argued, sent some threats, but it was. That was my brother. But yeah, he was tweaking with me. I was tweaking with his This the first time we ain't talked in a long time, so like, it was a little heated, but we got past. That was my brother. We got new music and shit on the way.
During the annual celebration for D-Thang in 2023, Tay could be seen celebrating in the same video with numerous 600 members, such as Estot, Trigger, Domo, M-Thang, and Young Famous. Meanwhile, in the years following their sentences, footage has come out of Rondo and C-Day behind the prison walls. C-Day would even be interviewed through a jail phone, during which he claimed that he regrets doing things for the people that he did.
I regret what I did, I did for all the wrong.
And complaining that no one from 600 has put money on his books or paid his lawyer fees.
He'll, it's making money off, you know, things that I put my blood, sweat, and tears for, you know, and for me to backbite down everything rolls, you know. Any of that, you know, we fight for our life, you know, no money, no loyalties.
C-Day also shared that he went to trial with a public defender, while Lil Durk had seemingly paid for Rondo's lawyer fees, as Rondo was signed to Durk's label OTF at the time. C-Day was ultimately left with nothing, and pretty much felt that Rondo threw him under the bus. Sadly, there seems to be little hope for either getting out before serving their full sentence, a sentence that they ultimately deserve for playing a role in the senseless murder of an innocent man, all because he was honest and told them that he was from the area. Rondo and C-Day were dangerous.
Wait, bro. Who's collecting the money off these niggas' songs? I don't know. I'm scratching my head because off the simple fact that money's going somewhere.
Dangerous individuals.
And for these folks to be like Team 600 LLC collecting this, that, and the third, and nobody helping them boys eat in that prison house is crazy. For the rest of their life, they gonna get paid for that money. I mean, paid for the music. Somebody's getting paid from the music for the rest of their life. You know how you click on Apple Music and you go listen to some Marvin Gaye, some old shit from 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago? Somebody just got paid from that play. Back to these guys. Shit. Soon as you go listen to one of their songs, play, somebody getting paid. And it's crazy that he get to go on the jail phone and say some crazy shit like that. That shit just blew my mind for
that shouldn't have been on the streets for the safety of the public. Judging by C-Day's internet activity, he was literally hellbent on killing people for fun on a regular basis during this time. So despite their potential as rappers, really, they were shooters first. They wound up facing the consequences that shooters face for the benefit of wider society. But I can understand why this is a hard pill to swallow when Rondo and C-Day were seemingly so close to rap stardom. Their sentencing for this murder put an end to their potential success in the music industry and represented a huge waste of potential. Rondo could be seen in his Zach TV interview anticipating his success in music and believing that he was headed to the top.
Yes, man. Trying to make it to the top. Facts from these.
Because after LA Capone was killed, Rondo was the next promising rap prospect in 600, but unfortunately, both artists would lose their careers to the streets in different but equally tragic ways. And today, the duo's biggest song, Play for Keeps, with 60 million views on YouTube, can easily be considered as a classic in the genre, which shows just what could have been. And when you look at the heights of Lil Durk's career and his OTF label that Rondo was a part of have reached in 2024, it's painful to imagine just how much Rondo threw away with this one bad decision. Rondo's solo music would also garner massive attention, and it's rare to find a video with less than 5 million views of his. Rondo had been making big moves in the industry and had even toured with the likes of Pusha T and Fabulous.
Finna start just collabing with all type of like real like that's already like at the top already. We're gonna see what's up, yeah? Cause I with a lot of already. We've been on tour, we Pusha T, Fabulous, all of them. We with a lot of that ain't.
C-Day also had promise in the music industry, even featuring on a song with Rondo that now has almost 10 million views, as well as having a close relationship with drill legend Chief Keef. But now, prison photos of the pair aging will be all that the public gets to see. But unfortunately for 600, Rondo and C-Day weren't the only famous members who wound up facing a lifetime in prison. As only 10 days before the murder of Javon Boyd, another prominent 600 member would allegedly commit a high-profile murder that would ultimately see them taken off the streets for good as well.
They say he ain't do this.
By 2014, Team 600 had become famous all over Chicago and the wider world as both a gang and a collective of drill rappers. 600 started 2014 strong, releases being the sequel to their big crew anthem 600 on the 30th of January, dropping 600 Part 2. The music video for this track now stands at over 14 million views. And when 600 had released the Part 1, they'd already lost several members, but the original song included LA Capone, who was still alive at the time, one of their most loved and respected members and their clear #1 star in the making at the time. Part 1 was the introduction to this all-star drill team to the public. However, after the death of their biggest prospect LA Capone, Part 2 was seemingly 600's way of letting both the fans and their ops know that despite this huge loss, 600 could not be stopped. neither in the drill music scene or in the streets of Chicago. The hook of the song seemed to reference 600 losing members and planning to kill for the gang in revenge. Both S-Dot and Tay600 would also pay tribute to LA in their verses, while E-Day's verse would have some eerie foreshadowing of the tragic events that would take place not even a month after the video's release, where he rapped about Rondo finishing the job and taking a charge. And talking about foreshadowing, in the video, people can be seen wearing Free D-Rose shirts. Now, D-Rose is one of the most infamous and dangerous savages in 600 who has been shouted out as a prolific shooter numerous times by other people. At the time of the shooting of the video, D-Rose was seemingly locked up, but he would be released already before the music video was released. D-Rose, real name Arbia Sardin, was originally from the area known as Motown, which is a large black pea stone stronghold around Sherman Park on the south side, with Mo's being a common nickname for the members of their gang, deriving from the Islamic beliefs of the crew. In early photos, a young D-Rose can be seen throwing up a 5, which represents the 5-point star that is one of the symbols of the Black Pea Stones and the people nation that they belong to. D-Rose's father was a well-respected Black Pea Stone leader known as General Ranger, this name likely deriving from the fact that the Black Pea Stones were originally known as the Blackstone Rangers. General Ranger was known for making money, but also giving back to his community, and he would reportedly hand—
no bullshit, Denzel's one of them. Denzel Washington. No cap, it's a video. Y'all the Stone Rangers? Nah, they used to be— I'm gonna put it in the video. Don't forget, Snort.
out school supplies and book bags to children in the area. But unfortunately, Ranger, real name Alaroy Marcus Sardine, would be killed in 2006 during a robbery all the way in Texas. As Tay600 aka Tay Capone would later explain in his YouTube channel.
You feel me? His mama and his daddy really from— his mama and his daddy is Motown originals. You feel me? Both of them. His daddy got killed way before all of this. Daddy got killed out of town.
D-Rose's mother was also a well-known and loved figure in the area, and D-Rose seemingly had a very different upbringing from many of the other kids in the area, as his mother made sure that none of her kids attended the public schools in the area that were well known for their poor performance and problematic behavior, including gang activity. Another detail which Tay600 would break down in detail on his YouTube channel.
D-Rose's mama, she a gangster, she from the block, I mean she from the town, she a real street girl, but she always wanted the best for her kids. Like, she always wanted the best for D-Rose and them. Like, when we was a shorty, like I always tell y'all, the shorties, we went to the hood schools, Carter, Dunbar, Sexton, Dulles. D-Rose and his siblings didn't go to none of them schools. D-Rose and his siblings was going to the private school that was smack dab in the middle of the hood.
Indeed, the other members of 600 attending the public schools in the area would get into all kinds of altercations at school. One of these schools was the Dunbar High School in the Bronzeville neighborhood, which was known for its heavy gang activity and violent gang-related incidents. One Reddit commenter on the Chiracology subreddit shared a story about his uncle attending Dunbar and the various sets that would clash at the school. According to Tay600, LA Capone used to get into fights there weekly due to many of his friends quitting school, leaving him all alone in class to fight against his ops.
And I went cool. Like, LA was like a little scrawny, bro, but he had the heart of a lion. And he ended up going to high school. And by the time he got to the high school where a lot of the guys used to go to, a lot of the guys dropped out, stopped going, got kicked out. And a lot of ops came in. And he was not finna, he was content on going to school, you know what I'm saying? And the ops weren't finna make him not go to school. So he'd go to school and get jumped once or twice a week, or be in a fight, a real bad fight, every week. And it's just like, I'm steady hearing this. I'm coming home from out there, folks ass black, you feel me, like, but he's still out here and he's still going to school.
While D-Rose's parents were both from a gang background, they were doing their best to try and make sure that their son didn't get involved in that lifestyle, and they were giving him and his siblings the best life they possibly could in this troubled neighborhood. Unfortunately, their efforts could ultimately not stop D-Rose from becoming the product of his environment, and from a young age, D-Rose would hang with his elders on the block, getting increasingly sucked into the gang lifestyle. Many videos would later circulate, seemingly showing D-Rose getting active in the streets, where he would be filmed throwing up gang signs.
Take no picture of me, bro. Why you take this of me, boy? Why you going? Gang, that weed could be Kyra. Probably rocking Chandel.
One video would go around where he would be seen beating up and robbing an op on camera. D-Rose would even film himself after the op shot at him.
Still out, man. These just shooting up my leg, man. It ain't, man. We still up on this L block. Late night, me and Maintain. You know, they was just shooting at our legs of King David. You know.
He would film himself sliding in cars with Rondo, as well as Lil Durk and Chief Whoop, as well as posting clips where he claims he was smoking on Tuka with his shooters.
Let me get that lighter, bro. Smoking Tuka with my shooters. I'm smoking Tuka with my shooters.
And despite only dabbling with rap, D-Rose himself was seemingly infatuated with drill music, regularly turning up to the gangbanging anthems that his friends like Chief Keef were making.
I was on that young drilling folks. Don't get no with the stuff. We gon' drill that. Look at that. It ain't happening now.
Although he was originally from Motown, D-Rose was seemingly an original 600 member who had lived in the neighborhood long before 600 the gang had even formed, having moved there with his family near 59th in Indiana when he was still a little boy. The private school that D-Rose attended also had many Front Street members, which is how he would allegedly first become affiliated with these local gang sets. D-Rose is also reportedly cousins with G Muma and 50 Shot Mall, who are prominent members of the Folly Boys set, which is located in Motown, where his father Ranger was from. And on subreddits like Chiracology, D-Rose's affiliation is commonly put as 600/Folly Boys. Eventually, this lifestyle would bring him the nickname D-Rose, and although he used to be an avid basketball player and likely a fan of the actual player D-Rose, aka Derrick Rose, an NBA player from Chicago, the nickname D-Rose would in fact have a much more sinister meaning, with Tay600 saying that he got the name because he only needs one shot to kill his ops.
You know, D-Rose, he wasn't always D-Rose, you know what I'm saying? He got his name D-Rose for only needing one. All I'm gonna say about that, Shorty only need one shot. It's over with. He don't need a lot of for him. He only need one.
Indeed, the court documents from the murder of FBG Duck would actually reveal that D-Rose was implicated in a murder that had taken place all the way back in 2011, when he would have been just 13 years old. This being the murder of a boy named Dale Fisher, also known as Squirrel, who was from STL's neighborhood. The allegation was that D-Rose was one of the shooters in Dale's murder, as told by FBG Butter, who famously became one of the cooperators in Duck's murder case in 2023, along with YouTuber Trenches News, with Butter allegedly telling the prosecution that he had witnessed D-Rose, together with the short but super savage T-Roy from O-Block, killing Dale in December 2011. Sadly, many members of STL and Dale's family claim that Dale was not even involved in the streets or gang life, but simply just hung around people who were. Shockingly, some people have even suggested that Dale might not have even been D-Rose's first body. Indeed, D-Rose's murder rap sheet allegedly runs a lot deeper than this. All the more shocking when you consider the fact that he was barely a teenager during these years. He was also rumored to have been involved in the murder of King Doc, real name Marlon Monroe, who was affiliated with the STL EBT set, specifically the EBT side. Doc was shot whilst walking near 63rd and St. Lawrence, the heart of STL's territory, when somebody opened fire while he was in front of a corner store, striking Doc once in the chest. Doc would then try to escape across the road and through a patch of tall weeds in an empty lot on the 6300 block of St. Lawrence, where he would ultimately succumb to his injuries, later being discovered by his relative, a boy named Modell McCambry. Now, anybody that's seen my video, King Von Rap's First Serial Killer, likely remembers that Modell himself would also meet an equally tragic ending not long after, with O-Block's King Von rumored to have been involved in both murders along with T-Roy. Anyway, following the social media activity of EBT members after Doc's death, it appeared that police thought that the Black Disciples were responsible. Particularly, Lamron and Brick City, aka 600, were their top suspects for this murder. However, many of the OG Brick City members were actually gangster disciples who had beef with members of Lamron just a few years earlier, as we know from Lil Durk's early lyrics dissing the set in his 2009 song R.I.P. Mo. Brick City's younger generation, on the other hand, were primarily Black Disciples, which ultimately became the default set for the new generation that called themselves 600. As Tay600 implies on his 2021 song Way Back When, where he says that a lot of members were flipped from GD to BD when they joined 600. Online drill fans have long debated who from 600 might have been involved with the murder of Doc, with D-Rose actually being one strong contender. However, if that wasn't enough, there's also another completely different Doc that D-Rose had also allegedly rumored to have killed in 2012. This was a man called Lil Doc from the so-called No Love City on the west side of the Dan Ryan Expressway, more specifically from a set in that area that operates around 57th and Throop Street, although there's very little information available about this Doc altogether. What we do know from his cousin's tweets, though, is that he died on the 13th of August 2012. The reason why some people think that D-Rose had something to do with Lil Doc's death was also to do with his cousin's tweets, as following Doc's death, he would diss D-Rose and 600 numerous times. However, what makes this case confusing is the fact that there's seemingly no news about a murder that took place on the 13th or 12th or 14th that would seemingly fit this case. The closest thing is a news article about a 19-year-old killed by security guards after shooting at them in the early morning hours of the 13th. This took place in the far south side suburb of Richton Park, which is possibly why some people claim that Doc was indeed killed during hitting a lick. However, this doesn't seem to match the description of his cousin, who later tweeted several times about the murder seemingly happening on their block. He even tweeted about running to the location where Doc had been shot, that location being on the Elizabeth Street right next to Throop Street. Doc's cousin would also claim that he knew who killed him, but later has implied that he doesn't know, with there seemingly being too many rumors out there. So it's very difficult to say whether rumors about D-Rose's involvement in this murder are true. Furthermore, D-Rose has also commonly been rumored to have been one of those involved in the killing of none other than Lil Jojo, the GD rapper who went to war with Lil Durk and Lil Reese's Lamron 300 set and put an enormous target on his back when he released the song BDK, calling for all black disciples in Chicago to be killed. On the 4th of September 2012, JoJo dropped that song BDK and caused an avalanche of hate and death threats from black disciples. He would even post an infamous video where he confronts Lil Reese on the street, yelling at him whilst driving by.
Hey, Reese low. Yeah. Hey, I am Brick Squad. Brick Squad, boy. You talking about, boy? We get up. Not heirs, man. Ain't no taking off. What's wrong with y'all, boy?
JoJo would seemingly not be scared of the black disciples that he'd upset, tweeting that he is outside on Brick Squad's territory. And it's believed that soon after this event, several cars traveled to the location searching for JoJo, where a security camera would capture him riding a bike together with another boy when a couple of cars would follow along behind them. Both JoJo and the first car would move beyond the camera's view, and soon the other boy can be seen running away from the scene in the opposite direction. One of those rumored to have been inside one of those cars was D Rose himself, while another popular suspect was a gang member called Poo Poo Man from an Inglewood-based BD set called SMB, or Sean Money Boys. He's perhaps best known by drill fans due to a bar in Chief Keef's classic diss track War from 2014, where he raps that he calls up Poo Poo Man when he needs someone killed. Anyway, after the murder, JoJo would be mocked all over the internet, including by members of 600 like LA Capone, and D Rose would also a few years later diss JoJo by joking about his favorite color on Twitter with King Von and Bite Down. These are only a few examples of murders that D Rose's name has been connected to whilst he was still incredibly young. Therefore, it's not a surprise then that once word spread of D Rose's activities, he would garner a lot of respect in the streets. Moreover, once drill music became a nationwide and global phenomenon around 2012, D Rose would become a drill celebrity without dropping a single song, particularly due to Chief Keef often shouting him out in songs portraying him as a teenage assassin. D Rose would even make a rare cameo in Keef's early music video for the song John Madden in 2011. Then, in October 2012, only about a month after Lil JoJo's death, Keef would also put out one of his biggest hits to date, Love Sosa, where he raps a line that would become a drill classic: "Don't make me call D Rose, boy, he's 600 boy, and he keep that pole, boy, you gon' get over." You know the bar. In fact, ever since October the 8th, 2012, when videographer D Gaines released a preview to the Love Sosa video, ending on lyrics about D Rose, these lyrics would ultimately become a trend on Twitter. Although at this point, many listeners still thought that Chief Keef was actually talking about D Rose, the basketball player, causing a flurry of hilarious viral tweets with clueless fans in shock that a professional basketball player, Derrick Rose, would be putting in work for 600 on the streets. As Tay600 would later explain on his YouTube channel, D Rose would perhaps become the first person in drill history to become famous for just being a shooter.
Before yelling his name, you feel me? Before yelling his name, and it's blowing up to the point where D Rose is becoming a celebrity, bro. Like D Rose was becoming a celebrity right before our eyes, folks. Like it got to a point with D Rose where D Rose, the guys around, like I seen four of them turn into fans of D Rose, and he was not making a song. He didn't make a song. Like, he didn't make a song, bro. You feel me? It was just clout from being a savage. Like, I didn't understand it, folks. Like, he was the first to do that. Like, become known off being savage. You feel me? Like, that was just real loud. I never seen that before in person, in a rack. You know what I'm saying? But D Rose was blowing up like some type of celebrity. You know what I'm saying?
With D Rose's name ringing hard in the streets at this time, and it's even said that he repped as many as 7 different gang sets, or at least had very close ties with them, with these sets being 600, TYMB, O-Block, THF46, Front Street, Lamron, and the Folly Boys. According to Tay600, even the infamous shooter Tay Savage, aka Chicago's John Wick, all the way from Welch World in the low end, would attempt to recruit D Rose to join his Welch World set because he knew what a serious shooter D Rose was in the streets.
It was disinsertions from his hood because they was in tour. Black pulled up to my crib and was looking for D Rose. He said, "Man, I'm BD." This man told me, he said, "I ain't gonna lie, on Welch, I want him. I want Rose. Tell Rose I said hit my line, man. Tell Rose I said come with me." On BD, he said he got pipe, everything D Rose want. On BD, whatever Rose want, he got it for him. He gonna put Drake in his hand. He gonna put Drake, ARP, 30, whatever he want, whatever Rose want on BD, he got it for Rose. And I'm just looking like, man, what on BD? What the f on, boy? That Rose, our slider, he's sliding for us on King, baby. He ain't gonna be on the hill now. Here I'm talking for Rose.
BD whole time. Rose on BD. He probably would have rolled around with Takers. Rose like other gangsters too, folks. On BD, but Rose like other gangsters too on King David, folks. This man come to my crib trying to recruit D Rose, folks. It's just like, I'm just like, damn, on BD, you mean that much to you, folks? Like, you don't got enough savages, enough guns, enough this and that. You feel me? Like, you just want more artillery, more savages in your circle, more demons in your vicinity on BDE recruiting the gangsters.
Due to his young age and his reputation, even D-Rose's mugshot would eventually go viral. In September 2012, D-Rose would get arrested, causing some of the biggest savages in Chicago to call for his release. Chief Keef too would eventually tweet "Free D-Rose" together with an Instagram photo, finally letting even his mainstream audience know exactly who he was talking about in his songs. Other youngsters would even tweet to Keef, telling him how they had seen D-Rose while they were in jail and confirming that he was banging for 600 crazy whilst inside. While some people seemingly associated with D-Rose would tweet criticizing Keef for not bailing him out with his newfound rap riches, some seemingly thought that the arrest was even related to the murder of Lil Jojo due to the timing, but this wasn't the case, as someone would post from D-Rose's own account. And his co-defendant Juice the Savage from Front Street would later tell that the case was actually for an unrelated armed robbery and attempted murder case allegedly taking place in a studio.
I mean, just taking a step back, so what was the case that y'all got locked up for? I mean, since it's in the past now, like, can you talk about it? You and D-Rose?
Yeah, man. Said that me and D-Rose got him trying to rob him, trying to take his money in the studio. They ended up locking us up. Somebody picked us out of the video, saying that me and D-Rose did it to him.
Tay 600 would also tell how D-Rose had in fact been wearing his black puffer jacket when the police had finally caught him.
He running around the hood, I get my coat. And then 2 days later, after me giving him my coat, we in a block, he peel off and get bumped. The that bumped in my coat, man. I wasn't blue, but I was like, damn. You feel me? I just got that damn coat, folks. Feel me? But look, the nigga get locked up in my coat, right? So man, this the picture, this, I don't know, this was his first mugshot he ever had. You feel me? Now, he gets locked up in my coat, I'm looking for the picture. This is his first mugshot ever. This is Twitter right here. This is my coat. That got locked up in my coat. I was blue.
However, at this time, D-Rose was still a juvenile and therefore placed in a juvenile temporary detention center, or what's better known in Chicago as Audie Home, named after Arthur J. Audie, the superintendent of the first such center in Chicago. And as D-Rose was a juvenile, he also wouldn't have a public mugshot taken until he was finally transferred to the county jail in June 2013 after turning 17. This mugshot would immediately go viral as Chief Keef fans could finally put a face to the name of the infamous savage from the songs, immediately cementing D-Rose's status as Chicago's #1 celebrity savage. And this mugshot would become iconic and was used in the covers of various 600s mixtapes, as well as on custom Free D-Rose shirts which members would seemingly make and sell. But most famously, D-Rose's mugshot would eventually become the icon of the infamous subreddit Chiracology, where Chicago drill culture is discussed in depth on Reddit, ultimately cementing D-Rose as quite literally the poster boy for Chicago drill. Finally, in mid-January 2014, D-Rose would end up beating this case, getting back onto the streets of Chicago, and even his ops would immediately take notice of this. D-Rose was finally free, with all eyes on him and a whole world of opportunities in front of him. Perhaps had he taken rapping seriously, his life story could have taken a drastically different direction, but unfortunately, D-Rose was as gangster as it got, and rapping was secondary to his main career as a savage. And soon, he would return to the streets with his reputation as a shooter to live up to. And ultimately, it was only a matter of time before he'd find himself in trouble with the law, but before that could happen, numerous people would lose their lives to his hand. It would appear that D-Rose hit the streets running, ready to capitalize on his newfound fame, and soon after getting home, he could be seen hanging out with his famous rapper friends, including Chief Keef and Fredo Santana. He would also visit New York at least once with Fredo and his fellow 600 savages like Rondo No. 9, and he could even be seen hopping on the stage with mainstream rappers like A$AP Rocky whilst tagging along to shows with Fredo Santana. He would also make a few rare music video cameos, such as in the Rondo and C-Day music video for the classic drill anthem Bail Out, which was released about a week after D-Rose was released from jail. and in the music video for Fredo's song Always, featuring G Herbo and Capo from Glow Gang. Interestingly, D Rose was also spending time at the studio, where he would now try his chops at rapping, seeing if he could parlay his reputation as a savage into rap stardom. He would begin to promote his debut mixtape The Return of D Rose, and this time in the studio would result in several songs with numerous drill heavy hitters, such as the song Zico Pack with Rondo No. 9 from 600, Boss Top from O Block, and Lil Herb aka G Herbo from No Limit. Zico Pack was a disrespectful diss towards the original 051 Young Money member who was murdered, as well as the song Long Nights with Juice the Savage, C-Day, Rondo No. 9, and Fredo Santana, along with production from the legendary DJ Ken, who produced a lot of the early songs for Chief Keef. It appeared that D Rose's life was actually heading in the right direction, with signs that Fredo was even perhaps considering signing him to his SSR label that he had recently started. D Rose would even do his first interview around this time, a very brief 46-second snippet where Rose was pretty much out of his mind.
Okay, man, it's D Rose from 600, man. Follow me on Instagram. Speed Drive D Rose. You know how I rock. You know, shout out all my blocks. Folks don't know how I'm rocking. I'm just, you know, trying to get real hard. It's real hard, man. A lot of we just gonna get out together, the whole squad, the whole game. You know, free all the gas, just a piece of all the gas.
But while D Rose was clearly trying to use his street fame to build a following and perhaps eventually a career in music and media, there were still signs that he hadn't left his old life in the streets alone, because the majority of his social media posts were still him hanging around in his old stomping grounds in the South Side, sliding in traffic with fellow members or from the sets that he was known to be close with. During one of these times he was out sliding, on the 11th of February 2014, Chicago police officers who were patrolling the West Inglewood neighborhood would notice a white Dodge Caravan that was double parked in a way that obstructed the street. The police decided to question the people in this vehicle, who would turn out to be D Rose, Rondo No. 9, and C-Day. The police would question the trio, taking their personal information, as well as the information of the car, including the VIN number. Perhaps the Chicago police had an inkling that the occupants of this minivan were plotting to do much more than just double parking, and afterwards, the trio was seemingly allowed to continue on with their night. But the next day, however, things would get serious. On the 12th of February, a 14-year-old boy by the name of Venzel Richardson was out with his friends in the Woodlawn neighborhood. Venzel, also known as Big V, was a popular kid and well known within his area, and may have even had aspirations to make it in music, as can be seen in this 2012 music video that was made as part of a mentoring program for elementary students interested in the arts, where Venzel would rap about his neighborhood and his goals not to get sucked into the gang life.
Yes, it's why I'm Pete. My clique is unique. We stay on the mic. We never go to sleep. Always on the grind. Never waste time. We avoid.
Then he hit us with the Project Pat bars. I'm shitty right now. This is Venzel. I'm gonna keep it peaceful, but
bad bustin' rhymes. My swag is to hustle, not to cause trouble.
Venzel had a close relationship with members of the gang Taekwon World, as can be seen from this old picture of Venzel together with prominent member TB. However, it seems that as Venzel got a little bit older, the peer pressure and allure of gang life that he grew up around would prove too much to resist, as can be seen from later photos where he's seen posing with other gang members throwing up gang signs, as well as from his own social media posts where he can be seen posing with guns and throwing up more gang signs, taunting the police and his ops, as well as claiming his set Taekwon World, as well as V Block for Vernon Street and Mo Block for his friend Mo from Taekwon World, who had been killed in January 2014. Taekwon World was ultimately one of the gangs considered to be opposition of 600 and O Block, making Venzel a target for numerous shooters affiliated with the BDs like D Rose. Around 3 PM, Venzel would make his last post on Facebook, once again taunting his ops while implying that him and his friends were outside. A few hours later, at approximately 8:20 PM, Venzel and his friends were walking along the 6100 block of South Vernon Avenue. They were on their way back home after visiting a convenience store when a white van pulled up alongside them, somebody opening a sliding back door and aiming a gun at them. These young men would begin running in different directions, but Venzel was shot several times, including in the head, and he would end up dying at the scene. Venzel's friend, prominent Taekwon World member TB, real name Terry Barry, would later tweet his pain at the loss, suggesting that Venzel was innocent and not involved in the gang war. Meanwhile, the day of the shooting, around 8 PM, And then again, around 9:55 p.m, D Rose would post on his Instagram 2 photos of himself with Lamron members OJ and Chubbs, implying that between 8 and 10 p.m, D Rose was with them, or at least that's what he wanted people to think, with these pictures of him inside a house intended as a perfect alibi. However, about a week later on the 18th of February, D Rose would post an incredibly incriminating post, holding a Nerf gun with a caption saying, "Bullets fly, no Nerf." This was a lyric from the song Chief and Keef by Chief Keef, but instead of ending the line with the lyric, "Change your ass like seasons be," D Rose would write, "Papa G on Vernon Street," the exact street where Venzel had been killed less than a week before. And to make matters worse, the police would work out that the pistol used in this murder was also the very same one used to kill Javon Boyd a few weeks later, placing the blame firmly on 600. But an arrest wouldn't come immediately, and for the time being, D Rose would continue living the good life, hanging out with his famous rapper friends like Fredo, Rondo, C-Day, E-Day, Boss Top, and Tado from Glow Gang, and his now increasingly famous gang member friends like T-Roy, King Von, and Doo-Wop from No Limit. And in the month that followed, D Rose would still seemingly be sliding in the streets, hunting down his enemies, eventually catching one of the most prominent enemies of 600, an infamous rapper who had been dissing 600 and their allies extensively. Lil Mark was a well-respected and popular member of the 051 Young Money gang. He had been releasing drill music since 2011, such as his famous track Zico World, a tribute to the fallen 051 member who 600 members would often diss. On the 24th of March 2014, Lil Mark released his latest diss song, No Competition. This track made Mark a prime target to 600, Lamron, O-Block, and other BD affiliates who were dissed in this song. The song title was a direct shot at Lil Durk and his OTF collective, as he had previously released a song titled Competition, and Lil Mark's remix would even make his intentions to diss Lil Durk and his OTF crew clear in the title. The lyrics for No Competition included numerous disrespected disses towards 600 and other enemies of 051 Young Money. Over a minute of the song's runtime is exclusively dedicated to dissing specific people by name, and in the opening verse, 600 is dissed 5 times with their dead members being disrespected, as well as OD Perry from Wick City, whose death led to the gang infamously renaming themselves O-Block, as well as a beloved girl named Keita from the Parkway Gardens who also died in 2009. The song clearly achieved what it set out to do, as just 3 days later on the 28th of March, 051 Young Money's enemies were
at the time, that shit was like one of a kind. Now that shit regular than
out and looking for Lil Mark. At around 1:30 p.m. on the 300 block of East 51st Street in the city's Bronzeville neighborhood, 051 Lil Mark was waiting at a bus stop when a minivan would drive past, spotting him with one of the passengers raising a handgun with an extended clip and opening fire. Lil Mark would be shot in the head and he would die at the scene, and the shooter, reportedly wearing a mask, was unable to be identified. However, other assisting officers reported that the gunman's vehicle, a silver minivan with a Florida license plate, fled north and then went west. That minivan was later found in flames around 6:30 p.m. in the 3700 block of South Ellis Avenue. The murder took place right in front of a police observation device camera, and graphic photos of the murder scene were later shared to social media. Enemies of Lil Mark were ecstatic at the news of his death, and seemingly they him with one of the passengers raising a handgun with an extended clip and opening fire. Lil Mark would be shot in the head and he would die at the scene, and the shooter, reportedly wearing a mask, was unable to be identified. However, other assisting officers reported that the gunman's vehicle, a silver minivan with a Florida license plate, fled north and then went west. That minivan was later found in flames around 6:30 p.m. in the 3700 block of South Ellis Avenue. The murder took place right in front of a police observation device camera, and graphic photos of the murder scene were later shared to social media. Enemies of Lil Mark were ecstatic at the news of his death, and seemingly they had no regard to incriminating themselves soon after the crime. A video would be posted to social media very soon after the incident, which seemingly showed King Von, T-Roy, and D Rose driving back past the scene of the murder, filming the aftermath and saying, "Man down."
Hey, it's a 2-51st! Damn, body down. Oh, not those things. I'm not. Tweaking, bro.
Body down, 51st. Gang.
In fact, the target of the original diss song No Competition, Lil Durk, would even visit the very bus stop where the murder took place, calling it a very famous place.
Bus stop, man. Hey, this bus stop right here, though. This a real famous place. Yeah, this is a real famous place, B. Hey, this bus stop, this is a real famous place, B. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Free my nigga team.
Although no one was convicted of the murder, it's widely speculated.
Right. That was crazy. That was crazy. I'm out of focus. Okay, there we go.
Themselves soon after the crime. A video would be posted to social media very soon after the incident, which seemingly showed King Von, T-Roy, and D Rose driving back past the scene of the murder, filming the aftermath and saying, "Man down."
Hey, it's a 2-51st! Damn, body down. Oh, not those things. I'm not. Tweaking, bro.
Body down, 51st. Gang.
In fact, the target of the original diss song No Competition, Lil Durk, would even
this place.
specifically D. Rose, may well have been involved in the killing, while being accompanied by King Von and T-Roy from O-Block. The same night after the murder, D. Rose was posting to Twitter claiming that he was smoking on Lil Mark, followed by the tweet, "I'm going in, no problem, ain't gotta ask who shot him," the next morning. Those were lyrics from a March 16th, 2014 release from Prince Dre from O-Block featuring 600's own E-Day. King Von, on the other hand, had tweeted throughout the night and day of the 28th all about the murder, something he had a habit of doing at the time. Right after midnight, Von would even tweet that D. Rose was back in town, to which D. Rose would respond a few hours later that the police hate to see him out sliding with Von and T-Roy, showing that they were clearly up to no good that day, and very likely bragging about having something to do with the crime. Then, just a few hours after the murder of Lil Mark, Von begun tweeting, going on a crazy tirade, dissing Lil Mark and 051, starting by saying "Die Y" with a bunch of laughing emojis, as well as taunting them for Mark's death and telling them to keep their head up. And then, in a truly sad display of how childhood friends had turned into mortal enemies, EBK Juice, who was King Von's friend from his original Hood Kill Award, would tweet what seemed to be a genuine tribute to Lil Mark. This reflected the past when Juice, Mark, and Von had all seemingly been close enough to spend time together, but now Von would simply reply to the tweet by acting surprised, together with a bunch of laughing emojis, showing that Von was truly over the moon by the fact that a once childhood school friend was now dead, and he might have had something to do with it. This ruthless attitude would become even clearer from his next tweet, where he would say that he truly lived for the gang life and killing. A girl would then ask Von where he was, to which Von replied he was still in traffic, listening to the song Zico Pack with D. Rose, which disses a dead 051 member. 8 minutes later, an O-Block member would ask Von if he was coming to Parkway that night, to which Von would reply, "Of course," because they had to celebrate. And a few hours later, he was back home, seemingly noting that the mission had been completed. Like many murders in the Chicago gang wars, D. Rose could not stop himself from taunting 051 Young Money after Lil Mark's murder, even at the cost of revealing incriminating evidence that could have easily helped a murder investigation against him. As mentioned in the earlier article, a witness had spotted the gunman holding an extended magazine on his pistol, something that D. Rose was now flexing on Instagram just 2 days after the murder, even writing in the image caption that it's an extension, so the clip's sticking out. That same day, he would also tweet that he was not a real rapper, but a gravedigger, and a day after that, he would post a video in which he states that he's tired of smoking on Tuka, so this here is Lil Mark.
I'm tired of smoking Tuka, so, you know, this one I'm finna be smoking at. It's called Lil Mark.
Eerily, 2 months before his death, Lil Mark would tweet at D. Rose, letting him know they were enemies. Clearly black disciples from numerous gang sets like 600, O-Block, and Lamron were delighted that the most famous rapper from 051 had now been killed. And during this time, the streets of Chicago would be incredibly active, as only a day after Lil Mark's murder, another one of 600's most hated rivals, the man who allegedly killed Jizzle, would end up losing his life too.
Yeah, we just did a video
on the 29th of March 2014, a prominent STL EBT member by the name of Lil B was being chased by the police in the 6200 block of South Rhodes Avenue. Police would claim Lil B, real name Rason Shaw, pointed a gun at them, prompting the officer to open fire, killing Lil B. An harrowing video of the aftermath of the killing would circulate online following the incident. Stated that 600 black man. It's widely speculated that 600, and specifically, like many murders in the Chicago gang, B was being chased by the police in the 6200 block of South Rhodes Avenue. Police would claim Lil B, real name Rason Shaw, pointed a gun at them, prompting the officer to open fire, killing Lil B. An harrowing video of the aftermath of the killing would circulate online following the incident.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Later, local news would show the aftermath of the shooting, with angry crowds gathering who saw this as another example of the police using excessive force against a young black man.
A deadly shootout in the middle of a Chicago street in the middle of the morning. A suspect allegedly pulls a gun on police who fired fatal shots. Police say they were chasing a suspected drug dealer.
A massive police presence between Eberhard and Rhodes on 63rd. Patrol cars, blue lights flashing after a police-involved shooting. Friends say 19-year-old Rasan Shaw had just left them to get something to eat.
He was running through the alley with no gun or nothing, because he just left us. So we know he ain't had no gun. The police shot him unjustified. Too many times in his back. He ain't do nothing, man.
Chicago Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 7 spokesperson Pat Camden says Shaw was caught by police in the middle of a drug deal. They went after him. Camden says Shaw pointed a gun at police.
The officer defends himself, shoots the offender. We did recover a .40 caliber Glock with an extended clip.
Chaos erupts after the shooting. An angry mob gathers.
The rumor starts to spread that he didn't have a gun, the police shot him for no reason. Nothing could be further from the truth. If you're carrying a gun and you're stopped by the police, put your hands up in the air, and I guarantee you, you won't get shot. Point a gun at a policeman, and I guarantee you, you will get shot.
And that's what happened in this case.
Absolutely.
After his death, allies of Lil B would share memories, mainly describing how he had been a menace and even killed numerous ops. However, D Rose from 600 would post several videos mocking Lil B to social media shortly after his death. On April the 1st, he would post a video dissing both Lil Mark and Lil B, as well as several other dead people, even after claiming he had just prayed.
I just got done prayer, but it's still Lil Mark, Lil B.
On April the 3rd, he would post himself in traffic while again dissing Lil B. It's believed that D Rose had a grudge against Lil B as he had been previously shot by him, but D Rose was committed to living the gang life, and his favourite activity would become driving around with other members looking for the ops, whilst listening to the man that had given him the increasingly large follower base that he now had, Chief Keef. On April the 12th, D Rose would post a video of himself walking on the block with other members, saying that they were on their way to get these pills and do these drills.
Stress gang, get up.
Gang. Tag me and break gang.
Stress gang. Yeah. Look, you got white folks on the block. We finna go get these pills and do these drills.
3 days later, he would once again post a video dissing Lil B, calling him Lil, and also dissing KI, the female STL member who had allegedly been killed by King Von from O Block just a few days before this.
Hey, Lil B. No, for move that, folks. We getting off a lot of carbon. Lil B. Lil B. You want to talk stuff about that dead person? I'm finna put the camera on you.
On April the 27th, D Rose would post a video of himself hanging in the Parkway Gardens, aka O Block, with O Block members like Big A once again dissing Lil B and KI.
Oh, hello, stress gang.
And later that day, he would post another video telling that somebody had shot him and others in the legs, together with the caption, "Ain't on piss," showing that he wasn't even scared of getting shot.
Still out here, man, these bitches just shooting on my leg, man. It ain't shit, man. We still up on this L block. Late night, me and Maintain, you know, they was just shooting at our legs on King David. Ain't no shit.
Unfortunately for D Rose, however, while he was seemingly celebrating the deaths of numerous ops that he had hated, whilst himself clearly feeling invincible, his days were in fact numbered, and very shortly after this, the authorities would ultimately catch up with him and take him off the streets for good.
Yeah, this is the part I ain't.
On Monday, April the 28th, everything would come crashing down as the news reported that D Rose had been arrested and charged with the murder of Venzel, with D Rose being held on $1 million bail, and news articles even mentioning D Rose's affiliation with 600 and famous drill rappers like Chief Keef. Shockingly, despite the famous and rich friends that D Rose supposedly now have, particularly Chief Keef and Fredo Santana, nobody would come to bail him out, because this would have likely required a 10% payment of the $1 million bail, meaning in this case $100,000, with 10k of that being completely non-refundable. Perhaps nobody felt like bailing out Chicago's biggest savage was a great investment of money, and so D Rose would begin a long wait for his trial behind bars, with members of 600 and his other friends settling for tweeting about wanting him free and claiming his innocence, rather than actually bailing him out. The trial of D Rose would eventually take place in late 2016. Later court documents provide a picture of a rather messy trial where the kids who had been with Venzel that tragic night were now witnesses. And while at the time of the murder, they had still been rather young like Venzel himself, in the years that followed, they had since grown up, many of them seemingly becoming more active in the gang lifestyle themselves, such as Daryl Johnson, who was known as D-Money from Taekwon World, and Jaron George, who was known as Mook from Taekwon World. Both D-Money and Mook seemingly originally indicated D Rose as the shooter, but during the trial, they would deny any identification, as it seems that the no-snitching policy had since become a guiding rule in their lives as the years had gone on and they had gotten deeper into the streets following the murder. However, others like D-Money's older brother would testify that D Rose was indeed the shooter even during the trial, and in the end, D Rose was indeed found guilty, being sentenced to 40 years in prison for the murder of Venzel. Around the same time, D-Money would tweet from his personal account, repeating his stance from the trial that D Rose didn't actually kill Venzel. Perhaps this really was the case, and D-Money hadn't actually seen D Rose at the scene like he originally told police in 2014. Or perhaps he was simply fully committed to his new stance of no snitching, instead wanting to face D Rose in the streets and get personal vengeance. Because D-Money would then grow up to become a feared member of Taekwon World and an alleged killer himself. At one point, he would even allegedly be captured on O-Block security cameras with his friends, creeping and scoping for a victim, eventually killing a man who ended up not even being from O-Block. He would even allegedly film himself on Instagram Live only moments before the murder and would then beg a YouTuber who had recorded the live to delete it off of their channel. Unfortunately, as usually comes with that life, D-Money would eventually meet the same fate, as he was killed in 2021 on his home turf of Woodlawn. And after D-Money's death, another Taekwon World member called 2 Times would post a tribute to D-Money, implying that D-Money had killed a total of 3 people. D-Rose, on the other hand, would appeal his conviction, but this wouldn't help either. In 2019, the appellate court would affirm his sentence. But still, there's plenty of people who have spoken out about D-Rose apparently being innocent, including his old co-defendant, Juice the Savage. Also, the YouTuber Trenches News, who used to be close with many sets around Washington Park and the Woodlawn neighborhoods, as well as the members of 600 like Tay and 600 Breezy, who following the appeal loss would post on his Instagram calling D-Rose an innocent man. There's also been many attempts to fundraise and raise awareness for his case or another appeal, but these have ultimately gone nowhere. Still, the alternative theories amongst drill fans list numerous other suspects, with one theory circulating online suggesting that Lil Boo from 600 was responsible. This theory is supported by the fact that 600 Breezy would claim in a DJ Vlad interview that the person who shot Venzel was a 600 member who is in fact now dead.
And then you can tell them a lot, like if you heard of D-Rose is locked up right now for a murder that he didn't even commit. He wasn't even around just off his name. They found him guilty because people are going to court saying he did. But truth is, one of our homies that got killed, D-Rose didn't do it. But I can't go, we don't know how to go and go about that. Like, that's still, even though he gone, it's still like snitching. Like, but still, like, they ain't gonna try to believe that D-Rose.
So if D-Rose came to you and said, listen, I need you to come in and testify and say that this dude who's now dead did the crime that I'm in jail for life for so I could go home,
I wouldn't be able to do it because I wasn't there.
Okay.
I'm not putting
so also someone would have to be there.
And as we'll soon discuss, Lil Boo would unfortunately end up losing his life about a year after the murder of Venzel. This also explain a tweet from Mook after the death of Lil Boo where he disses him while saying RIP Venzel. There are even theories that the shooter wasn't a member of 600, with one theory suggesting that Front Street member Lil Los may have actually been the shooter. This has been supported by Taekwon World members commonly tweeting Front Street K or 061K, which is the main street that Front Street claim, as well as Savage Squad K, which is another Front Street affiliated set named after the record label of Front Street's most famous rapper, Fredo Santana. Venzel's close friend TB or Terry Barry from Taekwon World has even claimed that he believes D-Rose is innocent too, while seemingly implying that the real culprit was from Front Street, even claiming that Capo from Front Street was shot as Get Back. This is particularly interesting given that TB has often been considered the one who actually killed Capo. However, overall, the tweets from Taekwon World members would suggest that the killer was in fact from 600, with 051 Driller even tweeting that he was smoking on Big V and even shouting out 600 despite both sets beefing with 600 due to the war between Taekwon World and 051. However, perhaps the most interesting theory is based on the facts known about this case that came out in the trial, as there's one particular fact that has many people convinced about who the shooter was, and that's the description about the clothing that the shooter was supposedly wearing. With this description coming from D-Money, who had immediately following the shooting described to the detectives that the shooter was wearing a white cap, white shirt, and red pants. This is interesting because at the time, there was a member of 600 who would commonly wear red pants, and that person had also been in the supposed murder vehicle just a night before Venzel was killed. That person wasn't D-Rose, but instead C-Day, who had practically made wearing red pants his trademark at the time. Of course, this alone doesn't prove anything, but this detail has led to many people to believe that D-Rose was in fact innocent of the most high-profile murder that was ultimately pinned on him, getting him 40 years. However, the prosecutor would in fact make one of their key arguments in the trial the fact that the witness not only knew D-Rose from social media, but they also knew the other 2 people who had been seen in the alleged murder vehicle the night before, C-Day and Rondo, and thus they would have recognized if one of them had been the shooter instead. Nevertheless, if you believe D-Rose was not responsible, it would seem that the Chicago police are still aware of D-Rose's reputation as an infamous killer, and were looking to do anything they could to get him off the streets. King Von would actually refer to this in his song What It's Like, where he would rap in a verse that he was in the jail cell with D-Rose when he received his sentence. And Von ends the song with a chilling outro where he claims that the same detective that locked up Rondo, C-Day, and D-Rose bragged to Von about locking up his friends and told him he intended to do the same thing to him when he was facing the murder charge of Malcolm Stuckey, a charge that Von ultimately ended up beating, coming back at the end of 2017. Von claimed that that detective had told him that locking up him and his friends was like a game to them, but interestingly, Chicago police are refusing to release any reports concerning the murder of Wenzel beyond the original incident report, claiming that the investigation is still ongoing or that the reports are still incomplete. For those believing in theories about foul play on behalf of the CPD, this certainly raises more questions. But let's not forget that for these gang members, killing their enemies or even innocent people just for where they're from is also a game. And ultimately, whether or not you agree with everything the police do in Chicago, the fact is, taking someone like D. Rose off the street is being done for the safety of the public. And perhaps had he not become famous the world over for being a shooter and killer, then perhaps the police might not have worked so hard to lock him up by any means. On the other hand, Tay600 would reminisce on Twitter, saying that D. Rose had basically grown up in the prison system since he was just a young teenager. This combined with the fact that he would become known amongst drill fans as a cold-hearted killer at such a young age due to rappers like Chief Keef hyping him up, then it's understandable to see why his life would take the unfortunate trajectory that it did. Ultimately, once again, another 600 member had been taken off the streets, losing their future to the gang war that made them famous. But going forward, even with prominent members off the streets, either dead or in jail on both sides, as the year went on, the remaining members would continue to wage war in those streets. And, in music, as songs would go viral, detailing the losses on both sides of the war, with twisted lyrics claiming to be keeping score of the tragedies, and in the process giving the whole world an insight into exactly what was going on in 600's hood. For 600 members. 3 of their most infamous members, D. Rose, Rondo No. 9, and C-Day, would all be taken off the streets for good after being implicated in high-profile murder cases. And with the murder of their star rapper L.A. Capone in 2013, it would seem that the gang lifestyle was truly catching up to them. But despite these losses, the remaining members would continue to carry the flag for their set musically. On the 4th of June 2014, 600 member 600 Breezy drops his track Don't Get Smoked. This track would be a gangbanging anthem for 600 members. The music video would show Breezy and other 600 members on their block toting serious firearms, including the infamous 600 Mac. The track's lyrics are pointed disses at all of 600's numerous ops, including rapper TTB Nez and his TTB or Train to Blow set from the low end, also known as Suwoo, which have strong ties with their mortal enemies 051 Young Money, as well as 051 themselves, more specifically their fallen member Fathead, who was killed at only 14 years old in 2012. Breezy would also diss Brick Squad and their fallen member Lil Jojo, who was killed at only 18 in 2012, with 600, particularly D. Rose, having allegedly been involved, together with numerous other people, as well as rapper Lil J from STL, who had made a name for himself since 2012 by heavily dissing Chief Keef, O-Block, and all of their affiliates, and who at that point had already miraculously survived getting shot 9 times, and would not long after the release of this song end up getting shot 6 more times, earning him the bizarre nickname from DJ Academics, the Chirac Wolverine, as well as P5, aka Crack from Jaro City, who was allegedly killed by King Von from O-Block in 2012, along with a number of other people who may well have been affiliated with 600. In the song's outro, 600 Breezy continues the dissing by mentioning numerous dead members from rival gangs, including Tuka, real name Shondale Gregory from STL, and Tutu from Jaro City, both killed in the war that had been waged between the different sets around the Washington Park and Woodlawn neighborhoods during the 2010s. Don't Get Smoked also featured a famous lyric that supposedly mentioned the score between 600 and their ops, putting it at 6-24. This became a famous lyric that had been repeated and remixed by many other Black Disciple rappers like King Von and Lil Durk. The lyric itself would spark intense debate and speculation as to whether this quoted score of 6-24 in favor of 600 was indeed an accurate depiction of the actual score in the ongoing gang war between 600 and their enemies. Now, I'm certainly not condoning the use of any kind of scoreboards when it comes to gang wars, and this video is far from any kind of scoreboard video, but arguably, when you look at the people involved, this score could well be accurate, as at this point, there were indeed 6 people on 600's side who had unfortunately lost their life to the gang wars so far. However, as far as 24 of their enemies being killed, this was much more difficult to prove, but it could well add up if you're considering members from the many other gangs that 600 were beefing with. Now, for the record, this would be an unfair way of keeping score, as essentially it omits anybody that's passed away on the O-Block side of the war, but includes basically anybody that 600 has had a beef with. Meanwhile, others have theorized whether the numbers 6-24 wasn't actually the real score, but in fact a coded diss aimed towards 600's ops in Taekwon World. This is because Taekwon Tyler, who Taekwon World is named after, actually died on June the 24th, 2012, or 6-24, and many ops of 600 from Taekwon World have publicly stated how much they hate this combination of numbers in a date. Or perhaps more likely, 6-24 may well even be an elaborate play on words, or in this case numbers, to represent the letters B and D in the alphabet, with 6 representing the 6 of 600 and 24 representing the B and the D standing for Black Disciples. And this is actually what 600 Breezy himself says in the very next line of the song, where he raps how all of his friends are 2-4. Regardless of the exact explanation, these bold lyrics would put 600 Breezy on the map as the next big rapper to look out for from 600. But meanwhile, in the streets, things would unfortunately keep heating up. and only days after this song released, another high-profile murder would unfortunately take place. MOB member Scrap, real name Brian Weekly, was seemingly responsible for the murder of beloved 600 member Lil Steve that had caused 600 members to rename their hood Steve Drive in his honor. Although Scrap was a feared shooter by himself and known for allegedly killing Lil Steve, Scrap's family also had deep ties within the MOB gang. Scrap was the younger brother of Ruger, who was the biggest rapper to come out of MOB, well, at least until Lil Mo from the younger generation begun making a name for himself. But Scrap would also try his own hand in music, making several songs and music videos over the years, often collaborating with his brother Ruger and even his cousin, FBG Duck, as well as his close friends Buki and Dusky the Man. They would even have Lil Jojo, who made the controversial track BDK before his death in 2012, appearing in their biggest song, Ain't Nothing Bigger, which is an anthem dedicated to their street set MOB. And in his verse, Scrap would diss both D-Thang and Lil Steve. Besides the obvious diss towards D-Thang, aka Devon, these lyrics once again reference how Lil Steve had supposedly tried to kill Scrap, which is why Scrap allegedly ended up killing him first, as he would imply several times on Twitter. This was a sad turn of events because, as mentioned before, years prior, many 600 members were even very close with Scrap. Take Capone would actually explain that Scrap went to the same school as McAdoo from 600, and he would bring him around other members playing basketball. And as Scrap and Ruger's father, Big Les, would later claim in an interview, the war with 600 ultimately began with his youngest son, Scrap. Big Les would explain how McAdoo had stayed in Scrap's house multiple times, and Scrap would stand up for Mac in their school when anyone would try and beef with him.
Bad about him, because to be honest with you, I love Machiavelli, and I love him like a son. And for me seeing and knowing what happened between him and my son, I know what happened. Machiavelli stayed at my house. Machiavelli slept at my crib. I took Machiavelli to play ball with my sons. Machiavelli was with me, under me, with my son Scrap. You know what I'm saying? So Machiavelli was just on this side, Scrap was over here. But they still used to be together every day, you know what I'm saying? And the streets, like I said, the streets divided them.
As the beef between MOB and 600 got more serious, so too did the relationship between McAdoo and Scrap. And eventually, Scrap would even publicly tweet that he wanted to kill McAdoo and Tay 600 just like Baldy. One of his friends around this time, Rico Reckless, would later appear on No Jumper, where he would discuss just how bloodthirsty Scrap was in the streets around this time.
I knew Scrap was a real savage one time, but one time I picked Scrap up. I picked Scrap, Baby, Stain, I think like Freaky or something. I just had like an old Lincoln. Now it's all of us have been my Lincoln, but it's like the old school Lincoln that fill up with, and we used to play hella guns in them. One time, Scrap in the car. We only been in the car for like 2 minutes. I swear to God, he in the car. Damn, I'm ready to kill. I said, oh, hey, we dropping his back off. This is bad.
Scrap was seemingly a loose cannon, and at times it could be hard to tell whether he was joking or serious. There's one famous clip from the main vlogs that MOB shot around this time where Scrap shoots at a head with what appears to be a BB gun. But seriously, in the streets of Chicago, running up on someone like this could be very deadly, and sadly, Scrap's savage reputation may have ultimately caught up with him in the end, something which strangely Scrap himself may well have anticipated, as his brother would later say in one interview.
But I told him before he left out of the door, I'm like, bro, you gotta calm down, bro. Ain't in this store for what you doing, but life, but definitely in jail. And I told him that, promise you, before he walked out the door. He looked at me in my eyes, he said, I know I'm gonna die anyway, I see it coming. I promise you. He said his exact words the day he left out of the house and he died, literally.
As Ruger has also mentioned, Scrap had actually been shot not once, but twice in the 2 weeks leading up to his death.
My brother got shot 2 different occasions before he just died, before he died in 2014. And within 2 weeks. So 3 occasions, the third one was the one he died. I promise you, within 2 weeks. The first one he got hit in his leg, in his thigh, over some goofy, but he got shot, you feel me? And it went in and out. It kind of healed up a little bit, a little fast. He was walking. Then he got hit in his chest. A week, like 4, 5, 6 days later, in his chest, came out his arm, went straight in and out. It kind of healed up a little fast. He felt like he can go right back out. He kept going back out there in them streets, bro.
After the second shooting, he even proudly posed for a picture, brandishing his rifle and showing off his wounds. Scrap was seemingly not scared of getting shot or killed, and he felt the desire to remain in the streets until the bitter end. On the 7th of June, Scrap was out on the 5600 block of South Warbush Avenue in the early hours of the morning. He was with a 20-year-old man in an alleyway when a black Dodge Charger with all tinted windows would pull up. A towel was apparently used to cover the vehicle's license plate, and the shooters were seemingly planning to catch their target and get away as quickly as possible. Both Scrap and his friend were sprayed with bullets and hit multiple times before that car fled the scene, and Scrap would reportedly die at the scene whilst his friend would be taken to Stroger Hospital in critical condition. Just 3 years after the murder of Lil Steve, Scrap had been gunned down less than 1 mile away from where Steve's life was taken. And although his killer has never been caught, many people on the internet have argued that members of 600 were behind the hit, with Just Blow being mentioned as one of the potential shooters. Later the same morning of Scrap's murder, Just Blow would tweet that he was smoking on Scrap, to which someone would reply, laughing how he should at least wait a bit before dissing somebody who had just been killed a few hours before. He would also allegedly post a video of himself being on 600's hood near the site of Scrap's murder scene on the night leading up to his death.
On the block all night.
It's even believed that Just Blow, formerly Justo, took on this new nickname shortly after the killing of Scrap. However, one alternative rumour would circulate, suggesting that the killer was actually another 600 member, Lil Boo. According to this theory, the killer couldn't be Just Blow, as Tay Capone would later openly claim in Instagram comments that Just Blow had actually never killed anyone from MOB. Tay Capone seemingly knew what had happened, and months after the death of Scrap, he would tweet taunting MOB and claiming that nobody had been killed in retaliation after Scrap's murder, and implying 600 were responsible. Tay would also explain in a Cam Capone interview that ultimately Scrap had done something that had 600 on his ass forever, likely the murder of Lil Steve.
Say for instance, like before he ended up doing what he doing, if a motherfucker like would have caught Scrap, he probably would have, depending on who it is, he probably would have given him a pass, like I knew you before this shit. You feel what I'm saying? But it's on with your homies, you feel me? But Scrap ended up doing some that had 600 on his ass forever, you know what I'm saying? And it was just, it was up after that, and he ended up getting whacked. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, the streets caught up with him, because they had toured with a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? So he ended up becoming one of them victims of the streets, but it's like, before all that, it's like, he was gonna be a victim to somebody, but it was just like, it's probably, that new one before this probably would have been like, you know.
However, it's also largely disputed that 600 could have even killed Scrap, and many have suggested an alternative theory that an unrelated gang called Shields may well have been responsible. Shields is a Gangster Disciple and Mickey Cobra gang set from around 57th and Shields in the Inglewood neighborhood, which is right on the other side of the Dan Ryan Expressway that goes through the south side, only a few blocks away from MOB's hood. Now, relatively little is known about this set other than the fact that they have a long-lasting war with MOB, as well as 600's ally, Lamron, which is also located in Inglewood. Now, many people believe that Shields were responsible for Scrap's death due to the fact that MOB members would post GDK for Scrap around the time of the killing. Moreover, Shields rapper Khalifa Waymo would dedicate a diss track to MOB, and particularly their top rappers Ruger and Lil Mo, where he would rap, "The funniest thing I ever saw was Scrap begging for his life," implying that he was present when Scrap was killed. Shields member Loney B would also chime in, claiming that Shields was responsible in YouTube comments, supposedly from his personal account, where he would reply to a comment querying why Shields claimed Scrap.
And it's so crazy because I'm just sitting here peeping and paying attention and just chilling, really. So you could just tell the difference in between the caliber of guy that so-called got killed. You see how this dude is practically saying, "We did that shit. Fuck whoever claimed we did that." You could, that just lets you know what kind of guy Scrap was. You know what I mean?
Were responsible, with him commenting, "Lol, stop it, we caught Scrap in Dat Alley." After literally admitting that it was his gang who committed the murder, he would then go on to accuse the other commenter of sounding like the police with their questions. Now, one commenter would ask why people thought that 600 were responsible, to which he would reply that it's only because 600 were MOB's biggest ops. Now, this would be the same account where he would post the song "Scrap From My Plug," another diss song that's obviously all about smoking on Scrap. Another rapper from Shields, Michi, would also rap about the murder of Scrap in his song "Ain't For None," by rapping how Scrap got caught up in that alley and he ain't make it back. The music video for this was then removed from YouTube before it was re-uploaded years later. But as nobody has been officially charged or convicted for this murder, we might never know for sure who was responsible. There's been many misleading social media posts from Scrap's family regarding the murder, such as Scrap's blood brother commenting on Facebook claiming that 600 were responsible for shooting his brother after posting that Rondo number 9 is lucky he's in jail. On the other hand, Scrap's father would post to his Facebook story in 2018 dissing Shields, making many think that that must be related to the murder. After Scrap's death, some members of MOB would begin referring to themselves as Scrap Gang in his honor, and due to the notoriety that Scrap's name carried in the streets, Scrap Gang would eventually become a name that many of the young members would rep exclusively, in a similar way to how O-Block eventually begun to replace the earlier name for Wick City that was mainly used for members of the Black Disciples from Parkway Gardens, but with both names essentially meaning the same thing.
Alright, I get a lot of stuff on the internet about MOB and Scrap Gang. What's the difference between the two?
There's no difference.
No difference at all?
It's all the same.
All the same? Okay. Same area and everything?
Same area, same everything. It's just more so it was a younger person that died, you know what I'm saying? So the younger people had a different feel for Scrap, and it was like a Scrap Gang, like, you know, just like everybody else do.
However, some older members of MOB seemingly don't share the same view, suggesting that only the real members go by MOB only. Despite Scrap's name staying alive even amongst the younger members like Lil Mo, who were still just kids when he was killed, the sad reality was that once again, another person had lost their life to this ever-escalating gang war, and unfortunately, things were far from over. And already, by the end of that same month, another local gang known for their bitter beef with 600 would end up losing one of their members to the streets too.
This is new to me too, right
051 Polo, real name Michael Patton, was a 17-year-old boy from the 051 neighborhood. He would also seemingly rep 051 Young Money the gang, although he was likely more of a hang-around member rather than somebody who was actively sliding with the gang looking to kill ops. Sadly, Polo himself would end up being caught up in the feud between 051 and their enemies, with tragic consequences. On the 30th of June 2014, Polo was walking with a 15-year-old friend around his neighborhood on the 600 block of East 50th Place. There, a black van pulled up alongside the pair before having a short conversation. Then, a passenger inside that van would open fire on the teens, hitting Polo in the chest and his 15-year-old friend in the right arm, and sadly, Polo would die at the scene. The aftermath of this horrific shooting was actually witnessed by a photojournalist called Vincent D. Johnson, who was actually watching the rainstorm that was going on outside of his apartment window when he saw a young man in distress calling for help. Upon approaching the scene, he would actually notice Polo was lying face up in a gutter and immediately called the emergency services. Surrounding Polo were two other teenagers, one of them appearing traumatized, pacing back and forth and recalling, "They shot my brother." But whilst waiting outside for the police to arrive, Johnson would unfortunately witness Polo take his last breaths, later describing these final moments in a moving article that he wrote for the Chicago Sun-Times. After the arrival of the police, Vincent then decided to go back inside his apartment to get his camera. He would return, capturing chilling images of Polo's body covered in a sheet, drenched in the rain, as detectives combed.
That was crazy. 3:45.
Like the Bloods and Crips in the view, suggesting that only the real member side is much more racially diverse, actually noticed Polo was lying face up in a gutter and immediately called the emergency services. Surrounding Polo were two other teenagers, one of them appearing traumatized, pacing back and forth and recalling, "They shot my brother." But whilst waiting outside for the police to arrive, Johnson would unfortunately witness Polo take his last breaths, later describing these final moments in a moving article that he wrote for the Chicago Sun-Times. After the arrival of the police, Vincent then decided to go back inside his apartment to get his camera. He would return, capturing chilling images of Polo's body covered in a sheet, drenched in the rain, as detectives combed the scene during the storm. These events are a stark reminder that members of these gangs could lose their lives anytime, any place. Whilst many of the neighborhoods, like much of Washington Park and Woodlawn, are over
as he described it.
From the scene during the storm. These events are a stark reminder that members of these gangs could lose their lives anytime, any place. Whilst many of the neighborhoods, like much of Washington Park and Woodlawn, are overwhelmingly populated by some of the poorest inhabitants of Chicago, other neighborhoods nearby, such as 051's hood on the northeast corner of Washington Park, are actually slightly more gentrified. This means that you might have an established journalist living amongst some of the most notorious gangs in the city. Now, this is partly due to this area being slightly closer to downtown, along with ongoing gentrification of many of the hoods of Southside Chicago, but also due to the fact that the University of Chicago has its main campus covering a large portion of the neighborhood on the east side of Washington Park, called Hyde Park. Therefore, while the Washington Park neighborhood on the west side of the park is over 90% black, with a median household income of $30K, Hyde Park on the east side is much more racially diverse, boasting a much higher median income, almost double that of the west side. Because of this specific location of 051's neighborhood, relatively close to both downtown and the University of Chicago campus, as well as the surrounding middle-class neighborhood of Hyde Park, fans of Chicago drill have even written long theories about how gentrification and demographic changes may well affect 051's ability to recruit new members in the future. But back to the story. Following the murder of Polo, 051 members would tweet their tributes to him, and rumors would circulate about who well may have been behind the murder, with some 600 members being prime suspects in these theories. However, one particular tweet from 051 Driller in 2015, questioning who else had been killed for Get Back for LA Capone besides an innocent cab driver, would make it seem as if Polo's death may well have been unrelated to 051's beef with 600. The following months would remain relatively quiet for 600, but unfortunately, at the end of 2014, the streets would once again become deadly and another young man would lose his life. This time, the person would end up being somebody who had ties to both sides of the war. Growing up, Nick would also seemingly be close with both members of MOB and 600 and can be seen in photos with guys like E-Day, as well as with guys from MOB. In fact, in January 2014, Nick would post to Facebook explaining how he was going to beat up a guy called Derek, which would start a long back and forth between him and another boy named Trayvon. At one point during the back and forth, Trayvon would point out how Nick had previously been claiming to be 600 and MOBK, but had since switched sides and was now affiliated with MOB, to which Nick would reply saying that he'd been MOB forever. Nick was also seemingly close with members of STL and would make a tribute post to none other than KI after she was allegedly killed by King Von from O Block in April 2014. But then in May, Nick would once again post on his Facebook, this time tagging that he was with a member of 600, Young Famous, aka Hassan Moore. Once again, next month in June, after MOB Scrap had been killed, Nick would often post tributes to him, often saying how he was also Scrap or Die. But in November, Nick would make several cryptic posts. In the first one, he would say that people wanted to get at him because he messes with his own family. He would also end this post by saying that he's F57, F Travis, Scrap or Die. This was a reference to that other nearby set called Shields, who had rumoured to have been the ones involved in the murder of Scrap. This would start a back and forth with a member of MOB who would question if Nick was now repping MOB, to which Nick would reply that he will always be Scrap or Die. This would make members of MOB threaten to catch Nick, to which Nick would respond by saying that he was going to smoke them. Nick would then make another post saying that the same people that he'd grown up with had switched sides on him, tagging 2 MOB members in the post. This would start another long back and forth where one of the MOB members would say how Nick used to be MOB crazy, but then flip back to 600 many times, and saying that this kind of talk would get Nick killed. To this, Nick would respond that he hadn't flipped, they just thought that he was 600, to which the MOB member would reply saying that Nick is 600. And then, about a month later in December, Nick would be out in the far southern suburb of Harvey, where he would be at a place that was once an illegal strip club that had ultimately been busted and shut down some months earlier. Allegedly, Nick was outside that location, but not just with anyone, but members of 600, particularly Just Blow. In the early morning hours of December the 7th, Nick would seemingly be caught off guard in the parking lot of that abandoned club. Someone would turn up, shooting Nick multiple times, and he would ultimately later pass away in hospital. That very same day, one of the members of MOB, who had been fighting with Nick just a month earlier, would even post a tribute to him, saying that even though Nick had been messing with the ops, it was still RIP. And some of Nick's friends would even start their own set in honor of him, which they named Nico Gang, and their territory being the area around where Nick lived. Meanwhile, Nico Gang has actually kept a good relationship with 600, and in the years following Nick's death, members of 600 have even posted tributes to him. This relationship has been rumored to have formed due to the fact that Nico Gang actually has heavy beefs with MOB, with it ultimately being MOB who likely killed Nick. However, in 2016, one of the members of Nico Gang would reply that actually it wasn't the ops that killed his homies. But whatever the case, later that year, 600 Breezy would post that Nick's killer had been killed while shouting out Nico Gang. Nick's story is a cautionary tale, and it just shows how attempting to be cool with both sides of a gang war is a fine line that very few people can survive. 2014 was a turbulent year for 600, with C-Day, Rondo, and D Rose being taken off the streets for good. More murders would also take place, with people on both sides losing friends, a stark reminder that in the gang wars, there can never really be any winners. But with new members getting more recognition in music, such as 600 Breezy making his debut, it would seem that there would finally be a potential way to escape the streets, and soon 600 Breezy would have a golden opportunity to escape the cycle of violence that took the lives of so many of his friends, like LA and Rondo, who could have used music as a way out. However, in the end, that opportunity would end up being largely squandered, and starting in 2015, 600 would suffer more devastating losses in the streets, starting to be what many believe to be the downfall of 600.
Yeah, this is another story that I never really got the...
Back in the early days of Brick City, before 600 had formed as a Black Disciple gang set, some members like 600 Breezy and Lil Boo would actually consider themselves to be GDs or Gangster Disciples. And Lil Boo could even be seen in several throwback pictures throwing up the rakes, the pitchfork hand sign that signifies GD membership. The makeup of Brick City was really a result of changes in the way that Chicago gangs were structured around this time, by groups of people from the neighborhood with various different gang ties, as a result of the demolition of the large public housing project projects in Chicago, displacing many of the traditional gangs that had previously been grouped closely together in their respective housing projects. In Brick City's case, there were black disciples like the brothers E-Day and C-Day, as well as others who originally hailed from the building at 6217 South Calumet that was called the Randolph Towers, also known as the Castle or the Met Building. This was a 16-story project building that acted as a black disciple stronghold before the leaders of the gang were indicted, and the building was eventually demolished during the 2000s. Some of 600's members, like the 600 founder D Thang and his brother M Thang, were also black disciples who came from Parkway Gardens, known in future as O Block, but at the time known as Wick City, while others, like D Rose, would actually have ties to the Black P Stones out of Motown. And S. and 600 Breezy belonged to a set called Evans Mob around 79th and Evans Avenue, with S. family having a black disciple background and 600 Breezy's family having a heritage in the gangster disciples. However, 600's ties with the black disciple side of the gangs in the city would become stronger over time, as they formed new bonds with the nearby black disciple sets such as Front Street, O Block, Blackgate, and Lamron. And while the rivalry between the GDs and the BDs would certainly make a comeback as each of these factions gained prominence in the Chicago drill scene, but despite Lil Boo's background as a gangster disciple, he's actually credited with being a founding member of 600 together with D Thang, and therefore was one of the most loved and respected members despite his heritage in a supposedly rival crew. Tay 600 would actually describe him as the godfather of 600, breaking down their relationship in videos on his YouTube channel.
Lil Boo is directly responsible for why I'm 600, so it was only right, you know, that I come and give y'all this story time on one of the fathers of the six. Lil Boo was, of course, he's an original. He's one of the originators. Him and D Thang, they came together and they made this thing, you know what I'm saying? Him and D Thang, they was best friends, you know, back in the day. They was right in between that age range where they was like E-Day and Trigger and Stello. They was like they age, but they wasn't their age. They was like old enough to be like Lil Bro and them and be around them, but they wasn't really like they age to do everything that they was doing at the time, you know what I'm saying? And they told me like that's what made them to basically coming and making their own block, because the they looked up to really ain't want to give them their own shine yet, and they got tired of, you know, sitting back in the cut, you know, just being Lil Bro now, you know what I'm saying? They wanted to be something. They wanted to be the face of something, you know what I'm saying? That's how 600 came into play. And when that decision got made, Lil Boo and D Thang, they put their heads together and they made that decision to jump off the porch and do 600 business, you know what I'm saying? Not continue under the Brick City Act or the Gunline Act or the Rockstar Act or the...
Members of 600 like Tay would claim that they were personally recruited and trained by Lil Boo, who actually showed them to ropes to gang lifestyle in the area, even making these young members so tough that even as teens, they would be able to hold their own against elders and have no fear of their rivals in the area.
I'm sitting in Booker room, Lil Boo sitting right there, he unjamming, he cleaning the pipe, dismantling it and all that. He looked over at me, he like, yeah, so Tay, you ready to get with it, boy? I'm looking at him like you feel me? Like that look I just did, I'm giving him that look, like.
The hell you talking about?
You feel me? I'm damn. Okay, cool. What that mean? Booker like, man, he asked me, is you ready to get down with this 600? You know, that was my ingratiation into like, all right, are you really 600 for? And one thing I really could say about Lil Boo for was when he put me in, he actually took that time. This is what a lot of that get on the streets now is missing. When he put me in, when he recruited me and he put me in, he took the time to teach me, you know what I'm saying, certain, like how to move, how not to get killed out here, folks. Like Lil Boo was like, he wasn't gonna let me fail, folks. I ain't gonna lie, like, he took my hand and was like, no, you can't do this, Lil Bro. You can't do that, Lil Bro. You gotta walk like this, Lil Bro. You gotta look this way and that way, Lil Bro. You gotta hit this cut. You just can't be on the strip all the time, Lil Bro. You gotta find you a back street. You gotta do this, you gotta do that.
However, one thing about Lil Boo that kind of confused the younger members of 600 would be his love life. Because despite teaching them how to move militant so that they could survive the gang war in the streets, Lil Boo himself was known to be in a risky and controversial relationship with a girl named Booby, who actually came from the hood of one of 600's longest enemies, Gyro City, whose member Dome had in 2011 killed D Thang, who was Lil Boo's best friend.
I get my crib, we gonna move far away from it. It's hot as
You like food?
I get my crib, we gonna move far away from it. R.I.P. No, me. Gay. I ain't got my good, but it's close. OD thing is close. My sister got a deuce on the bar. OD thing, her good, this little. I should ask for it, but I don't trust you.
This dog going booby. Now, let me make sure I tell y'all, if y'all don't know who the backstory on Booby is. Booby is a girl from Gyro City. She was killed in like 2015 or 16, I don't know, one of them years. But she was an op, and she was like, and this is no disrespect, but Booby ass was popped. Booby ass was popped.
What the fuck that mean?
I ain't
Oh!
smoking on Booby. I don't got nothing negative to say about her. I don't
What do pop mean? I'm fucked up about it.
throw no extra unneeded shade, but Booby ass was snap, crackle, popped. And folks used to be eating that and head over heels and kissing her, tonguing her down and pictures and all type of grabbing that ass and like getting told folks and them about her. I'm just like, ooh, BD. I'm like, ooh, BD, folks ass a freak on folk grave.
And to make matters even more confusing, Dome was allegedly Booby's big brother. Lil Boo's relationship with Booby was not only problematic because she came from a rival hood, but because she actively participated in gang life and street politics. And on her social media, she could be seen actively repping rival gangs to 600 like Jaro and 051, throwing up gang signs, including cracking the trays to diss the Black Disciples, as well as shouting out some of 600's biggest ops like LA Capone's killer Lil Mick from 051, as well as D-Thang's killer and her brother Dome, as well as being seen toting guns, seemingly ready to catch ops by herself. But moreover, she was also known as a so-called setup chick, a girl who would act like she was romantically interested in another gang member just to lure him into their ops clutches. Now, particularly because of this, Booby was considered to have been an active participant in the gang war, and she had a target on her back, a target which could unfortunately pull Lil Boo into the crosshairs too. And despite Lil Boo himself now having an opportunity to use Booby to catch his ops, he refused to take advantage of her, as the couple genuinely appeared to be in love.
You know, Booby was a real lie, like Foden was calling her a setup queen. She was like a top op, like top female op. He was trying to kill her. He was out here looking for Booby, folks. And we steady telling Lil Boo slow ass like, folks, you want to be with her when looking for her, find her, folks? Then, well, that's looking for her when they find her, what you gonna do? You gonna smoke about Booby? Bro,
yeah, he loved that chick, bro.
Like, he loved her. He went backdooring Booby. He wouldn't even try to get Booby to backdoor none of the ops. That's how much he loved her. He just wanted her to love. They just wanted to love each other.
Being from rival gangs in an area that had turned into a full-blown war zone would naturally cause some tension in the relationship. Booby would even tweet how she sometimes needed to sneak Lil Boo and other 600 members out of her hood due to 600's ops like FBG Duck, Dusky, and 051 Melly all wanting to kill them. Lil Boo's ops would also try and get to him by attempting to expose Booby for cheating, and sometimes guys from Booby's side of the war would even seemingly threaten her to stop seeing Lil Boo, or they would end up both getting killed. But throughout it all, although they were never seemingly exclusive with each other and their relationship would go through its ups and downs, they would continue to publicly display their love and even defend one another to their fellow gang members, essentially becoming a sort of Chicago version of Romeo and Juliet. But sadly, in 2015, this relationship would come to a tragic end, as both would end up losing their lives. On the morning of the 3rd of April, shortly before noon, Lil Boo was walking down South King Drive in 600's neighborhood when a gold-colored car reportedly drove up next to him. A man would then exit the vehicle, proceeding to shoot Lil Boo, real name Jerome Anderson, multiple times before getting back into the car and fleeing the scene. Lil Boo would be left for dead in the street, laying next to the back wheel of a parked car, with a viral image of his body laying next to the car's rear tire, leading to his enemies to refer to him.
Lil Boo, oh my god, that was insane work. What? For
drove up next to him. A man would then exit the vehicle, proceeding to shoot Lil Boo, real name Jerome Anderson, multiple times before getting back into the car and fleeing the scene. Lil Boo would be left for dead in the street, laying next to the back wheel of a parked car, with a viral image of his body laying next to the car's rear tire, leading to his
that mechanic, yeah, that one right there. once you see the image and then you come back, it's a special place in hell for Loud Pack 2231. It's a special place. Deep pit, no water. No water. Flames on hot.
Him with the disrespectful nickname Tirehead. Meanwhile, only about half an hour after Lil Boo had been killed, Boobie would post on her Twitter, seemingly upset that Lil Boo wasn't answering his phone, unaware that the love of her life was lying dead on the street, just about a half mile away from Jaro's hood. Following Lil Boo's death, his friends would post their tributes on social media, including his old friend Chief Keef, who had practically been a member of 600 himself. 600 Breezy would also post on social media, reminiscing about his fallen friend, and not so subtly hinting that the reason he was killed was because Lil Boo himself had killed so many of the ops. Later in 2016, Breezy would even claim that Lil Boo was in fact killed by 4 shooters instead of just 1, and inferring that his killing was a setup. Indeed, online rumours would later spread that 4 members of 051 had orchestrated the hit. However, police reports posted on Reddit would seemingly suggest that it was only one shooter who confronted Lil Boo, shooting him to the ground and then standing over him. Given Lil Boo's fierce reputation in the streets, as time went on, his enemies would take delight in dissing him. For example, infamous gangster disciple from STL, Wooski, would diss Lil Boo relentlessly in his song Computers Remix, as would FBG Duck on his Exposin' Me remix, where he referred to him as the long-running, disrespectful nickname Tirehead. FBG Dutchie would also be seen in an interview with Wooski disrespecting Lil Boo and breaking down how the murder happened and telling the world exactly why they call him Tirehead.
Can I ask you guys about the situation where you guys say Tirehead? Can I ask you where that comes from?
Tirehead. Hey, watch out for that car.
Okay.
Hey, this is what I heard on the street. I don't know about no money.
Okay.
They said some funny ass got smoked.
Okay.
When he got smoked, he tried to run. The damn fell by the car. They walked up on him, finished him off. And it was by the tire.
Okay. Now was this from the other side?
This is one of the funny guys.
Oh, okay.
051 Driller would also make fun of Lil Boo's death by tweeting on the 1st of November 2015 how his friend was going to a Halloween party as Lil Boo, with his friend literally holding a tire to their head. Already less than a month after Lil Boo's death, Driller from 051 had tweeted implying how Lil Boo, LA Capone, and Trix were all killed by his gang 051. FBG Duck's brother, FBG Brick, would also share a picture of Lil Boo's dead body on Twitter, claiming, "This is what happens when you smoke Tuka." And the Chirac scorekeeper Mubu Crump, who had once upon a time actually been friends with 600 and their associates before aligning with 051, would take the disrespect to new levels by describing the murder of Lil Boo during one of his IG lives, saying that Lil Boo had begged for mercy while he was hiding behind the car before being shot 40 times. Crump would also claim that 051 don't even bother sliding on 600 anymore because they've taken so many losses and are hiding behind THF-46.
Hey, on phone no, look right. On the real, I ain't gonna even start like, Lil Boo got hit 40 times. He hollering up under a car like, please don't do this to me, please, please, please. The 6 got so many dead guys, it don't even make no sense. Like, no flex, like, we don't even slide on the 6 no more, bro, because y'all ain't even on the real. Like, it's to say, we be 4-6 up and y'all hiding behind them. And it's crazy, like, E-Day, like, you the lost rapper of the BDs. Like, your guys don't even with you. Like, you a truck driver, bro.
But no one would post about Lil Boo more than Boobie, who was devastated by this loss. At around 12:43 PM, just over an hour after Lil Boo had been shot, she would post several pictures of the couple, together with text, that gives the impression that at this point, Boobie still believed that Lil Boo might survive the shooting. She would also have an outburst against all of the people who were seemingly talking about her and Lil Boo's relationship in the aftermath of the shooting, saying how she had love for both her gang set and Lil Boo. And she would seem to be in a state of disbelief about what had happened. And in the following days, she would tweet countless posts all about him, saying how she knew that Lil Boo had other girls, reminiscing about all the times they'd spent together, posting pictures of their FaceTime calls, and even seemingly implying that she was somehow still talking with him. It would seem that Boobie's mental health was taking a major slide after losing Lil Boo. Still, in August 2015, she would tweet how much she missed him, together with another tweet of a screenshot of somebody's phone screen, with a background photo of Boobie and an incoming call from somebody named simply an engagement ring emoji. This would be Boobie's last tweet about Lil Boo, because in the beginning of September, while Boobie was at a party in Jaro City's hood that was being thrown in honor of one of their most beloved fallen members, Crack, aka P5, with King Von allegedly playing a role in the murder, a fight would break out, shots were fired, and one of these shots ended up hitting Boobie in the head, with her being pronounced dead in a hospital just an hour later. A few days after Boobie's death, the Chicago Tribune would write an article about her where they would interview her mum and sister, and in this emotional piece, her family would tell how Boobie was hanging out with people she loved dearly, but they didn't love her back. And although there were numerous people who witnessed the events that led to her death, nobody would come forward and talk to the police. And the article would end with words from her mother, who explained how Boobie loved and trusted hard, and it was ultimately these qualities that ended up being her downfall. Within the same year, this cursed Chicago couple had both lost their lives due to gang violence. Two gang affiliates from the wrong side of the tracks, who met dramatically tragic endings, like a true Chicago Romeo and Juliet story. But this is real life, and the death of this couple from opposing gangs would leave members on each side mourning bitterly. The murder of Lil Boo was a particularly huge loss for 600, and now both of 600's original founders were now dead. A huge void was left in the gang, and unfortunately, the slew of losses didn't stop there. And in just 3 months, another older and well-respected member of 600 would wind up being killed in brutal fashion. In 2015, Stello was in his mid-20s, and really would be considered an OG by Chicago street standards, where few members survive even past their teenage years. And due to his older age, Stello repped both 600 as well as the earlier name for the gang set in the neighborhood, Brick City. Surviving for this long in some of the most dangerous streets of Chicago is a small miracle, but unfortunately, if you stay on the streets long enough like Stello, it's only a matter of time until it's your turn to go out. According to police and news reports, on the 21st of July 2015, Stello was driving his car with 2 other occupants at the intersection of 59th and State Street when he stopped at a red light. At the time, 59th Street acted as a border between the hoods of 600 and MOB, with both sets known for repping that exact street. And while being stopped, someone would reportedly spot him from another car, with at least one gunman appearing and beginning to shoot towards Stello's vehicle, while an additional gunman would begin shooting from the sidewalk, with one bullet hitting Stello in the back of the head, killing him on the spot. Ruger from MOB would later mention the circumstances of Stello's death in disrespectful terms in his verse on the Exposing Me remix with FBG Duck, where he would rap how the shooter left Stello's head in the back of the seat. Meanwhile, the passengers in Stello's car would actually return fire after escaping and fleeing the scene before the arrival of the police. And in later footage from the crime scene, Stello's silver Dodge Charger can actually be seen on the side of the street whilst detectives were combing through it. Interestingly, this was the same Dodge Charger that could be spotted in an old Zach TV video documenting 600 in their hood, a clip that was posted in May of that same year. And in the video, Stello speeds past in the car, which leads fellow member Just Blow to think that it's actually an attack from the ops as he ups his gun ready to shoot. But luckily, Ide recognizes the car as Stello's, whilst Young Famous can be heard saying, "It's Stello, he always does that dumb stuff."
That's what it is, man. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Unfortunately, Stello's personal car being seen in a prominent hood vlog about 600 with thousands of views may well be the reason that his enemies were able to identify him in traffic. Although it's possible that the ops had been aware of his car for a while, because already in January 2015, Stello would post on his Facebook how somebody had shot at him. But anyway, about 1 hour after the shooting, 600 Breezy would comment on Stello's passing on social media, confirming his death and acknowledging the importance that he and Lil Boo had played in the group. In 2021, Tay Capone would write a heartfelt tribute to Stello, explaining how he had bridged the gap between the older and younger members of 600, and reminiscing just how much he had enjoyed the street life. Even Chief Keef paid his respects a few days after Stello's death, followed by a description of throwing up the hand sign that 600 were known for, which can be seen as a disrespect towards their biggest ops, 051. The Chicago Tribune would report about the killing the following day, already acknowledging Stello's connection to 600 and describing how people in the area were expecting retaliation. It had been rumored that MOB's top killer Bebe may have been the one responsible for this hit, but the retaliation would come indirectly and much later. Over a year after the murder in September 2016, a man named Eric Banks, who was known in the streets as E-Boy from MOB, would be shot to death in MOB's neighborhood, targeted by a gunman who would exit a vehicle and run down E-Boy and his friend while shooting at them, and this gruesome killing would be caught on a nearby surveillance camera. After the death of E-Boy, aka Banks, the investigation into Stello's murder would be updated, with a report naming him as one of the suspected shooters who killed Stello, with Stello's murder case therefore being considered cleared. Then, in 2017, 2 men would in turn be charged for the killing of E-Boy, aka Banks. These men would turn out to be members from THF-46, a set from the low end known for its close ties to 600, with their names in the streets being known as THF Tay-Tay and THF Gucci, who can actually be seen posing with D Rose from 600 on his Instagram, as well as showing ties to other 600 members on Twitter. Ultimately, as the years went on, the golden era of 600 and their prime between 2012 and 2014 as the most buzzing rappers in Chicago drill was becoming a distant memory, and moving on to 2016, the energy around this crew would get more and more negative, culminating in November with one of the most brutal and unexpected incidents concerning a 600 member who snapped on his own family and did the unthinkable. Bite Down is a lesser-known member of 600, an occasional rapper who had his own aspirations in music.
Going like a favorite friend.
Hell yeah.
Big that
Body dropping the mixtape coming soon.
Oh, that's what it is?
Body dropping the mixtape coming soon.
Oh, that's gonna go.
Hear me, man? Body dropping the mixtape coming soon, man. That's coming, B. Mixtape, oh damn it.
Bite Down had a seemingly close relationship with the notorious killers King Von and T-Roy from O-Block and could be seen hanging with them on social media. Bite Down himself was also seemingly active in the streets, as Rondo No. 9 from 600 would imply in his hit song Taliban, where he raps, "He'll have Bite Down smoke your top." One rumor would later circulate, suggesting that Bite Down was one of the people responsible for shooting up the funeral of Jaro City member Tutu, who was killed in 2011. Bite Down was also known by the name Bite Down 2 times, or simply 2 times, with the tradition of adding a number and an X, typically referring to the number of bodies that a member supposedly has.
That's how I always envisioned the 2-time names and shit. Bite down, bite down. Or bite down 3 times. You gotta say this shit 3 times. This shit. Hell yeah, let's keep it going.
With Bite Down's victims, according to some rumors, being 2 members of MOB. It seems that Bite Down clearly had a penchant for violence, but unfortunately, in November 2016, Bite Down would end up adding several notches to his body count, and all for the wrong reasons, in the process becoming one of the most notorious members within 600. At the time, Bite Down had been in a relationship with his girlfriend Imoni House for some time, and the couple even had 1 child together and were apparently expecting their second. Due to Bite Down not having his own place, he had reportedly spent time at his girlfriend's house, where the girlfriend's mother and 4 younger siblings also lived, including her 16-year-old brother Elijah House. However, more recently, their relationship had turned rocky due to Bite Down allegedly being both mentally and physically abusive and making Imoni's family deeply dislike him. At some point, he became unwelcome in their family home, and there were also some signs that Bite Down was having some mental problems. For example, in mid-October, he would tweet how he thought he was losing his head, and unfortunately, a few weeks later, that would be exactly what happened. According to later police reports, on the morning of the 2nd of November, Bite Down had entered Imoni's house, where an argument would break out.
I'm not gonna sit here and bullshit. That mental health shit is not a joke. But, bruh, all the odds was against Buddy. You feel me? Usually when people have, like, a lot of mental health shit, they kind of isolate and goddamn kind of go somewhere and regather themselves. This nigga ain't had nowhere to go. I could just assume he ain't had no bread. All he had was a blick. Stendo! You know, he ain't got much. He living with his girlfriend in her mama house. It's fucked up.
In the house. Later, at around 10 PM that night, Bite Down would make a cryptic tweet where he says, thinking it's shake that time DT, accompanied with a red cross mark emoji. Sometime after this, Bite Down would seemingly arrive at Imoni's house again, which Imoni was seemingly aware of. However, once there, Bite Down would allegedly get into an argument with Imoni's 16-year-old brother Elijah, who had likely confronted Bite Down over how badly he was treating his sister, amid suggestions that he had previously been abusive to her. They eventually got into a full-blown fight, which Bite Down apparently lost, and seemingly blinded by rage, Bite Down would leave the house, likely to retrieve his gun from the car outside before re-entering. He would then approach Elijah with the gun, while Imoni's mother attempted to separate the two, but she was unable to stop Bite Down, who then shot Elijah. Unfortunately, Bite Down didn't stop there, and he would aim the gun at Imoni and Elijah's mother, shooting her in the back as she tried to escape. Immediately after, he aimed his gun at Imoni, shooting her as well, killing both her and the unborn child. Meanwhile, the mother, who was still alive but able to move, attempted to crawl away, but Bite Down would soon aim his gun back at her, shooting her once more in the leg, after which she played dead, finally making Bite Down leave her alone. But despite being hit multiple times, the mother would end up miraculously surviving the incident. Bite Down still hadn't had enough. At this point, likely committed to killing anybody that he deemed as a witness, he would then head upstairs, where he would also shoot Imoni's friend, who had also fortunately survived the shooting despite being hit in the neck. Bite Down would then flee the scene, leaving behind his 5-month-old baby in a house with 4 people who had been shot. 2 would ultimately pass away. Luckily, even after being shot multiple times, the mother was able to get help, likely saving her and Imoni's friends' lives. Now, this is one of the most heartbreaking scenes that I've ever covered, and this goes far beyond gang violence to somebody that could have easily been the plot in a serious horror film. But this is real life with real people, and there would need to be real life consequences. Bite Down had initially got away with this, fleeing the scene without a trace. However, a few days later, a police officer noticed 2 men driving without wearing seatbelts and pulled them over. Bite Down would give the police a fake name, and he was miraculously allowed to leave the scene, but it seems he would have gotten away with this situation if his friend didn't choose to erratically then merge into another lane straight after the stop in front of the cops. The police then decided to go after the car to issue the driver a ticket, but when they stopped the car and told Bite Down to show his hands, he refused before taking off running. Officers believed he was armed and proceeded to tase Bite Down, finally leading to his arrest, when he would ultimately be taken in and charged with multiple offences. The most serious ones being first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, aggravated battery by discharging a firearm, and the intentional homicide of an unborn child. However, despite this arrest taking place in 2016, Bite Down is still awaiting trial today in 2024, with many following the Chicago drill scene confused as to why this trial has taken so long. And despite the incredibly brutal nature of this crime that is frankly unforgivable, that hasn't stopped 600 members and their allies from showing blanket support for Bite Down. For example, childhood friend of his King Von would rap Free Bite Down in numerous songs such as Straight to It and Think I'm a where he would rap an ironic line saying free Bite Down and that he doesn't fight. Von would even encourage female fans to get in touch with Bite Down while he was behind bars, claiming he was now single and believing that he was due to come home on bail imminent. Mimo 600 would call for Bite Down to be freed and even claimed he's innocent, writing, "When a dog is cornered, it will bite," whilst adding 2 times, which in this context kinda looks like he's being praised for the double murder that he committed on a woman and a teenage boy. Now, the praise that Bite Down still receives from his gang is incredibly disturbing when you consider what he is actually accused of doing, but ultimately, it's no surprise. When you consider the fact that most of these young men find themselves involved in this perpetual gang war, are fully desensitized to violence, then it kind of makes sense in a very twisted way. These young men have been around death and murder for so long that something this shocking could be considered normal behavior. Bite Down himself would tweet not long before these tragic events how he had been involved in gang life since elementary. But moving into 2017, despite the dark clouds that were now all over 600, something interesting would happen, as one of the rapping members, 600 Breezy, would end up being rewarded for his efforts in the music game, landing himself on the radar of the most successful rapper to ever live, and for a brief moment, scoring himself and his team another opportunity to get away from the violent streets of Chicago and into the high life of the Hollywood music industry.
Nah, no BS. I thought Breezy was gonna be the one that kind of...
After 600 Breezy released his break,
me at least bigger than what he is right now. I thought he was the
Count song Don't Get Smoked in 2014, he began getting attention from all over the music industry. But cosigns don't get much bigger. And Drake, the legendary rapper, singer, and actor, is quite literally the pinnacle of the rap game.
Lou Rawls that was actually fire.
And pretty much the closest thing this generation has to Michael Jackson in terms of numbers on the board. And Drake was clearly a fan of 600 Breezy's music. He would play Don't Get Smoked on his 6th episode of his Apple Music show OVO Radio. This was obviously a huge opportunity for Breezy, opening the door to endless possibilities within the rap industry and giving him a chance to really take 600 to the mainstream. In an interview with XXL, 600 Breezy would explain how Drake initially tapped in and sent him a clip of himself going wild to the song Don't Get Smoked, as well as his personal phone number. From there, 600 Breezy and Drake would remain in touch, and Breezy would be seen rolling with Drake's entourage through 2015 and 2016, with Breezy even accompanying Drake on stage to accept his Billboard Music Award alongside rap legends like Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj. In March 2017, Drake would release his highly anticipated playlist More Life, and much to the surprise of many drill fans, at the end of track 16, on Lose You, listeners would hear a voice note from none other than 600 Breezy, who would pop up and shout out his gang. Following the release of Drake's More Life, Breezy would release the song Lou Rawls that would go on to do some serious numbers, with the music video standing today at almost 7 million views. Breezy would even end up inheriting the highly publicized beef that Drake had with XXXTentacion in the aftermath of the More Life album release, due to allegations that Drake had stolen X's flow on one of the songs, with X and Breezy eventually exchanging words in DMs, and 600 Breezy even posting videos of himself going to X's hood in Florida, seemingly showing Drake that the 600 goons were ready to slide for him all over America.
Man, knock it off. Knock it off. I'm in my hotel. In Broward County. Knock it off.
Peacock. Hey, yo, I'm looking for XXXTentacion. Y'all seen him? No? Nobody seen him? Mr. Peacocks? Ain't this his hood? Where he at? No? Nobody seen him? No? Yo! Hey, Peacock Fule! Hey, have you seen? Look at this big ass peacock. This is a big ass peacock, bro. This a big ass peacock. I'm in Miami though, and we're all over in every county. They're looking for me, and you talking that gangsta, and I'm blicked up.
600 Breezy was in the company of music industry titans and in a prime position to break into the mainstream rap game. However, in the end, some people believe Breezy kind of fumbled the opportunity, as he ultimately would make a decision that saw him slip out of Drake's inner circle. In an interview with DJ Small's Eyes, Breezy, who had already been signed to the record label Empire since 2015, would explain that he refused to sign with Drake, claiming that he didn't want to be signed to another rapper because he believed that this would lead him to not get the shine that he deserved.
Can't sign to another rapper. Is like, he got to do his job too. Like, he's still rapping. You got to sign to somebody that's don't want to be the person that you are, like, or don't want to hold you down to not get bigger than them. It's like I always let them down the easy way. Like you cool, bro, but I can't sign to you. Everybody seen me with Drake all the time. I wouldn't sign to Drake, bro. Because at the end of the day, he's still an artist. Like, if I sign to him, he's gonna sign me to a label. I'm gonna have some other people over it. They ain't gonna be like, I'm dealing with him. If anything, if I wanted to be like, if I can call Drake right now and be like, man, all right, I'm gonna sign to you, all right, he'll sign me. So, I'm like, nah.
Moreover, Breezy would unfortunately be faced with legal issues in the months following More Life's release, with him being arrested on probation violations stemming from a 2012 drug case in Waterloo, Iowa, where Breezy had been arrested together with Stello and others for possession with intent to deliver crack cocaine, with rap magazine XXL stating that within just a matter of weeks, Breezy had gone from the stage with Drake to facing 10 years in prison. Breezy would later explain in an interview how Iowa's law enforcement had been tracking everything he had been doing since he released Don't Get Smoked, cataloging all the ways that he was violating the conditions of his parole and waiting to finally take him down.
You had, like, after you first put out that song, and like you had a bunch of moments around that time musically, but then it felt like your career kind of kept getting derailed by going to prison. So when did that start, and how did that go up? So you had some crazy momentum going at first.
So this the crazy part about it. I caught my case in Iowa in 2012, bro. Caught my case in Iowa in 2012, and I did damn near a year or something and got probation. I transferred back to Illinois. So as I started rapping, I'm on probation in Iowa. I'm just transferred type. So I'm doing all of it, toting guns and traveling without permission. Like, I'm doing everything that I was doing I wasn't supposed to do because I'm on probation. So these people, the way Iowa played it, they let it build up. They ain't say they just took everything and just created a big ass folder. And when I had a month left and was finna discharge, I'll come to court. So I'm thinking this, then they all know it's a violate. We gonna reimpose your original sentence. You can plead guilty or go to trial. I took it to a quick little trial, and they slammed my stupid ass. They showed me all that, and none of that stuck. They got me off a dirty UAs. The lady said, I released you on a controlled substance case, and you continue to use a controlled substance. So my lawyer, like, what does that have to do with the? Like, he got caught for selling drugs, not smoking it. She like, oh, shit. She used that to reimpose my risk. So in 2017, bro, I went to prison now I got 4 years and 9 months over my head.
Was this because of I think Drake won an award and you went on stage with Drake?
Yeah, I went to jail 2 weeks after that. No, it wasn't even because of that. They used that too. They had everything. So from Don't Get Smoked up until Lou Rawls, anything that I did, Iowa had that they had. If I had a gun, anything, Iowa had that folder and let it build.
Fortunately, things weren't all bad, as Breezy would eventually catch a huge break after his lawyer would successfully file a motion for his sentence to be reconsidered, arguing that Breezy was a successful entertainer that had contributed positively towards society, and in late 2018, he was finally granted parole, hitting the streets running by releasing a new EP called First 48. But Breezy was now on thin ice, as he was still on parole, and any wrong move would land him back in prison. But he would keep releasing music in 2019, which would still do numbers, but not quite the same kind of hype that he was getting during his time when he first started hanging out with Drake in 2017, when he had released his biggest hit since Don't Get Smoked, titled Lou Rawls, in the months following the release of More Life. And then, during 2020, musically would begin to slowly diminish, as did his numbers. Although Breezy would still get a few hits on outlets like Worldstar, however, overall, it would seem that Breezy was beginning to transition more into a celebrity who was known for his relationships and other antics, rather than his music. However, mentally, Breezy was doing well, as he would post on his Instagram in September 2021 how he had been clean off hard drugs for 7 months. But unfortunately, soon Breezy was in trouble with the law once again, first in Alabama where he was arrested on fugitive charges, and soon again in Iowa where he landed back in jail once again for violating the conditions of his parole. This case would allegedly allegedly come partly as a result of Breezy engaging in yet another high-profile beef earlier that year, when he had threatened the rapper 6ix9ine after he had dissed King Von, who had famously been killed at the end of 2020 after the fight with Quando Rondo.
You gon' die.
Damn.
Yo, listen, you haven't killed nobody that
You
killed
gon'
me.
die. You gon'
die.
You gon' die. And that's all
I'm
I'm saying. I'm gonna go to jail respectfully. I'm gonna go to jail respectfully when I see you. Respectfully, I'm not meek, nigga. And you gotta move around with security because you a. You gotta move around with security because you a. You gotta move around with security. Real street move and take security guards. You gon' die. You gon' die. You gon' die. Your security guards better be strapped all that. You police bad ass. You can't. Police. You the police.
That's why Rondo.
You got whole hood took down. You a. You ain't even got. You can't even.
He large, it seemed like the superstardom that Breezy was close to stepping in 5 years earlier had now diminished, with one Facebook post from April 2023 even insinuating that Breezy had even returned to selling drugs, as he claimed his customers would repeatedly ask him when he was dropping new music when they came to pick up packs. But fortunately, it seems that Breezy's mental health has since improved and he's back to dropping music again, as well as seemingly staying on good terms with at least some of 600, as he would do a No Jumper interview with another 600 rapper Mimo in late 2023, opening up about his past struggles and future plans. Who knows the possible heights he could have reached if he signed to OVO and used his Drake sign to further his career. But regardless, Breezy still claims that him and Drake are loyal friends, and even after choosing not to sign with OVO, he's still been seen working with them, for example promoting their clothing line. And perhaps he feels that even if he maybe left money and some big career moves on the table, he kept his integrity intact and made the move that was true to who he was. But while 600 Breezy was grappling with the allure of signing away his soul to another rapper in the music industry in 2017, that year the violence in the streets would reach new heights, as 600 affiliates from nearby O Block would become embroiled in a new chapter of Chicago's gang wars, with one of their most beloved members, T. Roy, ultimately being killed by their ops, with O Block and 600 launching a brutal revenge campaign and giving their alliance a new nickname that would go on to become infamous in the Chicago streets for years to come. Of course, I'm talking about Get Back Gang. For this next story, I'm going to keep things simple, because the next few things I'm going to talk about have been covered extensively in various videos on my channel. Ultimately, the close friendship between 600 and O Block meant that often there would be overlaps in their enemies and the conflicts that they would engage in. And in the year of 2017, it would ultimately go down as one of the most violent years, with O Block and 600 creating a bloodbath in Southside Chicago. On February the 26th, 2017, 600 members Just Blow, Booker, and Young Famous released their remix to a 21 Savage song called Dirty Glock. The video features all the usual trademarks of a classic drill video and represents 600 in 2017 at their most authentic. And it's a good reminder that at this point, with there having been around half a decade of media attention focused towards Chicago drill, by now, numerous people in and around 600 were global celebrities that young rap fans all over the world would follow religiously. And most of these people were still living, or at least sometimes staying, around their old stomping grounds near the Washington Park and Woodlawn neighborhoods. This video would show just how close 600 was with their closest ally O Block, with some of their most famous members hanging around together. At the end, after the music stops, the camera pans over to one O Block member in particular, and that member was T. Roy. T. Roy is known to many Chiracologists as a legend in his own right. He's an infamous shooter from O Block and was the best friend of Chicago drill legend King Von. And it's believed that T. Roy was a huge inspiration to King Von, actually teaching him many things about moving in the streets, with the two allegedly going on numerous hits together. To this day, King Von's Instagram still has T. Roy's picture as his profile pic, with the account still bearing his nickname V-Roy that Von begun to use in honor of T. Roy after his death. And similarly, on T. Roy's Twitter, his name is still Free King Von, which dates all the way back to 2017, when King Von was locked up fighting his murder case, with T. Roy ultimately dying before he could actually see King Von freed. Many Reddit threads can be found discussing the legend of T. Roy and his infamous body count, as well as the alleged combined body count of both T. Roy and King Von. Now, T. Roy himself would be the prime example of don't judge a book by its cover, as he would stand at just around 5'2", but his small stature didn't stop him from getting busy in the street, and with a gun in his hand, he could take down any man of any size. And due to his savage and fearless reputation, T. Roy was beloved in the streets of O Block, but sadly, his life would be cut short on the 14th of February 2017 when T. Roy was tragically shot dead inside of a convenience store, allegedly by TB, aka Terry Barry from Taekwon World. Allegedly, it was that same day that T-Roy himself was actually looking to catch TB, as a fellow Taekwon World member named 2Times would later describe in a remix of King Von's song Crazy Story. T-Roy was very close to members of 600 and was known to be very active in the gang war in the streets, which is why many 600 members would take the death of T-Roy so personally. T-Roy's death sent shockwaves all around O-Block and their allied sets. Whilst his closest friend King Von was in jail at the time, other members still in the streets would choose to step up, pick up their guns, and in reaction to T-Roy's death, O-Block and 600 would join forces under the name OB600, forming a pact to get revenge for T-Roy, and this would start a long list back-to-back revenge killings in his honor, which earned this group of killers from O-Block 600 another nickname for their alliance, Get Back Gang. O-Block 600 members who were closest to T-Roy personally would seek revenge on rival territory and try and kill almost anybody associated with their enemies on sight. On the same evening of T-Roy's murder, Booker 600 would post on Twitter warning the public of just how serious a retaliation was coming, and just 3 months later, in May 2017, members of Get Back Gang would allegedly begin their streak of murders. Lil Ho, real name Warren Denton, was a 44-year-old member of Gyro City. Now, Lil Ho was apparently known as a moneymaker in the area and was allegedly the uncle of 600 Breezy, despite still being from opposing gangs. Due to his age, it's very unlikely that he was involved in the modern-day gang war between the younger members of 600, but simply being from Gyro City would ultimately make him a target of the gang. On the afternoon of the 15th of May, several rounds were fired in the 6100 block of South Eberhard. Lil Ho, real name Warren Delton, was found lying on the pavement with several deadly gunshot wounds, including to his head, and he was ultimately pronounced dead at the scene. The major incident notification document posted by Chiracologist and watermark enthusiast Chusky the Real would reveal that there were apparently 4 shooters present at the scene, with one of them standing over Lil Ho when killing him. The 600 member most rumored to have been involved is McAdoo, aka Macaduya. He was allegedly spotted on the scene by witnesses wearing jeans and a black hoodie. Interestingly, some Redditors have deeply analyzed the dark reality behind this murder, specifically its connection to 600, as even after Lil Ho's murder, 600 Breezy would be pictured with McAdoo, the alleged killer of his own uncle. But Get Back Gang were just getting started, and only 7 days later, they would allegedly strike again, this time against their ops that were the closest and arguably the biggest rivals of 600, MOB. At around 8 PM on the 22nd of May, Jamie Jones, also known as Jarmo from MOB, was driving at the 59th Street and LaSalle in the Washington Park neighborhood when a car pulled up alongside him with somebody shooting him in the chest, back, and arm. The shooters then turned southbound on Yale and fled the scene, and Jarmo was later pronounced dead at the hospital just before midnight at only 27 years old. Rapper Dusky the Man from MOB would pay respects to Jarmo after the news, which prompting Nemo600 to like the post, undoubtedly an effort to taunt Dusky and MOB for their losses. Investigators would later find out that one of the guns used in this shooting was reportedly the same one used in the Lil Ho murder, linking both crimes to Get Back Gang. And this very gun would later be found in the possession of McAdoo when he was caught later that year in relation to yet another murder case. Due to McAdoo being caught with this murder weapon, it's believed that he was one of the shooters in this crime, which if true, would mean that McAdoo caught 2 bodies in just 1 week. Many Chiracologists have also suggested that Cap 12 was another shooter, with it being widely believed that 600 was responsible for this crime. Get Back Gang had now allegedly killed 2 of their enemies in 7 days, all in retaliation for T-Roy's death, with members from 600 allegedly being involved in both incidents. However, the gang who was
in prison? I need that right there. In prison?
most responsible for T-Roy's murder, Taekwon World, had not yet faced any direct consequences, but the Get Back Gang clearly had no plans on stopping, with members like E-Dog tweeting that more Get Backs would be coming in the summer. And indeed, in the next month, Get Back Gang would strike again in another brutal murder. Poppy from Taekwon World was the right-hand man of TB, the man allegedly responsible for killing T-Roy. The two can even be seen in multiple photos together, and they even collaborated on music, landing them Taekwon World's most popular song so far, the aptly titled track Taekwon Way, a song which actually begins with TB dissing most of the major BD sets around the Washington Park and Woodlawn area, saying that he's a 600 killer, Front Street killer, and Savage Squad killer, which is a reference to the label and clique started by the Front Street rapper Fredo Santana, as well as saying he's an O-Block killer. Later, Richie Jerk, member of Taekwon World and the brother of FBG rapper Billionaire Black, would diss O-Block as well as 600 member Lil Boo. Allegedly, after the shooting that ended up killing T-Roy, the surveillance footage captured Poppy and Richie Jerk coming into the store, apparently even laughing at T-Roy while he was laying on the floor dying. Poppy was just 18 years old at this time, and much like any other teen his age, he worked a day job at a local business to make ends meet. On the 16th of June, Poppy was working his shift as normal at the L&P Candy Warehouse. At around 3 PM, Poppy had been helping an elderly female customer take her shopping back to the car when a maroon-coloured vehicle pulled into the parking lot, and a masked man exited the vehicle, beginning to fire an AK-47 type automatic rifle towards Poppy, striking him numerous times, including 3 times in the head. Poppy was taken to the Stroger Hospital, where he was pronounced dead around 6 hours later. But to make matters worse, the horrific aftermath of the shooting was recorded by another shopper and is actually still circulating on YouTube today. In the clip, which I can't show you here, Poppy's almost lifeless body can be seen struggling whilst members of the public are seen crowding around him, attempting to give him first aid. And meanwhile, the lady who Poppy had been helping with her shopping before the shooting can be seen laying on the floor, screaming in shock. And she'd remained there until the police arrived. This candy store itself is located right next to a freeway, essentially giving the shooters a chance to escape to another part of the city almost instantly. And it's alleged that O Block member HK, who was the brother of T-Roy himself, was the one who killed Poppy, with this murder allegedly being where HK, whose real name is Hakeem, previously nicknamed Heck, would end up getting his new nickname, HK, an abbreviation to Headshot King, due to Poppy being hit in the head numerous times. Unsurprisingly, HK took to the internet to brag about this murder. He was seen flaunting the chain of his big brother, something that members are known to do when they've avenged the death of said person. Further insults and taunting from O Block members would seemingly implicate HK as the shooter, such as Melly from O Block visiting the store where Poppy had worked and making a post shouting out HK. A few days later, E-Dog, who would also change his name on Twitter to E-Roy in honor of T-Roy, made a tweet where he compares killing to someone to having sex, which is a creepy post which is actually reminiscent of what C-Day tweeted after the murder of 051 Fathead in 2012. Taekwon World was obviously devastated after Poppy's death, and TB would share to Twitter that he was heartbroken at the news. For Taekwon World, the loss of Poppy was likely equally devastating as the loss of T-Roy was for O Block and 600, but Get Back Gang weren't done yet, because at this point they likely felt invincible, and this was no longer about getting even. They were killing their ops like it was nothing, and at this point facing zero consequences. Just 12 days later, they would continue their murder spree, this time killing a female affiliate of MOB. White Girl, real name Janine Dowell, who also went by the name Janine Charrell, was a 32-year-old woman living in the MOB neighborhood. She's sometimes labeled on internet theories as a setup chick, but I haven't seen any serious evidence of this. In reality, she seemed like a hardworking and fun-loving woman and a mother of 3, who would unfortunately become the target of the Get Back Gang due to the neighborhood she lived in and the company she kept. On the 28th of June, Janine was driving in an SUV with another woman named Juliet Washington in the Washington Park neighborhood when they stopped at a red light. At this moment, 2 shooters approached the vehicle from the sides, shooting into the car, hitting both victims multiple times, killing them before fleeing the scene. And heartbreaking pictures would later circulate, taken at the crime scene, as people close to the 2 victims would learn the tragic news. This time, however, the killers wouldn't ultimately get away, and eventually, McAdoo from 600 and Lil Scud from O Block would be arrested and charged in this double murder. Newspapers would report how the authorities were still not aware of any motive behind the murders, but noted that both women had grown up in the Washington Park neighborhood. In online rumors, however, one of the alleged motives suggested that White Girl was apparently expected to cooperate in a battery case against someone allied to 600, and McAdoo and Lil Scud were apparently paid to do it as a hit. This is supported by the fact that, according to newspapers, McAdoo made 15 calls to a person charged with an aggravated battery against White Girl in the hours before and after the murder. At this point, McAdoo had become implicated in 3 murders that had taken place within just a few months of each other, but finally, his life as a free man ultimately came to an end. Meanwhile, MOB were outraged about this attack towards their innocent friend, and both White Girl and Jamo had now been killed as a response to a murder that MOB weren't even involved in. White Girl's murder was later referenced on the track Street to Me by MOB rappers Lil Mo 6 Blocker and Ruger. Dusky the Man also made a post dedicated to White Girl, promising to kill anyone who was involved in her murder. Post once again liked by Mimo 600. Even Tay Capone would eventually condemn McAdoo for these murders in a YouTube livestream when discussing Bitedown's equally disturbing case, claiming that fans praised McAdoo for these murders, yet he seemingly killed 2 innocent women.
Y'all really hate Bitedown, right? And like y'all really like, and I don't take up for neither one of these guys or what they charge for. I don't have nothing positive to say about those charges. But I see a lot of people hype up McAdoo, like no shade, no nothing. Like, but people are infatuated with Mac. It's like his charges aren't as gruesome. Like it's almost like people like don't understand the differences between being in a certain situation allegedly and starting a certain situation allegedly. You know what I'm saying? Like I see people with all these big, you know, McAdoo campaigns and it's like slandering Bitedown. Like what is the difference to y'all? You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. These are alleged charges, but they're both gruesome. But it's like y'all obsession with one doesn't carry over to the other. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like y'all go out and y'all seek McAdoo and y'all fall in love with his persona. It's all type of like.
Recently, Trey 5 from O Block has also made a statement against McAdoo for this murder, as he allegedly told police that he heard McAdoo say that he caught someone on 55th and Warbush and that he knew it was White Girl. Whether White Girl's murder is seen as part of the get back for T-Roy or just a paid hit is irrelevant, because she was the 4th murder within 2 months carried out by the same group. With McAdoo being involved in the first 2, this murder was clearly a continuation of the gang's relentless killing spree, which had now seemingly broadened to include murder for hire. And sadly, things were still far from done, as next month Get Back Gang, or the so-called OB600, would commit another double murder, catching 2 family members of FBG Duck in the very same night.
I remember when this happened too.
Kobe Mack was the cousin of FBG Duck and a member of the Taekwondo world, while FBG Brick was Duck's big brother.
See, well, a lot of don't understand, like, everybody think Duck, like, y'all know Duck, but anybody that really know Duck know me, you know what I'm saying? Okay. And I ain't get my name off rapping, you know what I'm saying? Just something I always had a passion for, you know what I'm saying? I started doing it, but that ain't where I got my name from. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I guess by Duck getting his name from rapping, being over famous and see me and like, oh, that's Duck brother, but they really know, you know what I'm saying, know what I be on this. And that's my little brother, you know what I'm saying?
Your little brother?
Little brother, yeah, my big little brother.
That's what's
you know
up.
What I'm saying?
Brick too was very close with Taekwondo World and was often seen with TB and other members in his music videos. Moreover, it's rumored that Brick was the very person who actually gave TB T-Roy's location before he was killed. Fans actually believe that this is why Brick was seen pictured with the alleged killers, TB and Man Man, aka Get Right or Can't Get Right, around the time of the murder of T-Roy, with the duo wearing the exact same clothes that they wore when they killed T-Roy. Yet, even in the midst of Get Back Gang's murder spree, Kobe and Brick
hell yeah.
Brick chose not to stay low-key and out the way. On July the 17th, a block party was being thrown in the 6300 block of St. Lawrence, the heart of STL's territory, where Brick and Kobe were both in attendance. Whilst Brick and Kobe were hanging out on a porch of the party house, a white SUV pulled up and a gunman got out, beginning to approach Kobe, ultimately shooting him multiple times. Brick attempted to escape, but he was then chased into an alley next to the house, where he was also shot several times. Both Brick and Kobe would end up dying at the scene, while the shooter returned to the vehicle and fled the scene. According to alleged witnesses, Brick was apparently left slumped over a fence that he had attempted to climb in an effort to escape. Meanwhile, images of Kobe's body laying on the grass in front of the house were released to the public in articles about the crime. Interestingly, the news would describe the 6300 block of the St. Lawrence as a nice, quiet block, seemingly either completely unaware of what was happening in the neighborhood or showing a concerning level of subtle trolling, and a viral photo was also shared of FBG Duck and his mother, Mama Duck, mourning at the scene, with recordings of the aftermath also being released online, where Mama Duck could be heard screaming and crying, with her grief echoing throughout the neighborhood.
He laid out back there. Kobe right here. What's back there? Kobe right here.
Many suspect that O Block members HK, C Murder, Trey 5, as well as 600 members McAdoo and Cap 12 were involved in this hit, with one Redditor arguing that this is almost confirmed. Mama Duck has also talked about the murders in interviews, explaining to Say Cheese how a car came to the party's location, asking where Duck was, with witnesses claiming that Brick actually recognized the person who was in the car. After, another car would drive by, followed by immediate shooting, while yet another car was supposedly waiting behind the house to ambush anyone trying to escape.
Was a car pulled up and asked for Duck. Like, yo, Duck out here? And everybody looking like, who is you? They didn't recognize who was in the car. But Brick knew who was in the car, and he linked in there. He was like, oh, what's up? And I kind of figured like, well, who was this person that Brick knew? And if they was on from 39, Kobe would have knew him as well, because Kobe didn't even know who they were, because his words was like, who is you? You know what I'm saying? And after that took place, then that's when, from witnesses and people who have told me that supposed to have been a car waiting in the back behind where they were standing. And then a car came up the one way and they instantly shot Kobe, and Brick tried to run and jump a gate, and was shot in the back. And he was also, I'm assuming the way his autopsy report was, that as he was running towards the back, somebody was back there waiting on him.
During an Instagram Live after the O Block members had been charged with the later murder of FBG Duck, she would even claim that O Block had nothing to do with Brick and Kobe's murder.
They ain't killed Brick and Kobe. Y'all heard it from my mouth, and we know. So all the internet that's out here talking about all HK did this for that, he ain't do that one. I don't know what he did, but he ain't do Brick and Kobe.
And in yet another video, she seems to even insinuate that Brick and Kobe weren't killed by ops at all, but rather someone much closer to them.
All of a sudden, the block get empty. Then 3 minutes later, I'm up the walkway, but see, that could have been some ops, but what me up? What ops you know go sit in the back of a crib that they know Brick in front of, and he know the cut. It's a new cut. The ops ain't even know about this cut. No, he gonna be right there. I go to this lady house, right? I still see the bullet holes in the gate when I go on 63rd St. Louis, and I look at it. These knew Brick was gonna jump or try to get away. Now, when they ran up on my cousin, they say he was wrestling with whoever with the gun, and that's how he got shot in his face, trying to stop them from shooting at Brick. Now, Brick was shot 6 times. He was shot twice in the back, twice in the butt, once in the arm. Altogether, he was shot 6, but the last shot was called point blank range under his eye. Right? So that means knew my son. Now, he probably got hit as he jumped the gate. He didn't get the face shot until he got to the back, and the was waiting right there for him because they knew he was going to jump that gate. Now, what ops you know going to sit there for at least hours, wait for all the everybody. Wait a minute, this the killer.
However, on social media, Mama Duck has also claimed that Cap was one of the other people involved, even stating on an Instagram comment that he has been implicated in killing Brick. Cap and Brick actually had a history of back and forths on Twitter just a month before the murder, and in these tweets, Brick can be seen insulting Cap and claiming that C-Day from 600 has no respect for him. Brick may have actually been touching on something real here, as C-Day famously tweeted in 2013 how the ops should have killed Cap instead of Trix, which according to some rumors was due to a love triangle between C-Day, Cap, and a girl that both of them were interested in. However, the tweet could also just be seen as C-Day's way of hinting that Cap was the one who had been hurting the ops the most. Less than an hour after the murders, Cap would post on Twitter a message that could be seen as a rather poor attempt at establishing an alibi, although according to some, on Reddit, this was actually a twisted pattern that Cap had established. Similar to King Von, supposedly always eating cereal to imply that he was a serial killer, in 2019, Cap took to Twitter again to disrespect both brothers, showing that he clearly had a hatred towards them. Brick also had a long history with McAdoo, with one chilling photo from many years ago, showing the two spending time together at the same youth center, with this likely being the time when McAdoo in particular was still very close with 600's ops like MOB, who would become affiliated with STL, as well as people from STL like the female shooter KI that he was seemingly dating.
I know niggas see this mustache. I see it. Right.
Around this time. In the months leading to his murder, Brick would also take to Twitter to tell a story about a previous incident where Rondo had shot him during a fight, claiming that after the shooting, he had choked McAdoo while Inky D and C-Day ran from him. Most recently, Mama Duck would once again give an update on the case, this time giving a bombshell saying that the feds are about to charge 2 people for the murders of Kobe and Brick, cryptically saying, one of them, we ain't gonna talk about him, but the other one, we're coming for your ass.
So yes, they have 2 suspects in Brick's murder and Kobe's murder. One of them, we ain't gonna talk about it. But the other one, they coming for your ass, Mr. Postman. Yeah. Stop killing people kids and let God handle them. Stop spying for y'all homies.
By this point, Get Back Gang had allegedly murdered up to 7 people between May and July of 2017, all in the name of avenging their beloved member T-Roy. However, one man was still at the top of their hit list, the man actually responsible for killing T-Roy, TB, from Taekwon World, and 2 months later, Get Back Gang would ultimately find who they were looking for. With his right-hand man Poppy and FBG Brick being murdered just months earlier, TB should have seen the warning signs that he was not safe in his area. Just 3 days before TB's death, E-Dog would post on Twitter claiming Get Back on the way, just watch. And then, on the morning of the 26th, TB would share to Facebook that he was feeling blessed, a chilling post considering what would come next. At 12:45 PM, TB was with a man named Marcus Clark on the 7000 block of South Chapel Avenue, which is literally the same block as the store where T-Roy was killed, showing just how incredibly recklessly TB was still moving, hanging around in the exact same areas where he had caught his infamous body. In fact, Lil D from 600 would later post messages between him and HK, where HK allegedly let D know that he found out where TB lives. In that very location, TB and his friend were both shot multiple times. The friend Marcus, who is also known as Side from Jaro City, would even receive a headshot, but thankfully survived the incident. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for TB. The police documents would show just how brutal TB's murder was when detailing all of his gunshot wounds, and it's likely that a whole magazine was emptied into him. In the police scan audio, it's even said that the shooters actually reloaded their guns and shot again. TB was ultimately pronounced dead at Northwestern Hospital, just age 21. And a crazy coincidence is just how similar the headlines were about T-Roy and TB's deaths were. Just another example of this lifestyle going full circle. Now, it's rumored that the gunmen in this hit were HK and McAdoo, this crime being the 8th murder that he was associated with in just 1 year. The police dispatch would also report that one of the shooters had a light complexion, which would apparently fit McAdoo's description, and the duo was seemingly moving together around this time, and they would pose for pictures the following day, clearly in high spirits. Meanwhile, members of Taekwon World would mourn TB's death. In just a few months, 2 of their most notable members, TB and Poppy, had been killed, allegedly at the hands of Get Back Gang, and since TB's death, they'd been commonly referring to him as the T-Roy Slayer, pretty much confirming something that everybody except the police seemingly already knew before his death. The extreme wave of violence that followed T-Roy's death was unheard of. Back-to-back murders in broad daylight, all in the span of just a few months. TB sadly made himself a target through his own actions, as well as by taunting his enemies, even after he knew.
Man, fuck that. I remember watching this video of who was it? FBG Butter calling TB the Yu-Gi-Oh player. Now, all the documentaries I hadn't watched on Buddy, or the documentaries not really necessarily dedicated to him, but you know, involved him in a segment or whatever, they never mention that. They never mention that. You would think it would be like the little life story about TB, but you know that thing, I just feel like it's how the picture should be painted, bro. He was just a regular kid. A regular kid. He went from Yu-Gi-Oh to killing niggas, bro. That's a big jump. That is a big jump. My nigga, catch a body and then go summon Blue Eyes White Dragon by noon? That's a different type of person. Dinner studies need to be had. Like, how you go from there to there? You know? Not to make jokes about this shit, I just find it interesting that a lot of these dudes be just regular people. And you know what fuck my head up? That the street guys, they be liking WWE. Some of them motherfuckers, hey, action figures. Like, they got real hobbies that some people might consider lame, or it might just get frowned upon, or whatever the case may be with that little hobby. But these motherfuckers have them. That shit be crazy. Yo.
Knew they were after him, and as he chose not to relocate in this war, sadly it caught up with him. But before the year could end, the cycle of violence was not finished. HK himself would tragically lose his life in a completely separate situation in the very place that he would consider home. The 24th of November 2017 was a day seemingly like any other, with HK hanging around in Parkway Gardens, aka O Block. He was accompanied by 600 members, Lil D and McAdoo, who after a summer of causing terror in the streets, along with HK, had likely all become very close friends. In the CCTV footage that was released from that day, we can see the trio enter the 6436 tower, one of the blocks inside Parkway Gardens. HK and McAdoo would proceed upstairs, where they saw a man who wasn't from O Block, but was there just visiting somebody that he knew. This man was wearing gold chains, so HK and McAdoo allegedly decided to confront and rob him. Perhaps they thought that the man was likely aware of the reputation of O Block and wouldn't fight back against serious members affiliated with the area, but this turned out to be a big misjudgment. That man would notice a gun in one of their jacket pockets and quickly ran away into one of the apartment units, closing the door. HK would try to get in, but the man would then up his legal firearm, with a shootout going down between him and HK. HK was ultimately hit 2 times, once in the thigh and once in the abdomen. HK and McAdoo then retreated down the stairways, while McAdoo was blindly shooting back in the direction of the apartment unit from around the stairwell doorway. According to a woman who witnessed the whole episode, McAdoo then attempted to get HK down the stairs and out of the building, but eventually he bailed on this attempt to help HK and left the building without him. This is ultimately why many people online have suggested that McAdoo left HK for dead, or even somehow actively contributed to his death. Regardless, soon after this, police would respond to calls of shots being fired within Parkway Gardens. When they arrived, they were informed that HK, real name Hakeem Murray, was the victim of several gunshot wounds. He was transported to the Northwestern Hospital, where he was pronounced dead at 8:53 p.m. In the same year, both the brothers T-Roy and HK had lost their lives to gun violence. Perhaps the death of HK was a wake-up call to some of the 600 members to lay low, because overall, the following year would turn out to be much less eventful. But unfortunately, that didn't mean that the killing was over, and before 2018 would end, we would ultimately see one of the most heinous acts ever in Chicago drill history.
What man might that be?
Berger was a lesser-known member of 600. He had no music releases, nor is he seen in many pictures. It seems that Berger was more of a low-key character than many of the others we've discussed, and yet, like many others in this story, he'd been involved in the gang life since a very young age, with his social media having photos of him all the way from late 2010 dropping Wise, although it's not clear if this was a diss towards 051 Young Money or another set, as according to some Chiracologists, Berger was a GD who was originally from an East Side set called Gotti World or 8x13. However, Tay Capone would also rap in his popular song Red Light how Berger was in the trenches with him since way back in the day, and it seems that like Tay, Berger was another one of the youngsters that Lil Boo had brought into 600, but because of Berger's activities in the streets, he had also seemingly been in prison for the majority of the time that 600 were making a name for themselves in the drill scene. It seems now that Berger too was planning on capitalizing on 600's infamous reputation in the scene, posting on social media about his plans on hitting the studio and dropping music. But Berger was also still very much active in the streets, and seemingly even somewhat part of the infamous Get Back gang formed after the death of T-Roy, as well as engaging in day-to-day hustling and selling packs. Unfortunately, it seems that Berger's actions in the streets were putting him in an increasingly risky position, as he would post how he was scared for his family because of his actions, and how there was a target on anyone's head who was cool with him, and how he was acting recklessly because he was active in a city that he wasn't from, and how he was simply going to take the city over. Sadly, these posts would be foreshadowing of exactly what was about to happen, because in January 2018, he would be killed outside of Chicago, many miles from the feuds that 600 were involved in. On the 5th of January, shortly before 8 p.m, Berger would make his last Facebook post, saying how he hated someone deeply. Less than an hour later, in Hammond, Indiana, a city about 20 miles southeast from 600's neighborhood, would find Berger, real name Shemaine Sargent, shot in the chest next to a stolen vehicle. People on Reddit would theorize about 600's ops being responsible for the killing, but soon after finding Berger's body, the Hammond police would arrest an 18-year-old local Hammond man as a suspect. Mimo 600 would later pay respects to Berger in his song Exposing Me, while in FBG Duck and Ruger's version of the song, many have understood Duck to be dissing Berger in a double entendre where he raps about flipping burgers. Besides the seemingly unrelated death of Berger, the war between 600 and their enemies would stay dormant for most of 2018. However, in October, the murder of one of MOB's top members would incite one of the fastest getbacks in history. Sadly, this same month, we would see one of the most high-profile mass shootings in Chicago history, with many indications that 600 might just have been involved.
This one,
Dusky, or Dusky the Man, was a beloved member of MOB and had a history of being a top op to Black Disciple gangsters. One example is when Dusky allegedly beat up Lil Durk inside of a courthouse.
Is it true Dusky slapped Durk? Did that really happen?
Facts.
Those facts. Dusky really slapped Durk.
That's real facts. Smack the fuck out of Durk ass. This is not no fun. I'm not lying. This ain't no cap. Smack out his ass. They both had the same court date. This was before all this jumped off on. He walked up to him. He asked him like, "You must be." He didn't even get the chance to say his whole name. Dusky went off on his ass. Poop pop, punched his ass up. Smack.
Damn, I swear I never knew that. Damn.
Hell yeah. And I know that event. Shout out to them scrappers, folks.
So Dusky was gangster like that.
You say what, bro?
Dooski was gangster like that. He walking up slapping.
Man, Dooski get like that. He ain't the man. He don't call himself Dooski the man for no reason, bro.
Following this incident, Dooski continued poking fun at Lil Durk and even posted a humorous meme of Durk switching sides following the beatdown. Dooski was also famous for being one of MOB's top artists alongside Ruger, and he'd been releasing music since at least 2011. He would also collab with other notable MOB members including Ruger, Scrap, and Buki, as well as with 600's ops from other sets like Wooski from STL and another Wooski from the low end from the Crew 757, who were also beefing with 600 due to being so close to their ops like MOB and 051. Dooski has also been dissing 600 and their alleged blocks since the beginning of his rap career.
Yeah, they not out here. Not out here. Where is 27? Where is 757? They is not outside. Oh, look.
In his song All We Know Is Kill from 2011 with another MOB member called Lil G, there are disses towards Brick City, 600, and their specific members like C-Day as well as Chief Keef. The featured Lil G raps using C-Day's real name, how he's going to put Lil Courtney in a box, and shots fired on the drive, 600, them dudes can't stay alive, a reference to Lil Steve, who was allegedly killed by MOB Scrap in 2011, which caused 600 to call their hood Steve Drive. The song also begins with a
I'll be back.
stern diss towards Brick City, or the Bricks as they were also called, and ends with a clip of somebody shouting 600k, we killin' them boys. After Chief Keef would drop his second hit song Love Sosa, Dooski the Man also dropped his own version of the song called Hate Sosa, where he imitates Chief Keef's lyrics from the song but changes them to diss Keef and his friends from 600 like D Rose. Ultimately, Dooski was a gifted rapper who could also do very lyrical and emotional songs when he wanted to, like in his tribute song to Scrap, where he details his heartbreak over the loss of his MOB brother. Unfortunately, this side of him was mostly overshadowed by just how deeply invested he was in the war in the streets, which in 2018 was still very much alive despite 600 seemingly laying low after their alleged activities the previous year with O-Block. Around this time, Dooski could often be seen on social media hanging around the Washington Park and Woodlawn area. Dooski and his friends like Wooski and FBG Duck would even go live while walking on the infamous 63rd Street, making them easy targets for any ops trying to find out their location.
You got this done. Not a gonna come and strike that MOB. And we out here on the 6, ain't worried about none of that.
Cheeto.
Yeah,
hold on, wait.
What do you see down there? What the we at? Now show me again. Let them know what the I'm at.
They want to talk, we don't want to talk.
What you doing, boy? You on live?
How you doing?
Tell their ass they should.
They be chewing.
Chewing, big chewing.
Another day, Dooski would be on an Instagram live together with Wooski and several girls who were allegedly from 600 and THF46's hoods. In this disrespectful video, the girls go seamlessly from swearing on dead 600 members like Lil Steve to rapping the lyrics of Wooski's Computers remix. Perhaps the most disrespectful diss ever made against 600 and their allies.
No, I'm gonna let this play.
What's this? I never cared. You a bop? You never cared. Is you a bop? I know. Is you a bop? Say you a bop right now. I'm a bop. Say I'm the best bop in Chicago, Illinois.
Alright, Brody in the back bullying the hoes.
Because they love guns. And they play with guns. And they love guns. And they play with guns on Cheeto.
Oh,
on Cheeto. GDK.
Hey, she need the phone. I don't know where she on now. It's tweaking on Cheeto. That's why we can't. Oh, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, we with the oppos. These oppos on the shit.
BD, don't play with me on Steve. Don't play with me
We smoking all oppos. On Brad.
On Steve, don't do that.
On Brad.
On Steve, don't do that.
Hey, where y'all from? Italy. Y'all from 46, Steve Drive, all type of shit.
I'm so BD, KCP,
No, you not.
I ain't tripping about Chick singing the lyrics. Chick got the whole stendo just dancing, lollygagging. Man, what the hell going on, man?
Who? My homie. I'll smoke you, play with my homie on brand. It's Scrap, I'll smoke you.
Motherfucker, stand over your granny and FaceTime us.
Before we in the grill, yeah, for real. Hold up, Greg. Let's get y'all the buffet in front of them. Get on this hill.
Well, it ain't me.
Why is y'all dissing y'all own dead homies, though? What they do about dissing their own bitty homies, don't kill them. That GD.
It was activities like this that would make Dusky one of the prime targets for 600, and in late 2018, these antics would allegedly cost him his life. On the 8th of October, Just Blow and Cap 12 were allegedly with Front Street members in Front Street territory. Commenters on Reddit would theorize that these two were likely lurking during this time based on their clothing. That night, Cap would also make a cryptic tweet simply stating, "You deserve to get shot," followed by more similarly ambiguous tweets the next day, the last one being, "Shots fired, dude's panicking," around 1:45 p.m. Then, a few hours later, around 4 p.m, Dusky and a woman friend were in a parked car in the 5600 block of South Michigan Avenue, the heart of MOB's territory, when a car reportedly drove past them, opening fire, shooting at the car multiple times, and hitting both occupants. And the police would later find Dusky lying on a sidewalk, unresponsive, in a pool of blood, with gunshot wounds to his head and chest, ultimately later being pronounced dead, while the woman would fortunately survive with a gunshot wound to her ankle. It's believed amongst online detectives that Cap may have been responsible for this murder, or at least gave the drop on Dusky's location. This is because he was seen joining the Instagram Live of MOB Lil Shan, where Dusky was present allegedly around 15 minutes before the shooting. 600 members and their affiliates have dissed Dusky numerous times after his death, starting with Mimo, who would make a gleeful post about smoking a new op pack after hearing about the news. Later, Mimo would even troll by posting himself listening to and singing along to Dusky's music. Cap has also dissed Dusky several times on social media, including another strange tweet where he says, "Smoking Dusky, cause I know him," while Front Street member Lil Ant would literally be smoking on Dusky as he wrote Dusky's name alongside a bunch of dope. And King Von and Bezu would even get YNW Melly to diss Dusky during an Instagram Live.
What'd you say? Hello, Melly. The odds hate that. Hey, the odds hate that when y'all tweet on the odds. What'd you say, gang? Smoking that Dusky.
But most of this dissing would come much later, because in the immediate aftermath there was hardly time for rejoicing, because MOB's response would be one of the quickest in drill history, and in less than 24 hours, 600 would ultimately lose one of their own. Waldo, also known as Waldo 4.0, was another member lesser known to the public, but certainly not shy to represent his affiliation to 600. This can be seen by the huge 600 tattoo on his neck, and while he wasn't a common sight in 600's music videos, he can be seen in a few of them repping his set hard with the other members, such as in Inky D's music video for his Finito remix, where Waldo can be seen wearing the legendary's Team 600 shirt, as well as in one of the music videos of the honorary 600 member King Von, where Waldo proudly displays his 600 neck tattoo. However, Waldo was seemingly one foot in and one foot out of the gang life, as he had apparently had not one, but two regular jobs. Yet he was also seemingly deeply invested in the war between 600 and their rivals, and would commonly post incredibly disrespectful memes about their dead ops on social media. And while we don't know too much about his actions in the streets beyond numerous arrests for mainly gun-related charges, it's safe to assume that 600's ops definitely knew who he was and who he was affiliated with. On the afternoon of the 10th of October 2018, Waldo
No BS, bro. You can't do that, bro. He should know better, bro. You can't be doing that, knowing you gotta be at this one place for 10, 12 hours, 8 hours. Like, it's almost a guarantee you're gonna be there. You feel me? Now, despite motherfucker not knowing your work schedule, that shit quick to pick up on, cause come on, bro, niggas ain't stupid. People are not stupid. But that's just crazy he was doing that.
Was reportedly standing on the 300 block of East 63rd Street, which despite the number 63rd is considered to be primarily Front Street's territory. There, a blue 2018 Impala would reportedly pull up next to him and someone would let off shots, one of them hitting Waldo in the head, killing him on the scene. Unfortunately for Waldo's friends and family, someone would catch his lifeless body laying on the grass on Instagram Live. A police report posted to Reddit would reveal that witnesses had seen the car pull up, opening fire, and then fleeing the scene. In the eyes of many online detectives and drill fans, the killing of Waldo so soon after the death of Dusky adds weight to the theories that 600 did indeed kill Dusky. And while the police would struggle to find Waldo's killer, the ops of 600 would provide interesting clues about their possible involvement. Lil Shan from MOB may have accidentally revealed Dusky's location before his murder. They would go on live on Instagram shortly after the killing, showing numerous guns while asking his friends why his live was suddenly so popular.
Why my like this, bro? Why my lab busting like this, bro? What Dirt say? We get done, boy. My lab busting, bro. my lab bucket like this. They ain't gonna put you in there.
He would also post numerous stories where he would basically admit to being the shooter whilst tagging both Waldo and Dusky. Lil Sean would also release a Facebook text conversation he had with Waldo, seemingly taunting him and sharing his intentions of wanting to kill him, to which Waldo replied saying he doesn't go anywhere without his gun. Further incriminating himself, Lil Sean even went on Instagram Live after the shooting, boasting and toting guns, whilst another MOB member, Huncho, would laugh in the comments at how the Instagram Live was suddenly getting a lot of traction. Weirdly, Waldo's Instagram account would become active again a few days after his passing, with someone on the account engaging in DM arguments with ops, such as Wooski from STL, with Wooski joking about the matter, saying, "You came back already?" While Waldo was more of an unknown member of 600 due to his relative inactivity on social media and in music, this doesn't mean he wasn't beloved by other members. After Waldo's funeral, Mimo600 would tweet how he kissed Waldo's forehead in his casket, which made him lose his mind. He would also post on Instagram a photo of him with a Waldo cutout and the caption, "Get back mode activated." Allegedly, Waldo was also Cap's closest friend, which is particularly tragic considering the rumors that he was responsible for the death of Dusky, which then allegedly led to the murder of Waldo. His Twitter activity in the days following the death of Waldo would show how Cap's mental state was being affected by his friend's murder. Whether these tweets simply show a man mourning the loss of his friend or a man feeling guilt for the loss of his friend is hard to determine, but in any case, if we're to believe the members of 600 themselves, it appears that Waldo's death caused more violent retributions. In Mimo's song Shoot Who featuring Lil Durk from 2023, Mimo implies that there was a get back for Waldo, but they're not even going to talk about it. Similarly, Blaster's ass, aka Blastum, would post an Instagram story with a photo of a cap that has a custom Waldo 4.0 embroidery on the side, together with text saying 4L and a black heart. This image would seem like an ordinary tribute, however Blastum chose to play a very specific snippet from Lil Durk's song Pellico over the image, where Durk raps insinuating that two people got killed as get back for the murder of his brother D-Thang, a clear implication being that Waldo's death was also avenged. Since there are no clear arrests or charges that could prove without a shadow of doubt what exactly the Get Back 600 members were referring to, much is left to the imagination of drill fans and true crime enthusiasts. But what is a fact is that what happened next would shock everybody, ultimately becoming one of the most infamous events in Chicago drill history. On Monday the 22nd of October, about 2 weeks after the murders of Dusky and Waldo, Dusky's funeral service was held at the Bethlehem Star Baptist Church, located on the far south side, right on the border of Chatham and the Burnside neighborhoods. About a year before the funeral, the church had received coverage on the local news when a 17-year-old boy was shot in the leg and another man was grazed by a bullet on the head right outside. Now, Dusky's friends and family had come out in droves to show support for their fallen friend, and in pictures posted on social media, many notable members can be seen in attendance, such as Wooski from STL, Fat Shorty from Jaro City, Montana from 051, and Nut from MOB. Sadly, this funeral being such a popular event gave their ops a prime opportunity to know exactly where they would be and catch them in a vulnerable position. Shortly after midday, at least one gunman would open fire on the churchgoers, many of whom were also armed. This started a chaotic shootout where bullets started flying everywhere.
Units in the area, current shot spotter 9227 uncotted, shooting at the funeral, X-ray 658. We got several people going 10 forward. Now we got 2 people shot, possibly 2 people shot.
Another person shot. A family owes you any?
We got another one shot, 9-2 in Cottage. She's on 623.
60. Is the helicopter still up?
No answer. 92nd in Cottage Grove. We got a victim over here. 6-3 squad. The funeral home is under control. They have one victim in there. Got a couple officers down there. The funeral home is under control.
And police say they heard a barrage of shots just after noon. They were coming from across the street at a funeral for a local musician known as Dusky the Man was letting out. His real name is Van Treese Chris. He was killed by gunfire earlier this month. Witnesses today heard a couple of shots at first, apparently fired into the crowd. Then many more, several dozen more shots. Investigators have placed markers indicating where shell casings are located, but so far they have no one in custody.
When all was said and done, there were reportedly up to 50 shell casings from several different guns left at the scene, and 6 people were shot, all attendees of the funeral, while the perpetrators would flee the scene without a trace. One witness would describe them to the Chicago Tribune as 2 boys with big-ass guns. Out of the 6 people shot, only one would end up with a more serious injury, and that person would be none other than Wooski from STL, who received a gunshot wound to the head that put him in critical condition. Big Les, the father of MOB Scrap and Ruger, was actually inside the church when the shooting started, and he would later recall the events, explaining how Wooski had done his best to try and protect the other attendees, ultimately causing him to get hit.
Wooski, he'd break out the dope. Wooski, you break out, man, what the you know what I'm saying? He'd go out there, man, and we all on the inside. And Wooski go out there, man, they say he was goddamn it, you know, man, he was doing his thing out there, you feel me? They Wooski was going crazy. I heard he had to take something from somebody else and do it. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody froze up. But they say Wooski went crazy, you feel me? But then that's how he winded up. Wooski winded up getting hit in the head, you feel me? And when the shooting stopped, everybody running like, damn, Woosie got shot, Woosie got hit in the head, woo. So, damn.
Fat Shorty, on the other hand, would write an angry post on Facebook about a week after the shooting, claiming that most of the damage was in fact done by people that were attending the funeral who were so bad at shooting that they actually ended up hitting people on their own side. Indeed, following the shooting, helicopter footage would capture the aftermath, showing that several attendees were seemingly being detained by police. This included Montana from 051 and a person who looked a lot like FPG Duck. Later that day on the 22nd, at around 4:30 p.m, Spot News, a Twitter account that follows police dispatch radio in Chicago, would tweet that around 10 shots had been fired at 6251 South Prairie, located near the Parkway Gardens, aka O Block. 1 hour after that, at around 5:30 p.m, police would execute an unrelated search warrant at an apartment in O Block, finding there a high-profile O Block member who had just recently begun gaining some traction in rapping that went by the name King Von. While the police were there to look for Von, they would find several guns, ammunition, and dope in the apartment, and they ended up taking him to the station to be questioned. While at the station, police would also contact the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, regarding the funeral shooting that had taken place earlier, which ATF special agents were investigating, as the police had information that the shooter may well have been from O Block. However, nothing seemingly came from this inquiry. The next day, the local news would report on how the police were trying to prevent a retaliation, with the report implying that the police were actively following the social media associated with the members of different sets that they believed were involved in this incident. The news would also give an update that Wooski, real name Marvel Williams, was in stable but serious condition following surgery. The morning after that, on the 24th of October, Capfuck12 would make an interesting tweet seemingly quoting a lyric from a Lil Durk song, Spin the Block, where he raps about riding around with a Draco, the very same gun that was used in the funeral shooting. That night, around 9 p.m, there would reportedly be another mass shooting, this time in the Washington Park neighborhood on the 6200 block of King Drive, near both 600's Hood and O Block, which would end up injuring 5 men, with 2 of them ending up in critical condition. However, only one of these victims was a young man in his 20s, while the others were actually older in their 40s. Nevertheless, a few days later, the Chicago Tribune would report that the police considered there to be a high probability that this shooting was related to the funeral shooting. On the 25th of October, 3 days after being momentarily arrested, Von would take to Twitter posting a tweet that could be seen as a direct response to that funeral shooting, as he would announce that it was game over, we won. Based on these tweets, it was no surprise then that 600 and their allies were immediately considered to be the likely culprits behind the funeral attack. One person on Reddit would joke that they didn't know that Bite Down, who had allegedly shot up the funeral of Tutu in 2011, was out on parole, while another person would also note how this wouldn't be the first time 600 had shot up a funeral, while also noting how Just Blow had allegedly posted something on an Instagram story right after the shooting but had since deleted it. Also, Cap's suspicious tweet about riding around with a Draco was immediately noted by Reddit detectives. In the months and years following the shooting, 600 and their allies would keep dissing both Dooski and Wooski, and in December 2018, E-Day would drop his song 600 Dead Ops, a response to the song 51 Dead Ops by 051 Driller, where he raps about sliding through 600's hood every day, dissing many of their top members, including LA Capone, Lil Boo, Stello, Baldy, Trix, Lil Steve, and Mimo 600, as well as Shaq and D-Thang. In his response, E-Day also takes shots at all of 600's ops, including Wooski, rapping how Wooski hasn't been the same since getting shot in the head and how they thought he was dead. Similar disses about thinking that have also been made by numerous other people affiliated with 600.
Nah, he ain't like that for real. Ain't that right, little bro? I'm my little brother Jiggy. Supposed to start rapping too. Nah, but for real, you know how they try to make all the ugly seem like they super tough, they super gangster cause he ugly. He got shot in his head, so now he's stupid slow. They think that's savage. That's ain't don't nobody get shot in the head. That's goofy. He a goofy. That's what I'm telling y'all. But y'all don't know that. Y'all just looking like Vaughn, a pretty boy. The whole time just be acting like this, so y'all won't be super scared of me. See how y'all like me, y'all on my, but I'll do something on y'all. I'm real gangster.
Also in December 2018, Mimo would seemingly tease a new remix to his popular song Exposing Me that he had dropped earlier that year, with new lyrics dissing both Dooski and Wooski. Mimo and other people affiliated with 600 have also commonly referred to Wooski as a dolphin, which is a reference to LA Capone's classic drill song Murder, where he raps, "Hole in his head, he a dolphin." However, all these disses toward Wooski, him and 600 and their allies. Already in 2013, Wooski would claim how he had done many hits on both The Wick, aka O Block, and Bricks, aka Brick City, which includes 600. Also in 2013, Wooski would drop his first ever song, Dummy, with a cover art that shows Wooski dropping the 6 with 600K written.
I just realized I had my mic muted. Whatever, I'm just gonna cut it out. Hell yeah.
on the front, together with BDK and F. Lamron, as well as dissing both O Block and 600 in the lyrics. This song was followed next year by his track Intro, where the dissing would continue, with Wooski even implying that his set STL, aka Tucaville, had been part of the hit that killed LA Capone a few months before. This was followed up in the same month, January 2014, with the song Dope, where the dissing of LA would continue, and after the arrest of Rondo and C-Day following the murder of Javon Boyd, Wooski would also participate in dissing Tay 600, calling him a snitch, and claiming he's responsible for Rondo and C-Day being locked up.
Tay 600. Shh. Keep your mouth closed, you snitch ass. You just got your mans in them all them years. You can't even go back to your own block. Oh, Lil B, I'll smack the out your ass. Come out, dude. Yeah. I ain't even gotta talk, man. You know how I'm coming. All that, man. Yeah. Where's you at with it? Oh, you ass 600. Yeah, I'ma always be up. Y'all dead, homies. You talking about? All that there on Cheeto. Black gang, dumb. Man, look. On Sugar Band, start opening y'all mouth. Y'all want to link up, y'all already know to hit my line. And none of this police ass. Man, you on Sugar, I get down on. Oh, Cheeto. It's about.
Mimo had also had a special reason to hate Wooski, who had even made a song with FBG Cash titled Mimo in 2018, where they would seemingly take shots at him and even his father, who was a known character on the South Side. King Von also had good reasons to hate on Wooski, as the two had been beefing with each other since at least 2012, often going back and forth on Twitter, even arguing about who would ultimately live longer. But when it comes to direct hints that 600 and their allies may have actually been behind the funeral shooting, there are less examples. One such hint would come in January 2019, when Mimo dropped a new song and music video titled Hang With, where he raps the line, "Holding his head, that's get back for 4-0.
That was like 9 to 10 years before shit even happened. You feel me? Or 6 years if you want to count the Wooski incident, bro. That was like years. Damn near a whole generation. Just about. And I'm starting to dive deep more into my little personal studies of like the law of attraction and shit. Nigga, like what you speak, goddamn, all the other shit. It's some old third eye open ass shit. We're not here for that shit. Alright. But what I'm saying is this though. The belief of it, of the whole speak, is growing. Hell yeah. 5, 6 years, bruh. Or okay. Cause boom, we got the people that just believe like me. Now let me ask the folk that's opposed of it. You think it's just coincidental? Or yeah, coincidental. That's how shit played out. It just happened like that's just, you feel like, okay, fuck that. Do you feel like it played out how it was supposed to play out? Like the life, the God's plan. You know what I mean? Mind you, we talking about niggas when you go back and look at they tweets and shit, whatever they even talk about, it's some real shit. You feel me? You just go back on the tweets and shit. You may think it's fake, but what they talking about is some real shit. Go back, listen to the nigga lyrics and shit. Real shit. Not no fairy tale, not no made up fucking story. Not some shit they done goddamn just wanted to make. At this point, I'm down there just ranting. Hell yeah. Nigga, how I get the yapping?
Followed by an ad-lib, Wooski, seemingly
Yeah,
implying that the funeral shooting was a direct get-back for the murder of Waldo, aka 4.0. King Von, on the other hand, would rap in his song GTA.
3. No, what was that dumbass TikTok? 4. Anytime y'all see the op, your ass just get the blowing. All right, cool. I'm done with the jokes and shit.
The line, "Who shot Wooski? How would I know?" which then continues directly to the chorus that starts with him saying, "You know I know," clearly implying that he does indeed know who shot Wooski. Overall, there's mixed opinions online whether O-Block and 600 were even involved in the funeral shooting, as many have argued that it was actually the nearby set 800 who were actually behind it. 800 is a set of primarily Mickey Cobras whose main block has been around 61st and Cottage Grove, but over the years this block has been gentrified and many of the original members have actually moved out. 800 have a long-lasting beef with STL EBT and MOB dating all the way back to 2012, and just like O-Block and 600, 800 have referenced the funeral shooting numerous times. One of the members who's most directly claimed responsibility for the shooting is a member known as 800 Fats. In his song Do Some, Fats raps, "You know I'm gripping on my toolie, run up on him, have him looking like Wooski, slide to the funeral and shoot us a movie." In another song titled Head Tap, Fats continues on the topic, rapping, "Up the Glock, quick head tap, now he looking Wooski slow." However, while Fats has seemingly always had a fairly short hair, the police dispatch radio recordings from the day of the incident label all the suspects as having long dreads.
We were looking for a green camera with 4 male black occupants in the area of 91st and Cottage. They also mentioned either blue Blazer or a blue minivan.
Person pulled us over, said they driving a little Camry. 4 people inside the car. They cutting through the alley. They all got little short dreads. There's a Draco gun. They seen them pulling it out the car.
Therefore, Chiracologists have speculated that maybe another 800 member called TJ might well have carried out the shooting, as he better matches the description. At this point though, over 5 years after the shooting, it seems that we might never definitively find out who really did it. But regardless, 2018 proved to be yet another tragic year for 600, losing 2 more members to the ruthless streets of Chicago. However, time and time again, 600 would prove their ability to rise up again despite facing extreme adversity. Coming into 2019, they would do it once again, this time with the help of Lil Durk's OTF label, which was starting to become a powerhouse in the rap game, not least thanks to their top new rapper King Von, who would make his breakthrough in late 2018 and early 2019 with his first hit song, Crazy Story. King Von's blow-up in 2019 would help make OTF one of the most coveted labels when it came to gangster and drill rappers who really practiced what they preached. Many 600 members had always been somewhat close to Lil Durk and OTF, but they would become even closer with the help of King Von, who had practically already been a member of 600. On the 9th of January, Mimo 600 and King Von would release the collaboration remix to Mimo's 2018 hit, Exposing Me. This song would become a drill classic that spawned a slew of other remixes over the dark and moody Bollywood.
I'm thinking about some whole other shit. It don't even got nothing to do with this video, but I think put 2 to 2 together. It just sounded funky in my
would sampled beats, such as the FBG Duck and Ruger version that would end up becoming even more popular than the original. And New York rapper and alleged fake blood CJ with his chart-topping hit Whoopty, which would actually eventually lead to Mimo and King Von's version of the song being taken down from all streaming platforms due to copyright issues.
Where did you find the beat?
I think YouTube. Then I contacted the dude. First of all, I did the beat and he contacted me. Hey man, I'm a big fan. Ooh. Then from now on, we locked in.
Cause you know the Expose Me beat is the same beat that CJ used for Whoopty and then CJ ended up getting y'all song taken down. How did that even happen?
I don't know, I FaceTimed him though. He say, man, I ain't even know that, ooh, cause they say like from their label that that's the reason why I was struck down.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'ma contact him. Ooh, he ain't never get back at me.
Anyway, just 6 days after dropping the Exposing Me remix with Von, Mimo 600 and Just Blow would release their song and music video titled Gangbangin', which now sits over 3 million views. And in the music video, Just Blow and Mimo can be seen in a trap house with other members toting guns and throwing up sets, literally gangbanging. But also in the studio, Lil Durk himself would be seen listening to their song intently while bopping his head. At this time, Durk had already signed Booker, whose song Peso had made some waves in early 2018, and who had even dropped a full solo project on the label called 6 Summers, as well as performing on 2 OTF compilation mixtapes. Then, in March 2019, Durk would announce that he had also signed Mimo and Just Blow to OTF. Also in March, King Von would put out his song Cousins, featuring Just Blow, followed by a music video in April where the freshly signed Just Blow and Mimo can be seen together with Von, Durk, and Booker repping OTF to the fullest. Provided with the opportunity, Just Blow would then keep dropping and building his catalogue under his new label, as would Mimo, who would keep his foot on the gas, dropping another highly popular song and music video titled Steppers, which now stands at almost 10 million views.
Alright, let me explain what the fuck I was just laughing at. So when he was talking about Lil Durk in the studio listening to their song, bopping his head, and I'm like, nigga, you don't know that's the fake bop. When you overdo the bop, when you listening to some shit, that's the fake bop. That's why I was laughing at. Hell yeah.
Meanwhile, Booker was preparing to drop his second solo project under OTF titled Word to LA. Booker had truly found his own voice as an artist by this point, often dropping highly melodic and emotional drill ballads all about the life in the streets, such as the Phil Collins sampling Baguette Bands, which would surprisingly have its music video released on the No Jumper channel. The video would feature nostalgic flashback clips from when LA Capone was still alive, along with C-Day and Rondo No. 9 still being free, all while Booker sings about losing his friends but gaining success, as well as the song War Scars, where the music video shows different important streets and locations from around the Washington Park and Woodlawn neighborhoods where Booker grew up, while he talks about the tragedies that he's seen in those places and the friends from around those areas he grew up with. Booker would also get some notable features on his songs, including T Grizzly, Lil Durk, and Lil Zay Osama, who would also later sign with OTF. But while Booker, Mimo, and Just Blow were now living the good life with OTF in Atlanta, internal disputes within 600 started to pop off, with S. releasing his version of Exposing Me, which was actually a diss track aimed at Mimo 600, as well as dissing him on social media, and later opening up about the beef during a 16-shot interview.
I ain't gonna say no names, but truthfully, in Tate basement, always Tate, M Thing, Rondo, D Rose, you feel me, the elite squad. A lot of Joe Philly, a lot of Free Joe Philly, a lot of that's like got a name now. They couldn't even come in Tate basement, bro. That's some real.
We ain't gonna spend look, like Melvin, Mimo is a goofy.
Let me say one more thing too though.
Goofy,
that shit, man. I don't know. And
I'm gonna keep it all the way funky. I'm gonna keep it 1,000, cause you feel me. Shorty ass just ain't right. Yeah, that's how it is. You feel me? And I know what's coming next. What's coming with? We don't shorty. We catch him. We gonna beat it. Don't beat him. Probably strip him. Everything he got. That's just what it is.
See,
I ain't that.
Think about it, bro.
Who's up?
When you start throwing a dead homie that you don't know nothing about, you feel me?
Get on your
in his mouth, you feel me?
You feel me?
And it's a lot of that he don't even know that throughout game that's waiting to see him, you feel me? I ran into him on the streets. I seen he really wasn't like, ran up on him with a pipe on him, he really wasn't no.
Not like that.
I ran into him. He ain't
same sense, it's like, man, it's like the same sense, like, man, congratulations on his success. All right, that's him. Congratulations. We ain't no haters about Pop. But the same sense, a lot of streets, a lot of these really like acting, bro, with this tough shit.
Then, at the end of June, while Mimo was seemingly back in Illinois, he would end up getting shot 3 times, later posting a video of himself being transported via helicopter and laying on a hospital bed. He would later open up about this incident during interviews, explaining how he'd been in the suburbs surrounding Chicago at a pool party, but what actually happened that day is largely unknown.
Yeah, I got shot in my hip. That came out the middle of my chest.
Let me see.
I got shot right here. That came out the middle of my chest. I was at a pool party, gang. Miscellaneous some just shooting. I was just an innocent bystander, got hit. You know how that go.
However, Mimo wouldn't let that stop him, and already a few days later he was back to shooting another music video, this time for the song Wipe Your Nose, which would then drop in July with cameos from numerous 600 affiliates, such as O-Block members E-Dog and Boss Top, who had seemingly recently received some kind of injury on his hand. But while Mimo had survived his shooting, a few months later, one of 600's ops wouldn't be so lucky. Interestingly, this death would come on the birthday of one of the most beloved fallen members of 600, Mimo's brother Lil Steve. Killer KI was an older MOB member who is hailed as one of MOB's top shooters. He had allegedly put in a lot of work for the gang and had an extensive rap sheet of arrests, even by Chicago standards. During one of these prison stints, KI would get into a fight with a young King Von, with the post-fight prison interviews eventually making their way onto Reddit. On the 13th of September 2019, at around 11:30 PM, Killer Kai, real name Keith Lee, was standing on the 6000 block of South LaSalle Street when a silver SUV approached him and someone opened fire from the car. He was struck in the head and body, ultimately being pronounced dead at the scene. Due to this happening on Lil Steve's birthday, many drill fans on Reddit would immediately begin to consider this as another get back by 600, with some speculating that it was Boss Moo from 600 who had then fled to Florida. Rumors also spread that KI had been on a live stream shortly before his death, sharing his location and daring his ops to pull up, as seen in posts written to him on Facebook following his death, with one person asking what was he thinking, and another person saying that they had told him to stop posting his location. But we really can't prove the motive or the suspects, just going on coincidental dates and internet rumors. However, many internet sleuths have also theorized that MOB themselves might have gotten Killer KI killed. This is largely due to his internet activity around the time of his death. One example is him implying that there had been internal disagreements within the gang between MOB that he was claiming and younger guys who were claiming Scrap Gang. Named after Ruger's dead little brother, MOB Scrap, who was also, according to some rumors, indeed killed by 600. He would also write how people were calling him concerned that he was talking too much online and telling him to be cool. He'd also made several posts in September, not long before his death, seemingly thinking that his own people were about to betray him. On the 14th, a day after KI's death, a drill fan would then post a clip from an Instagram live where one of the members claiming Scrap Gang Lil Des would actually diss MOB, further supporting the rumors about KI allegedly being backdoored by his own set.
The real underscore MOB folk, his ass a goofy on Junebug Gray. You wanna take a picture on our block? You know where the we at. On Scrap Gray, your ass a goofy dude. On Scrap, MOB, I ain't gonna lie for y'all ass goofs for that good on Scrap Gray. Your ass gonna wait till we get to Cali to go to Chicago, folks. You a goofy on Scrap Gray, gonna take a picture on the block. On Scrap, boy. And you lucky your ass ain't trying to add me as a friend on her, boy. Your ass a goof.
Therefore, the majority of people seem to be convinced that he may well have been killed by people much closer to him rather than his enemies in 600. However, the next year, MOB would lose yet another member, and this time, 600 would be quick to claim responsibility. Dex was a younger and lesser-known member of MOB. However, as he would tell his friends on Facebook in April 2020, he was seemingly planning on starting to rap to make it out of the streets.
I'm really trying to get in the studio now, like, for a week or two I've been trying to get in the studio, bro, so I could drop some new music. I got some little ordered, you feel me? I'm trying to do that, bro. I need everybody who my friend on Facebook who say they to support me on, bro.
Unfortunately, these plans would never come to fruition, as the next month, on the 6th of May, at around 11:30 AM, Dex, real name DeQuirian Goodwin, was on the 5000 block of South Indiana Avenue, walking through a vacant lot, when he was approached by an unknown man who drew for his gun, shooting Dex in the chest before fleeing. Sadly, when police and medics finally got to the scene, Dex had already passed away. Detectives would learn from a witness that there were actually two offenders who exited a white Dodge Journey SUV before shooting Dex and then fleeing northbound. One of these suspects was a black male in his 20s, apparently about 6 feet tall, with a low haircut, wearing a black jacket and stonewashed jeans. About a week later, the police would stop a matching car and arrest the driver, who would turn out to be a 27-year-old Jamal Moore, who is better known in the streets as Mally from the 600 affiliated crew Nico Gang. After getting a warrant on Mally's Facebook account, the detectives would discover that he had sent his phone number to several unidentified people shortly before and after the murder. They would also find that he had made 2 posts, possibly referencing the murder, where he would taunt his ops after their friend had been killed. His phone's location data would also place him near the scene of the crime at the very time when police had received a notification of shots fired, and video surveillance showed that on the day in question, he had been driving the car suspected to be involved in the murder. Interestingly, one witness would also relate to the detectives that he had witnessed a phone call during which Dex had said that if something happened to him, his friends did it. Ultimately, Mally would not be charged with the murder due to insufficient evidence, although the Chicago police considered him the prime suspect. Meanwhile, online detectives have had their own suspicions about who may have committed this murder, given particularly that the second offender was never identified, with one of the popular theories being that the murder of Dex was actually get back for Waldo, with this theory being based particularly on the social media activity of Mimo and Cap 12 following the murder, as both had made numerous provocative posts around the time of Dex's death. Mimo would post memorials to his brother Lil Steve, whilst also saying F Scrap and claiming I get it done, whilst also saying how people love to claim stuff that they didn't do, with the clear implication being that it was his set that was responsible. Cap, on the other hand, would tweet laughing emojis together with a dart hitting a bullseye, seemingly implying that someone had hit a target, while also implying that when he was after someone, there was no talking him out of it, as well as saying that when his brother took a loss, he picked him up. Mimo also shared an Instagram story where he tagged Cap and added the text lace up dummy, which could be seen as a subliminal hit to Dex, saying that he should have tied his shoes and ran. However, many also think that 600 might not have been directly involved, but simply are claiming the work of Nico Gang as their own, as the set that had been born in late 2014 in honor of Lil Nick, aka Savage Nico, had since become increasingly close with 600, and many even claim that Nico Gang is effectively the new generation of 600, as the younger people in the hood no longer claim 600.
Nico Gang underscore JB, JB underscore Nico Gang, JB underscore Nico.
This was perhaps a sign that members of 600 had finally moved on from actively participating in the war going on in the neighborhoods around where they grew up. However, the next year, 2 high-profile killings would take place that would broaden the war fields from the neighborhoods around Washington Park to some of the richest areas in Chicago, and even complete other cities. FBG Duck has been one of the most prominent names in media when it comes to the gang wars taking place in the neighborhoods around Washington Park. This is mainly...
We already did like an hour. Hold on. I'm gonna skip that segment. Due to time restraints, pieces of the video I had to get skipped.
In a span of about 6 months between 2011 and 2012, 600 lost 5 of their friends: Baldy, D-Thang, Lil Steve, Jizzle, and Shaq. And from there, the losses would only stack up, whether it was central figures like LA Capone and Lil Boo losing their lives to the streets, or guys like Rondo, C-Day, and D-Rose losing theirs to the prison system. From newer guys on the block like Tricks to OGs like Stello, members of 600 would lose their lives at a staggering rate in just the space of a few years. Then, the Get Back Gang era would see O-Block and 600 truly bringing war, death, and destruction to the streets of Chicago. And while this resulted in a string of their most high-profile enemies being taken out in just a year's time, this ultimately also led 600, and to a greater extent O-Block, losing many more of their own most prominent members to the grave or the legal system. And the spotlight that all of these events have put on many of the gangs in Chicago's South Side has made it very difficult for members to navigate the streets without the attention of the authorities. And in the years that followed, 600 would sadly continue to lose more prominent members, with only a few of the surviving faces, in many cases trying to move away from the streets and focus on other opportunities. And as a result of many members of 600's departure from the increasingly dangerous gang scene, in the modern era, 600 has been described by some as an extinct gang. However, due to their long-standing beef, members from gangs like 051 would still diss 600 heavily to this day. However, 051 Preboy would explain on Twitter that 600 has barely any members left due to either prison or death. 051 Driller would share the same sentiment on his song Everything's Just Fine, where he raps, "We ain't gonna talk about 600, we expired them." Meanwhile, there's also many other 600 members who've been in prison serving long sentences while many of the events of this video have taken place. M-Thang, who himself was locked up for years, would share a huge list in 2023 calling for 10 incarcerated friends to be released. When being a member of the gang is this perilous, perhaps it's not surprising that some members decided for a brief period to leave the streets behind and seek honest employment. Prominent member E-Day would actually end up taking a legitimate job as a truck driver for a period of time, something that would shock many drill fans as he was one of the most hardened and high-profile members of 600 at one point, leading to many people online mocking E-Day, with various memes circulating all about him being the most savage truck driver on the roads, to the point where even other members would post laughing about these memes. FBG Duck would publicly mock E-Day's job in a back and forth on Twitter between the two. E-Day would respond to the criticism himself, calling his haters lame for clowning him for getting a legitimate job, and other posts on Reddit would actually defend him, seeming to suggest that E-Day was likely making significant amounts of money with this new career move. E-Day even clarified in an interview that he actually owns the trucking company, and he had plans to own as many as 100 trucks.
So I just recently started a trucking company.
Oh, straight up?
Yeah, so
I did hear that.
Yeah,
for real?
Yeah, for sure.
I heard that's where the money at too.
Yeah, that's where the big. Yeah, I'm trying to have 100.
Right.
600 Breezy also came to E-Day's defense, stating that E-Day had always gotten money, driven foreign cars, and makes a lot more money driving trucks than he ever did in the streets.
Hey, talking about get E-Day out the truck in the foreign. Now let me learn you something about my bro, because that's my bro, and that man been riding foreign since he was a teenager. The man drove for a truck company for one time and was still making more money than you. So gonna be crack jokes and talking about truck driver K, that making money. Period. While Shorty was little ass was still on the block broke. So truck driver get K that making $30 plus an hour.
Now, I think this was an important thing to mention, and I personally think in many ways what E-Day was doing was actually something really.
Y'all already know I like quick maps anyway, so shit. Hell yeah. Quick math. So 30. Let's say a truck driver day is 12 hours. 30 times 12. Okay. Times that. Let's say they gotta drive every day, right? They live on that motherfucker. Hell yeah. That sound about right. The logic is there. My hat was munched in a recent video. Niggas is joking on me. Anyway, hell yeah, 7. 2,500 a week. I'm not gonna bullshit. It's something, cause that's 10 bands a month. It ain't enough though. For 12 hours a day, but you gotta live on that month. Yeah, it ain't enough.
positive, setting an example for other members that being a gangbanger isn't the be-all and end-all. There's no shame in doing an honest day's work and getting your life back on track. But unfortunately, this shift of lifestyle was not adopted by all members, as in late 2020, only a little over a month after the death of King Von, 600-member Just Blow caught a serious case that would quickly derail his budding music career. Just Blow had shown a lot of promise in his early life, achieving valedictorian status in high school, but ultimately he chose to pursue a life in the streets instead. Luckily, as time went on, Just Blow had seemingly gotten his life back on track, signing a record deal with Lil Durk's OTF collective, plotting a career as a rapper, and putting him in position to potentially be one of the few 600 members that actually escaped the streets through music. However, that dream would ultimately be put in jeopardy in December 2020, when Just Blow was arrested for a 2017 home invasion that went wrong, leaving 1 man dead and 3 others wounded. On October 31st, 2017, Just Blow, together with a member called On Sight from the 600 affiliated crew Nico Gang, along with a female member called Dice from the low-end bass set OBN, they would allegedly try to rob a man in Hammond, Indiana, the same city where 600 Burger lost his life only a few months later in January 2018. According to court documents, Dice, real name Paradise Haynes, had tipped off 2 of the others, On Sight, aka Tyler, and Just Blow, aka Mitchell, after she had seen a man she knew holding $4,000 on Facebook, but the robbery didn't go as planned. The trio had allegedly gone into the man's apartment acting like they wanted to buy something to smoke, and at one point, Haynes and Tyler asked to use the restroom, while Just Blow allegedly received a gun they had seen in the apartment earlier. When he returned, the 2 others also pulled their guns, and the trio demanded to know the location of the money that Deese had seen on Facebook. Unfortunately, at some point, a fight ensued and bullets began flying, and 19-year-old Khalil Carter was killed, along with 3 other victims who were shot at the scene, aged 18, 19, and 17. Dice and On Sight were charged in 2018, and Dice eventually entered into a plea deal, cooperating on the case and informing police of Just Blow's involvement. She would accuse Just Blow of being the one who fired the fatal shots that killed Carter, and he faced multiple charges, including murder, aggravated
This shit's stupid. 4 bands?
robbery, and criminal confinement. If convicted, he's facing between 45 and 65 years. Mimo 600 would share his heartbreak on Facebook following Just Blow's arrest. In 2022, news would report that Just Blow, aka Mitchell, had actually pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of robbery resulting in serious bodily injury, and in 2023, reports would emerge that he had been sentenced to 18 years. This was a story that proved that the streets could still catch up with you years later when you were trying to do something positive, and unfortunately, Just Blow wasn't the only one, as E-Day, having overcome the mockery of getting a legitimate job as a truck driver, would later find out that the streets would catch up with him too, ultimately taking his life. When E-Day had seemingly distanced himself from the streets, becoming a truck driver with ambitions of building a company fleet to 100 trucks, on the side, he continued his rap career. E-Day had been there front and center almost since the very beginning of the Chicago drill movement, even being part of one of the first drill beefs that was fought back and forth on tracks between him and the FBG rappers Duck and Billionaire Black. He was also the central character in some of the earliest songs that put 600 on the map, like 600 Part 1 and 2, Bail Out with Rondo, and his own solo tracks like War in 2014, as well as his later musical back and forth with 051 Driller, 600 Dead Ops. He remained active in music, posting numerous videos to his own YouTube channel from 2019 throughout 2020, and he was very active in July 2021, releasing back-to-back videos for his singles 3D Rose Freestyle and just 3 days later, the Matt Black Freestyle. Despite seemingly having distanced himself from the streets, E-Day's music was still very much drill music and likely still made him a target for rival gangs. A user on Chiracology even made a long compilation of all the disses and threats towards E-Day from 600's many ops. Now, releasing disrespectful songs like the track Tuka in the Trash Can obviously would infuriate his enemies and likely made him a lifetime target of his ops who he had been disrespecting so publicly. Unfortunately, E-Day's enemies were still looking for him, and it would only be a matter of time before they caught up in his city. Early Sunday morning, on the 1st of August 2021, E-Day was outside on the 3200 block of South Bennett Avenue, a 15-minute drive southeast from 600's neighborhood. While there, an unknown assailant would approach him, opening fire and shooting him multiple times in the chest. E-Day would be rushed to the University of Chicago Medical Center, where he would unfortunately be pronounced dead. Alleged police reports of the incident would show that E-Day had possibly saved a female friend by pushing her away from the line of fire before getting shot a total of 22 times. After this, the suspects would drive away in a gold-colored Buick SUV, and soon after the killing, a wild conspiracy theory began to spread that the shooter was actually Tay Capone. Tay would later talk about this on his YouTube channel, even posting an alleged recording of police radio mentioning him as a suspect.
When he got killed, and I remember stories coming out trying to say that I killed him, and people thought, like, I remember waking up to like 50 bloggers doing whole stories about how I killed E-Day. What? I couldn't believe that was being said, but it was like I had got this this recording of like some like the police on their thing talking about me, like, and mentioning my name, saying the witnesses said the shooter goes by the name, and they said my name.
But Tay would of course deny any allegations that he was involved in his friend's murder, but in the wake of the killing, intense speculation would swirl about who just might have been involved. Rapper Findy Boy would also talk about how he'd been under investigation related to the shooting due to a connection with the woman who was involved in the incident.
I was under investigation during that whole time, folks.
Wow.
He was like, yeah, Findy Boy got caught for that. But I didn't get caught for that. They only had me for like I was only in that at least like 8 hours, bro. Then I got out for it. I wasn't in that for it. And they was just asking me a lot of why. But y'all know that shit, though. About posting on the ground while I was talking about them on my story and all that goofy validate where I was at. You know that, bro. Goofy, feel.
However, to this day, there have been no arrests related to the killing, and this case remains open. It would seem that this murder hurt original 600 members hard, with 600 Breezy opening up to DJ Vlad about how E-Day's death had stopped him from feeling safe in Chicago.
E-Day is hitting everybody hard right now. Like, because can't nobody really believe it, because E-Day was really still in the hood. So E-Day, you know what I'm saying? He felt untouchable. He got too much love. He was in everybody's life still every day. He was in all the parties. People go to his house and go play cards, kick it and chill. It's like a family thing with us, you know? I had like a small untouchable feeling until he died. That was my caption on Instagram. Like I felt untouchable until today, because it was like damn, like really gone.
Clearly, the death of E-Day reignited this feud in the streets. 600 Breezy claimed in a comment under a tribute post for E-Day that they stepped on so many ops to avenge his death. In 2024, Blast His Ass, or as he was now going by in music, 060 Blastem, released the song Can't Slime a Slime, where he also raps on the chorus that after E-Day's death, 600 went all in and slid numerous times. If his lyrics are true, clearly 600 were getting back for E-Day, aka Cooper. This is also speculated on in the drill community, as fans would comment that people were killed back-to-back after E-Day's murder, with members of 600 repeating this supposed score 3-1 on their social media, implying that they had gotten 3 bodies as revenge. However, I haven't been able to find any concrete evidence or specific murders that were actually connected to this incident, but many claim that these bodies are from the so-called East End Gang alliance due to the location where E-Day was killed. Ultimately, E-Day's death was just the latest loss in a long line of tragedies that was slowly seeing the founding members of 600 disappear one by one, and tragically, he was not the last. In 2021, 600 member Boss Moo would pass away for reasons unrelated to the gang war, but which I decided not to go into in this video. But 2 years later, yet another one of the most prominent early members of 600 would ultimately wind up losing his life in bleak circumstances. Just over 2 years after E-Day and Boss Moo's tragic endings, it was shared online that another infamous 600 member, McAdoo, had died inside prison. McAdoo was incarcerated for the double homicide case of 2 women, the MOB-affiliated white girl, real name Janine Dowell, and her friend. While he was awaiting trial, Boss Moo had previously shared pictures of McAdoo from Cook County Jail, claiming, "We gotta get him out." McAdoo had been arrested initially on gun charges, which were then raised to murder, which had the possibility of a 26-year prison sentence. Unfortunately for McAdoo, there was reportedly DNA and video evidence linking him and O-Block member Lil Scud to the crime. But McAdoo would never get the chance to fight these charges, as he would pass away in jail before the trial. However, rather unusually, McAdoo's cause of death seems to be unknown, and many theories have circulated online. Initial reports on social media suggested that it was some kind of OD, with Redditors commenting that the month of September is cursed for 600, considering how many of their prominent members have died during this month over the years. But rumors had spread that his demise may well have been more sinister, with some pointing the finger at the correctional system, with one post circulating, apparently from McAdoo's cousin, calling for justice and saying that Cook County killed him and that they would need to pay. Interestingly, however, following McAdoo's death, some people were happy, but it might not be who you would think, as family members of O-Block's HK would make mysterious posts to Facebook after McAdoo passed, hinting towards the fact that McAdoo left HK behind the day that he died in the shootout in O-Block, with HK's sister at the time making a series of posts insinuating that HK might have been backdoored or betrayed and that he'd still be alive if he didn't hang out with certain people. And she continued posting over the years, inferring that McAdoo was actually involved in HK's death. And after McAdoo died, she went back on Facebook writing, "Long live HK," and that karma had finally gotten hold of someone. Ultimately, this is just one of many examples of loyalties that were at one time a tight bond between gang brothers, ultimately falling apart over the years. And overall, the infighting that has since the early years of 600 been characteristic to them has in recent years only intensified, as there's been numerous fallouts and fighting that's seen Team 600 fall from grace, becoming only a shadow of the beloved Chicago drill crew that it once was. Considering all the losses that 600 has taken, with major members losing their lives and freedom in recent years, it's no surprise then that the narrative of 600 becoming an extinct gang has persisted. Trigger, the brother of D-Thang, who is commonly considered as the original founder of 600, was actually asked this very question in an IG Q&A. Trigger would be somewhat offended by the suggestion that his gang went extinct, calling it a slap in the face, and saying that they now have a few younger members, as well as implying that the existing members are simply focused on making money rather than fame or notoriety. Trigger, who was in prison for much of the drill movement's early years, has also recently teased some of his own music, where he's seemingly taking heavy shots at some members within the original 600, even calling his gang the new 600. OTF-affiliated rappers Booker and Mimo are also still regularly releasing music, although Mimo has since left the label and is now going independent. But this hasn't stopped him from getting major features like Boosie on his tracks and breaking multi-million view counts for his music videos. In a 2023 Say Cheese interview, where he can be seen together with Cap 12, he would explain why he decided to leave OTF, saying that they weren't giving him enough support, but that there's no love lost between him and Lil Durk.
Now, are you still OTF?
No, hell no.
Okay, and this has been like this for what, a year or two?
Yeah, hell yeah, what's about a year?
Yeah, you know, it's like 5 documentaries about why Mimo 600 is no longer a part of OTF. Are these accurate? Do you watch these documentaries?
No, I don't watch documentaries.
You don't watch the YouTube?
I hate that gang. I hate that shit, I swear to God.
You know what? He probably don't watch them, but he see clips of them motherfuckers for sure.
I hate that shit. Cause how do y'all know all this? How do y'all know this? They say I got robbed, all type of gang. You see my chain, Sean? Scratches on the back, this the same old. I'm still.
If you don't watch them, cool. How you know what they said?
Taking shit, you hear me? But it's a lot, I don't go off, but I don't read the documentaries.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to address why, you know, you parted ways with OTF though?
Yeah, I had to do my own thing. I feel like I wasn't supported enough, like 100%. I'm too hot, I got Uzi features. It's a lot of shit, gang, that supposed to have been way more than what it was that was swept under the rug and hidden. You feel me? A lot of shit. I really came up off steppers, bro, on my own, like, you know. Bro, them just pushed me, respect to him for pushing me, but, you know, that support wasn't there, gang. I feel like it wasn't there.
I mean, people have speculations about, you know, the chain situation has something to do with it, and...
Well, what chain situation?
I guess a chain was stolen or something like that?
Oh, I don't know, gang. Nah, but it was some other though, man, bro. I got the, matter of fact, I got the papers. The agreement to, you know, part ways type, yeah. It wasn't no, I don't know. That be the fan shit. That's why I don't read the blog shit, all that. No. Bro got a label, and he trying to build his label, and he got 10 on his label. He can't focus on y'all and build his label at the same time. His mind gonna bust like that, you feel me? So I felt like I should branch off and do my own thing, or at least till it's time to, you know?
Yeah.
Feel me? No love lost, none of that, just, you know?
However, after Mimo left the label, Booker and him have seemingly gone back and forth on social media, making it seem like the relationship between the two 600 rappers is not what it once was. Booker would also have harsh words for E-Day before his death, saying that he and Mimo haven't done enough for 600.
Y'all ain't did enough. Ain't did enough. Both, Mimo, E-Day, y'all ass ain't did enough.
However, after E-Day's death, Booker would post a tribute to him, but then later delete it, raising even more questions about what was really going on behind the scenes between Booker and the rest of 600. Other 600 members like M-Thang, S-Dot, and 600 Breezy have also dissed Booker, with S-Dot calling him a bitch on Facebook, and Breezy chiming in the comments saying that he wants to box with Booker, something that M-Thang seemingly agreed with. Now, Booker would actually respond on Instagram, saying that he wasn't scared of any of them. Breezy would soon respond back, calling Booker broke, before going through his personal finances, seemingly showing that he was doing just fine without OTF.
At 2 in the morning, get your broke ass home. Your bitch throwing subliminals. I got a BMW and a Benz, and I got 30,000 cash fresh out the truck right here with me, 2 in the morning. And I bought my own chains, and I ain't got no boss. Talking about. Got my cat crying.
However, while Buka has seemingly fallen out with most of the original 600 members for whatever reason, McAdoo would tell in his final interview before his sudden passing that Buka and Dirk were the only ones from his old friends who were still helping him out in jail.
And give your folks a shout out who been holding you down since you've been in there.
Yeah, shout out to Buka, man. That's it. No Steve. Shout out to Smirk. That's it. Everybody else, that's my family. I ain't really got nobody else to shout out.
Yeah. Shout out Buka, shout out Lil Dirk, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to the fam, you know?
Yeah, shout out to the family, that's it. We'll see the rest. Either he has beans on Steve Gray.
Meanwhile, the alleged veteran shooters of 600, Blast His Ass, aka Blastem, and Cap 12 have both been getting more into the rap game and dropping some quality music, seemingly trying to build up their audiences from the ground up without any major cosigns from more known 600 rappers. Also, S. Dot, who was since the very beginning repping both 600 and his own label 485, is still putting out music to a relatively small but dedicated audience, occasionally still breaking 100k views for his music videos, as well as getting about 60,000 monthly listeners on Spotify with a large discography that goes back more than a decade at this point, perhaps making him the most consistent rapper in 600's history. Now, it appears that the younger members from 600's hood are also making some noise too, but now they claim allegiance to smaller subsets like YRL, ABM, and 059, with the younger members still being seen dropping the fives and wives like their elders did, and some of them would still mention 600 in their social media, and even in music that some of them have been dropping in recent years. The rapper Stu Wop even has an old picture on his Instagram where he can be seen with Lil Durk as a kid, showing that they've been around the older members.
Wait. It's a whole new... Right. Have any of y'all heard of a song? Is they fire? Like, get some.
For years now. It would appear that although the name 600 is no longer used exclusively by the younger members, there's still certainly a next generation that's part of the 600 lineage. And there's also a considerable number of members that still rep Nico Gang, which was formed after the death of 600 and MOB affiliated Lil Nick, aka Savage Nico, in late 2014. Although Nico Gang members mainly rep the streets 57th to 59th, and particularly 58th, which is why they also go by 8 Block, they also seemingly post on 600's territory often. And some drill fans even claim that Nico Gang are so close with 600 that they're in fact their younger members like ABM and YRL. Nico Gang has also had several rappers all the way from the mid-2010s such as Nico Gang Demon Two-Tone and Kwani Kwan, but their output has been fairly inconsistent at best, with many drill fans on Reddit debating whether or not this new generation will go down as notorious as the older generation of 600 that included drill legends like LA Capone, Rondo, D-Rose, and C-Day, with most being skeptical and claiming that it doesn't really hit like the original generation, but suggesting that the 600 youngsters still have potential. Many of them have likely experienced the same thing as countless other drill rappers from Chicago in recent times. The competition is fierce in the city where all the kids are growing up during the golden years of drill and they're now trying to become like their role models. In today's drill scene, getting any significant views really requires you to stand out from the crowd, but perhaps with time and consistency and with the right cosigns from the drill legends who are still alive, these younger members could well be only a few songs away from blowing up. Ultimately, the story of 600 is a tragic tale of lost potential. Even though many people affiliated with the gang escaped the streets with their lives, it's the stories of the most infamous members who didn't make it out that really stick with you. For a moment, it seemed like LA Capone, Rondo No. 9, and C-Day were about to be the next Chief Keef, Lil Durk, or G Herbos, but ultimately, their proximity to the streets would end up cutting those opportunities short. It's a stark reminder that despite the popularity of violent drill music, these are real people dealing with real situations behind the lyrics. The very things that LA, Rondo, and C-Day rapped about and got famous for were the very things that ended their careers. Ultimately, music is about entertainment, and even though drill music is all about being real and delivering an accurate portrayal of a life of crime, actually living these kind of lifestyles is incredibly dangerous. 600 members truly terrorized the city of Chicago during their reign. Numerous people lost their lives, and for members involved, the music they made while they were free glamorized this dangerous lifestyle. It's important to remember that there's nothing glorious or sexy about doing 40 years in prison or making somebody's mother grieve the loss of their son. From 2017 to 2020, members of 600 and O Block brought untold death and destruction to their communities, all in the name of settling the score and avenging their lost friends. But ultimately, where did it get them? Numerous people on both sides are dead, numerous members and affiliates are serving enormous sentences in prison, and very few affiliated rappers can really say they got a successful career out of this. Aside from Lil Durk, the biggest success story coming from these gangs was really King Von, and he too ended up dying by the gun after another attempt to get physical with his enemies. There's really no winners here. So in conclusion, I just want to end this story by saying that the biggest role models and success stories that we've covered in this video are really the likes of Lil Durk, Chief Keef, and to a lesser extent, Tay Capone. People who decided to distance themselves from the streets and made a change in their lifestyle, becoming successful rappers or even YouTubers. E-Day, he nearly made that change himself when he switched careers and became a trucker, but unfortunately, remaining so close to the streets that he came up on made him a target and saw him losing his life too. Life is precious, so if you're a young person in a difficult environment faced with a tough decision like this, just ask yourself, who do you want to be, Rondo number 9 or Lil Durk? It's a harsh world out there, but I hope that you at least learned something valuable from this story. I learned a hell of a lot from studying it, and I appreciate you taking the time to learn with me. Thanks so much for watching this video, and as always, rest in peace to everyone in this story who lost their lives far before their time.
I'm a happy patron of motherfucking Trap Lil Ross. I'm not gonna lie. I hold a little pride with that motherfucker. You feel me? I pay every month on time. I don't miss. You feel me? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But anyway, 600. The 6-hour documentary. What I learned a lot. I learned that, man, what you pour into this life is what you're going to receive back tenfold, bro. That's what I learned from this documentary. All the people that got success or seen some form of success, they had other things that was, haunting them. That took a hold of their life, whether they end up passing or end up going to jail. And shit, bro. If you ain't even thought about touching a street, a sidewalk, or even taking one step off the porch, shit, don't do it. Let this be one of the lessons of goddamn. I ain't here to goddamn preach to you niggas. Fuck that. Let me know how you feel about the video. Your boy Snorm gone.